38130. The Gripping Hand by Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle. Copyright 1993 by Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle. All rights reserved. Read by Ken Kliban.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. 25 years ago, Horace Berry accompanied the first humans to make contact with strange aliens called moties. His terrifying experience with the moties haunts him to the present. Berry, now a rich space merchant, dedicates his considerable wealth and influence to keeping the moties confined to their own solar system. If they escape, he knows it will be the end of mankind. Sequel to The Mote in God's Eye, 1993. From the book jacket. 18 years in the making, here at last is the sequel to one of the most acclaimed science fiction novels of our time, The Mote in God's Eye. Now Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle, award-winning authors of such bestsellers as Footfall and The Legacy of Hierot, return us to the mote, and to the universe of Kevin Renner and Horace Berry, of Rod Blaine and Sally Fowler. There 25 years have passed since the Second Empire of Man quarantined the mysterious aliens known only as moties within the confines of their own solar system. Humanity's finest minds have spent the past quarter-century analyzing and agonizing over the deadly threat posed by the only aliens mankind has ever encountered. A race divided into distinct biological forms, each serving a different function. Master, mediator, engineer, warrior, each supremely adapted to its task, yet doomed by millions of years of evolution to an inescapable fate. For the moties must breed or die, and the single wall standing between them and the galaxy beyond is beginning to crumble. About the authors. Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle are the best-selling authors of The Mote in God's Eye, Footfall, Lucifer's Hammer, Oath of Fealty, and Inferno. Niven, a Hugo and Nebula Award winner, is also the author of the Ringworld series and many other novels. Dr. Pournelle is the chairman of the Citizens Advisory Council on National Space Policy and is the author of numerous science fact and fiction works. Other books by Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle. Fallen Angels with Michael Flynn. Other books by Jerry Pournelle. A Step Farther Out, Janissaries, The Strategy of Technology with Stefan Pisoni, Falkenberg's Legion, Go Tell the Spartans with S. Sterling, Prince of Mercenaries, Pournelle's Communication Bible. Other books by Larry Niven. Integral Trees, N Space, Dream Park with Stephen Barnes, Playgrounds of the Mind. For Marilyn and Roberta, those most patient of ladies. Dramatis Personae. Sinbad. His Excellency Horace Hussein Berry, Imperial Trader and Magnate, Chairman of the Board, Imperial Autonetics, Limited, and owner of the yacht, Sinbad. Sir Kevin Renner, KCMG, Captain, Imperial Space Navy Reserve, pilot of Sinbad. Nabil Ahmed Kaduri, valet and personal secretary to Berry. Cynthia Anwar, companion to Berry. Reuben Fox, captain of Imperial Autonetics ship, Nauvoo Vision. Sir Lawrence Jackson, governor of Maxroy's Purchase. Ruth Rachel Cohen, lieutenant, commander, Imperial Space Navy Intelligence. Ajax Boynton, James Scott, Darwin Scott, Snow Ghost Hunters, Maxroy's Purchase. Roderick Harold, Lord Blaine. DSC, GCMG, Earl of Acrux. Captain, ISN, retired, former master of Imperial battlecruiser MacArthur. Sandra, Sally, Little Leonovna Fowler, Lady Blaine, one-time doctoral candidate in anthropology, wife of Lord Blaine. The Honorable Glenda Ruth Fowler Blaine, Rod and Sally Blaine's daughter. Bruno Chiller, Vice Admiral, ISN, retired, former master of INSS MacArthur. Dr. Jacob Buckman, astrophysicist. His Excellency Benjamin Sergei Sachs, President of Imperial Traders Association and Chairman of Union Express. Baron Sir Andrew Calvin Mercer, newly appointed Viceroy and Governor-General of His Majesty's realms beyond the coal sack. Arkley Kelly, former gunner, Imperial Marines, and Blaine family retainer. Jennifer Benda, graduate student in Xenobiology, Blaine Institute. Jock, Charlie, Ivan, Mote ambassadors to the Empire, representing the Mote Prime family headed by King Peter. Captain Raphael Cunningham, ISN Intelligence Case Officer. Alicia Joyce Mei-Ling Trujillo, featured columnist, Imperial Post-Tribune Syndicate, special features reporter. Hoaxweiler Broadcasting Network. The Honorable Kevin Christian Blaine, Lieutenant, ISN. Commissioner John Cargill, Admiral, ISN retired. Commissioner David Hardy, Bishop of the Established Church and former Chaplain Captain, Imperial Space Navy Reserve. Lieutenant Commander William Hiram Rawlins, ISN, Master of the Frigate Atropos. Commander Gregory Belassingham, ISN, Master of the Cruiser Agamemnon. The Honorable Frederick Townsend, owner and master of the yacht Hecate. Terry Kakumi, former Chief Petty Officer, ISN, engineer aboard Hecate. Admiral, the Honorable Sir Harry Weigel, commander of the Crazy Eddie Fleet. The Moties, Medina Traders Group. Eudoxus, mediator. Mustafa Pasha, master of Inner Bay 6. Caliph Almahad, master of Medina Trading. East India Group. Lord Cornwallis, associate master of Inner Bay 6. Wordsworth, junior mediator. Omar, senior mediator. Ali Baba, apprentice mediator. Crimean Tartars Group. Merlin, young master. Ozma, senior master. Victoria, mediator. Dr. Doolittle, physician. Pollyanna, apprentice mediator. Connate Group. Harlequin, mediator. Part 1. Snow Ghost. I would not spend another such a night, though 'twere to buy a world of happy days, so full of dismal terror was the time. William Shakespeare, King Richard III. 1. Interaction Nook. O God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams. William Shakespeare, Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. A severed head spun across black sky. He had been a Marine, square jaw, close-cropped blonde hair, glittering, dead eyes. The slack mouth tried to speak. "Tell them," it said. "Stop them." Vacuum made its skin puffy, and blood made frozen bubbles on the thick neck. "Wake them! Wake them up! Mr. Barry, sir, wake up!" it said urgently. The sky swarmed with small, six-limbed shapes. They thrashed in the vacuum, found their balance, and swam toward him, past him, toward the battleship Lenin. Vacuum swallowed his scream. "Wake up!" They chittered at him. "Please, Excellency, you must wake up." His Excellency, Horace Hussein al-Shamlan Berry, trader and magnate, jerked and twitched and was sitting upright. He shook his head and forced his eyes open. The small, dark man was standing a safe distance away. Berry said, "Nabil, what time is it?" "It's 2 in the morning, Excellency. Mr. Renner insisted. He said to tell you the gripping hand." Berry blinked. "Is he drunk?" "Very. I woke Cynthia. She's making espresso for him. I made him take vitamins and drink some water. He was attacked outside the house. We killed all 3, Excellency." Careless. So, 3 corpses. At least Renner had some excuse for waking him. "Mr. Renner was drunk, and I was asleep when the alarms rang." Nabil apologized. "Sir, they were using firearms." "All right." The gripping hand? Renner's been watching too many holoflicks. "Yes, sir. Excellency, I should be seeing to things." "Yes, the bodies. We'll want to know all about those." The gripping hand? Berry eased out of the waterbed. His head spun with emotion, and all his joints creaked in protest. "I'll be right down. Have coffee for me. Real coffee. Allah help you both if you woke me for nothing but a mugging." Renner's fine new Spartan tunic was covered with blood, still wet. He had trouble focusing his eyes. He was already talking as Berry took Turkish coffee from Cynthia and sat down. "They were waiting outside," he said. "I sent the taxi off and started for the door. 2 stepped out of God knows where. One grabbed my arms from behind. One sprayed peaceable Sam in my face. I think that's what it was. I didn't try to sniff it. Held my breath, bit the alarm tooth, and ejected my sleeve gun and sprayed him back. He fell against me. Sounded like popcorn going off all through his body. That's where all the blood came from. The guy behind me, I sprayed his feet." Nabil was at a console, monitoring as one of Berry's agents began an autopsy on the first of the dead muggers. He looked up to say, "Mr. Renner had called in that he was coming, so the staff was waiting for him, of course. When we heard the alarm, they were ready." "Ready," Renner said. "Nabil, I haven't thanked you. Horace, he deserves a bonus, Horace." Berry sipped at sweet Turkish coffee in a tiny cup. Renner gulped at what Nabil had given him, evil black espresso, service for 4 in a full-sized mug, with a lemon slice floating in it. It popped his eyes open and stood his hair on end. Berry winced, too, just watching. He said, "The gripping hand." The gripping hand. One hand. Other hand. Gripping hand. I've been hearing it all night. I didn't haul you out of bed to tell you about a goddamned mugging. He could follow Berry's thoughts. Drunk, not making sense. Then the sense came through and the blood drained from Berry's dark face. Renner said, "Hey!" and reached out to steady him. Berry brushed the hand off. "Report." Renner sat a little straighter. "I went out to look around, as usual, dressed fancy. Well-paid pilot to a billionaire trader, carrying money and looking for fun. First—" "You were doing Renner." "It's the easy part of my job, usually. Go on." His lips felt numb and rubbery. Somehow he made them work. "On Maxroy's purchase, a brothel is called an interaction Nook. I'd heard about Racina's. I went there. I didn't want their best girl. I wanted a native. I came away with a lady named Belinda." Space is vast. Customs change. And every human colony is different. Some slavishly imitate the manners of the imperial court. Others try to be like their Terran ancestors, or more likely, the way they've been told their Terran ancestors were. The sun was setting somewhere behind the fog when they reached Shibano's sea cave. Maxroy people kept early hours. Belinda was a pale blonde, tall, with a heart-shaped face. She had a thick Maxroy's Purchase accent. "Oh, it's lovely. I've never been here myself. You understand, you won't get a drink here?" Renner had in fact chosen the place. It was a Mormon-Japanese restaurant. Maxroy's Purchase had first been settled by Mormons, and they were still a fair percentage of the populace. Belinda was alarmed when he tried to order crottled grapes. "Do you know what you're getting?" "I've read about this dish." "All right." And she grinned. "I'll help you." He'd had his doubts about alcohol-removed sake, but it tasted fine. He could get drunk later. Renner often thought of himself as a playboy spy. Get the sense of the land while Berry used his own means of gathering information. Berry's means often startled him. Berry kept track of the flow of money through the Empire. Only that. He was the same merchant prince he'd always been, with only this difference, that for the past quarter of a century he watched for outie maneuvering and kept the Navy informed. Outies were worlds outside the empire of man. Some were harmless, some were not. 15 years ago, outie piracy had been driven from Maxroy's Purchase and from the system. It was to be expected that the flow of money through the system would have dropped off. Only Berry would have noticed that it had not decreased enough. Berry sold civilization, and the Purchase was buying too much of it. And Berry had some time, and Imperial Autonetics owned 3 ships here. The almond-eyed waiter was trying to hide a smirk when he brought Renner's main course. The dish was conspicuous. A shallow bowl over a foot across and 5 inches high. Customers at other tables broke off conversation to watch as he set it in front of Renner. The creatures in the bowl might have been 4-legged crabs. Their sides pulsed. Renner remembered reading that they were land creatures. They could almost reach the rim before they dropped back. Their eyes were locked on Renner's as they climbed toward him. They looked hungry and determined. "Pick up the crottling fork," Belinda whispered. "The 2-pronged fork. Use your thumb and 2 fingers." It was sitting beside the bowl. Renner picked it up. Belinda whispered, "Stab just behind the head plate. Do it hard enough to set the prongs. You don't want it to drop off." Hesitating was bad. The grapes would move. You couldn't blame them. Renner stabbed one and lifted the fork. Belinda said, "Scrape it off on the edge. You didn't stab hard enough. They bite." Renner scraped it off and tried another. The beasts weren't fast, but it wasn't easy to center the fork. He stabbed. "Good. Pick it up. Your left hand takes the tail. Pull hard." Renner pulled. The exoskeletal tail came right off, exposing 2 inches of pale meat. All eyes were on Renner, to watch him make a fool of himself. The naked tail writhed. Renner felt like a murderer. He said, "So, wretched sand-dweller, now will you tell us of your troop movements?" Actually, it was delicious. "You really ought to try it," Renner said. Berry merely looked at him. "I've done this before, you know. Order something conspicuous like crepe Suzettes. Get 'em looking at me, then pick a conversation. This time I got the proprietor. He came over to lecture. Look at that greep. See the shimmy? On the one hand, if they shimmy too hard, they may be diseased. On the other, if they don't shimmy, they haven't eaten well. On the gripping hand, if they're too young and healthy, they will escape and attempt to eat you. You would not like that." I jumped a foot when he stuck his hand in the bowl. He liked that. "But look here, see how it attacks my artificial finger. This is a healthy greep. Other places they will see a tourist, and they will serve anything. Not here. Lex Shibano will not serve anything but healthy food. If it goes into your body, it must be healthy. I would— Renner! Oh. Anyway, once Shibano came over, no one wanted to be near us. I guess it's one of the hazards of eating there. When he went away, the people at the next table had all lost interest. So I eavesdropped a little. Pair of men to my right were bankers, I think. I assume you'll get to the point sooner or later. Renner nodded. We could sell out and take a capital gain. Then again, the market's going up on tabletop. We could hang on and make some real money. The other one said, on the gripping hand, inflation's running wild on tabletop. Let's get into something else. Barry was getting older as he watched. I talked to Belinda. She's got ambitions, but hell, she's not stupid. See if I can get this right. Yes, Kevin. I could have spent my life as an honest housewife. Farm life isn't bad if you can afford to keep up the machines. But if I'm careful and lucky, maybe I can get to Sparta, get rich, then start a restaurant or something. What are my chances of getting to Sparta? I didn't want to lie to her, so— Go on. I didn't say anything. She looked down at her plate and said, The gripping hand is, I'll never be more than a Maxroy spill. The accent, the way I walk. How high can I climb? Renner stopped to trickle espresso past his tongue and chase it with half a glass of water. Gripping hand, Barry prompted him. I wanted a drink. I took her to the top of the world. It's a rotating bar and restaurant at the edge of the spaceport. The people at the next table looked like prospectors. Prices are good for Opal Meerschaum, and we need the money. Second guy said, I hear it's getting harder to find blocks as large as we have. The price will go up. The first one said, Horace Berry landed on the purchase yesterday. If anybody can find the real source, he can. The gripping hand is, we'd better sell our stock before the price drops. Berry, it was everywhere. More? I sent Belinda back to the interaction nook. She's looking for a ticket out. She thought I was it. I thought I'd better send her back. A car took off right behind the taxi. I didn't think anything of it. I just tend to notice. My training. Right. I strolled on into the spill section. I wanted an overview. And it really felt like I was onto something. That's where I got so drunk. Local whiskey, made from gripping hand. Renner sipped more espresso. Gah! They looked like hunters, smelled like hunters. Oh, I'm used to hunting snow ghosts. The furs sell for a lot, and if you know their habits, they aren't so dangerous. One said, on the other hand, they did get Serge Lavoie a month ago. You think they're learning, maybe? Mutating? Another one laughed and said, on the gripping hand page, you're too lazy to do anything else for a living. Barry shuddered. Through the coal sack. The moat is just on the other side of the coal sack. Moties must have come through the coal sack in slower-than-light ships. Not since we were there, Renner said. Not enough time. And before that, Barry, they couldn't use that light sail trick through the coal sack. Just sending that one ship to Newcal soaked up so many resources, it collapsed their whole civilization. Gripping hand, Barry said. 3 alternatives, 1 dominant. 2 delicate right arms and a powerful left. People don't think that way. Moties do. There's too much money on this planet. We were looking for outies. Maybe it isn't outies. Maybe it's far worse than outies. I don't believe it. I don't want to. Barry grimaced. It is a pity that Nabil had to kill all 3 who attacked you. I think we might have learned something interesting from them. Renner tried to look thoughtful and gave up. He finished the glass of water. How so? They wanted you alive, not the actions of random muggers. Peaceable Sam is a gas used by police, not sold to civilians. They were skilled and desperate and had resources. But if they had been truly skilled, they would have succeeded. Desperate, skilled amateurs, Renner said. Who? I trust we will know in the morning. Excellency? Barry turned. Do you have something, Nabil? The records office is closed and the computer is not responsive, so we cannot check retinal pattern identifications tonight. But Wilfred has made progress. Neither the first or second assassin had any trace of darkening in the lungs, no alcohol or drugs in the bloodstream. Look for caffeine. Nabil nodded and spoke to the console. Mormons, Renner said. Narrows it a bit. I'm about to fall over, Horace. To bed. Renner was naked in the sauna. Despite the water and vitamins he had taken the night before, his head throbbed and his stomach rejected all notions of food. When cold air touched him, he bellowed, Shut it! Nabil smiled thinly. You were more pleased to see me last night. I was still drunk. What do you have? His Excellency wishes to see you. We have identified the assassins. They are crew members from Nauvoo Vision. Nauvoo Vision? The name is Mormon. The ship belongs to Imperial Autonetics. Renner whistled. To Barry? Why in hell would crew from one of Barry's ships try to kill Barry's pilot? Not kill, kidnap, Nabil said. He carefully closed the sauna door. Nauvoo Vision, Barry said. Captain Reuben Fox, a native of Maxroy's Purchase, Mormon, and recruits Mormon crew. Corruptible? Renner asked. Barry shrugged. I have never had reason to find out. It would be worthwhile smuggling opal meerschaum if there were enough of it. But in fact it is very rare. Nothing else this world exports carries a tariff. What else do you know about him? Very little. I do not believe I have ever met him. My sector commodore would have promoted him. Barry spoke softly in Arabic to his pocket computer. It might be worth learning why, but in fact the reason seems clear enough. Fox has been a profitable captain. I think we should talk with him, Renner said. And I'd better alert Navy intelligence. Barry grimaced. I suppose you are correct, especially since there may be moties involved. The governor has to know, too. I do not like government attention. Should I trust the governor? If somebody on this world is dealing with moties, you'll be meeting him tonight for dinner. Horace, I was hunted last night. Nabil looked up from his console. That is true. It is clear enough. They followed you, hoping to catch you alone or with only the woman. You left a taxi waiting when you went to the top of the world. Yes, we have located the driver. His cab was met at Madame Racina's by 3 men with an improbable tale. They lost interest when they discovered that you were not in it. They really were hunting me then. My head still hurts. It should, given what you drink, Barry said. I take my nerve restoratives. Barry, why did they want me? I would presume for your keys, Nabil said, and perhaps for instructions on how to enter the house. They carried other drugs. Sercanol would have induced cooperation, or at least they must have thought so. That's illegal, Renner protested. Barry laughed. Sercanol is not only illegal, it is tightly controlled. It would be difficult for me to obtain a supply. Our enemies have resources. Captain Reuben Fox was a dark-haired man approaching 40. He sagged and jiggled as he walked. He didn't seem otherwise unhealthy. Unlike Navy crew, civilians could neglect their free-fall exercising, and getting the muscle back was pure hell. He seemed to be hurrying, though he wasn't making much speed. Horace Barry, Your Excellency, I never expected that we would meet. What brings you to... what can I do for you? I and my ship. Barry wore his public, non-committal smile. He appeared to be no more than an old bearded man, with a very prominent nose and a soft smile, all giving the lie to his reputation. "I often inspect ships I own. How else may I know of problems in my organization?" "Excellency, I have no problems." "I know. You have a good record, trouble-free. Tell me a little about normal operations of your ship." "Let us sit down." Fox dropped heavily into a chair. Barry was in fact already seated. He was an old man, and he used a travel chair when he could. Fox said, "We are an all-purpose cargo ship, what is often called a tramp steamer. The name comes from the days before spaceflight. We take orders for cargo to be brought here, and when we have sufficient cargo or passengers to make the trip profitable, we go to Darwin. Sometimes we go as far as Xanadu, and once to Tabletop, but generally only to Darwin." "And within this system as well, I suppose?" "Not often," Fox said. "If we have cargo within the purchase system, we can alter our course to the jump point and use the flinger." Barry had glanced through computer views of Nauvoo Vision on the way here. The ship was versatile, a winged water-landing craft with interstellar capability, but no Langston field. There were fittings for an expanded passenger cabin or cargo hold, but either would have to be added in orbit. The flinger, or spit gun, or AWOL tube, was a linear accelerator. A row of mountings ran the full length of the hull, and the electromagnetic rings were stored on board. Flingers were common aboard ships that ran a fixed route in heavily populated systems. They could launch lifecraft, too. Nonetheless, Barry asked, "Do you make much use of the flinger? Is it really worth carrying its mass?" "Yes, Excellency. Purchase system is short of nettles. There's not much in the way of mines. Not much in the way of asteroids, either. But they'll last us the next 10,000 years. The mines have to be supplied." Barry had noticed, in his quick perusal of Nauvoo's records, that rings and fittings in the flinger had been replaced twice in 13 years. A fitting had lost alignment and was waiting for replacement at this moment. Payments from the mines did back up Fox's claim of heavy use. "You have a full complement of crew?" "3 missing. I like to hire good church members, but sometimes they backslide. We're not supposed to drink alcohol, and most of us never do, but everyone is curious." The captain tended to explain before he was asked. It was the kind of thing Barry noticed. "Have you been Mormon all your life?" "Not as you think Mormon," Fox said. "My ancestors had fundamental differences with the church on Earth. They came to Maxroy's Purchase to establish the true faith. That was some 600 years ago. We were fairly settled when the Co-Dominium sent us 100,000 transportees. Evil men and women with evil habits. They brought alcohol and drugs. The church tried to keep control of the government, but there were too many transportees. Too many foreign missionaries to convert. Some of the elders took the true church to the outback." Fox grinned triumphantly. "When the secession wars began, the false temples in the cities were destroyed, but the true temple remained. It is the governing temple for Maxroy's Purchase to this day, our temple in Glacier Valley." Barry nodded agreement. It was much the same with the true servants of Islam. They fled from cities to country, often from world to world. "Have I not heard of a New Utah?" "Excellency, I've read about New Utah in history class. It is an outie world, settled from the Purchase at the same time that the elders moved to Glacier Valley. There were close relations with New Utah until the Alderson tram lines to it were lost sometime during the secession wars. Stellar geometry changes slowly, but with enough time. Your crew is all Mormon, then?" Barry interrupted. "Yes, Excellency. I am a bishop of the church. My crew is obedient and cheerful. Don't our records show that?" "They do," Barry said. "It is not uncommon." "What do you do when you have passengers who are not of your church?" "I know many restaurant owners," Captain Fox said. I find church members who are accustomed to serving Gentiles, who would not want to be permanent crew. They come for one voyage. He smiled. They are eager. What other chance has a restaurateur to see another sky? It may be unusual practice, but it works. In fact, nothing about this ship or its practices is unusual. If 3 of the crew of this ship had not tried to kidnap you, perhaps to force their way into my bedchamber, Barry said, there would be no reason to be suspicious of Reuben Fox. Cynthia moved around Barry like a tailor, dressing him. Barry stood to get his pants on, then sat again. Renner was already dressed, elegantly, but without his usual flamboyance. He sat down on the bed. Uh-huh. Could those 3 have been moonlighting? Back in port looking for a little fun? Someone offers them money to break a kneecap? No? I know that smile, Horace. I tend to notice numbers. Well? Small, small world mountain movers, Cutty on the Rocks, and others. These are the big asteroid mining concerns in Purchase System, all old. Mountain Movers is over 500 years old. They used well-established techniques developed by the early Codominium, and were cautious about upgrading. Barry's fingers were dancing while he spoke. Data flashed on screen, and were gone before Renner could quite integrate them. But what of these? Hanafin mines, General Metals, Union Planetoids, Tanner Metals. This sequence, 7 in all. What do you see? Unimaginative names. I didn't notice that. Short-lived. A few years each. They are in sequence. One disappears before the next is registered. Up to 20 years apart. Barry, I don't see that any of them went bankrupt. That would be the obvious assumption, would it not? A scam. Many names, one man. But for 110 years. And evidently, they paid their bills on time. At least they've paid decent sums to Nauvoo Vision for cargoes delivered across the system. Taxes? They paid their taxes. Offices were all here in Pitchfork River City. Check the addresses. Renner watched Barry's fingers. Sometimes the old man's hands shook. His servants learned to half-fill his cup so it didn't spill. But Barry's hands became wonderfully agile on a computer keyboard. What does it mean? No such present address. None of them. I'll have Nabil search out older records. It means I've been paid for nothing. Huh? I was joking. Nauvoo Vision's Flinger has seen hard use. Cargoes have been launched across the system, but not targeted at asteroid mines, not these mines. Where then? There were extensive civilizations in the asteroids of Moat System. Renner saw Barry's hands begin to shake and said, Just a thought. Audis is the way to bet. The rebels are back. I do not bet the future of humanity at any odds, Kevin. Barry leaned back, took a deep breath. Well, we'll be a few minutes early for dinner if we start now. I gather that's the custom here? Yes. Let us see what we can learn at the governor's palace. 2. Receptions. The first adventurer was a nuisance. I am sure he acted against his mother's, his wife's, and the Council of Old Men's strict orders when he did it. But it was he that found where the mammoths die, and where, after 1,000 years of use, there was still enough ivory to equip the entire tribe with weapons. Such is the ultimate outline of the adventurer, society's benefactor, as well as pest. William Bolitho, 12 Against the Gods. The reception line was mercifully short. Governor Sir Lawrence Jackson, a former Navy man who had gone into politics. Lady Marissa Jackson. Renner thought she looked Eurasian. Norvell White Muller, the president of the local branch of the Imperial Traders Association, 6 other local officials. Sir Kevin Renner, the protocol officer announced. "Welcome to Maxroy's Purchase, Sir Kevin," the governor said. "Actually, I don't use the title much, Governor. Thank you for the reception. Glad to be here." "A bit tame for someone who has been to Moat Prime, I imagine," Lady Jackson said. There was something familiar about the governor's voice, but before Renner could study the governor's face more closely, the people behind him had moved up, and he was swept past the reception line and out into the main hall. The reception hall was large and spacious. Between the big windows that overlooked the city and the Pitchfork River were windows, holograms of scenes from elsewhere on the planet. Here, half a dozen spectacular waterfalls plunged from orange cliffs. Silver shapes leaped and danced in the pools below the falls. Here a sea serpent chased a school of miniature dolphin shapes. Then the dolphins turned and attacked the serpent with vicious fangs. The serpent dived to escape. The viewpoint followed it down, followed and closed in, until the serpent's tail seemed about to plunge out of the wall. The view shifted. The serpent was pulled tail first onto the deck of a boat, imprisoned by a tethered collar. Renner found himself next to a pretty girl in Imperial Navy uniform. She seemed young to be a lieutenant commander. "Spectacular," he said. "Of course, holograms for palace decorations went out of fashion on Sparta 10 years ago," she said. "Hello, Sir Kevin. I'm Ruth Cohen." One of the windows looked out on a sparse forest carpeted in snow. Something like a thick furred snake lifted a great flattened head. No, that was a neck. The creature itself was lying flat in the snow, like a gigantic white bear rug. The narrow, pointed head lifted high and rotated to look almost backward, suspiciously, straight into the reception hall. Black pupiled eyes bulged. The head settled. Again the animal was invisible in thick snow. "What ship, Commander?" Renner asked. She shook her head. "Governor's office. Intelligence liaison." She glanced around to see that they were alone. "We would have met soon enough anyway. I arranged to sit next to you at dinner." "Good." "Purely business?" "We'll have time to—" God! The pointed head snapped up. The flattened bear's short legs shot backward, and it took off. It was fast. It might have been gliding, using its flattened torso like an airfoil. 3 muffled hunters fired almost at the same moment, then turned and ran, dividing, dodging among the trees. The creature smashed into a sapling, rebounded, and collapsed. So did the tree. "Wow!" Renner said. "What was that?" "Snow ghost," Ruth Cohen said. "Dangerous." "Oh, yes. The fur is quite valuable, though. They shed their furs in the summer, but they're just as dangerous." "You don't have a Purchase accent," Renner said. She laughed softly. "You wouldn't believe what it cost my parents to—" She grinned. "Actually, if I have a home planet, it's New Washington. My father retired there. This is my first tour on Maxroy's Purchase. I've been here a year." "Seems a nice place." "I'm glad somebody thinks so," Ruth said. "Governor Jackson, there's something familiar about him," Renner said. "Could you have known him? He was Navy Reserve for a long time. Retired as a commander, I think." "How did he get to be governor?" "It's an interesting story," she said. "Get me a drink, and I'll tell you." "Oh, sorry." Renner whistled to one of the circulating robots. "We seem to have old-fashioned martini and something green." "I'll have the green one. It'll be water-wing liqueur. It's sweet, but there's a nice flavor." Renner took 2 of the green drinks and sipped carefully. It tasted of ginger and something indefinable. Not bad. I wonder if Barry knows about this. "I'd be surprised if he didn't," Commander Cohen said. "It's a big export item. Now, you wanted to know about the governor. He grew up here, was here before the Purchase was brought back into the Empire. He joined the Navy from school, and when he got out of the Navy, he brought a friend, another retired Navy man, Randall Weiss, and they started a freighter service to supply the asteroid miners. "Sounds reasonable," Renner said. There had been a time when that would have been his career. Finish a tour in the Navy Reserve, then go into a civilian shipping line, maybe eventually buy a ship. "Only the Audis kept raiding their ship," Ruth said. "They took 2 cargoes, and the firm was about to go broke." "Where was the Navy?" "That was 16 years ago." "Ah, they were still beefing up the blockade fleet." Moat system again. "Exactly." Ruth sipped at her drink. "That really is good, you know. Anyway, Sir Lawrence—" He wasn't Sir Lawrence then, of course, and Weiss decided to do something about it. They armed their ship and recruited locals and asteroid miners and anyone else they could, and went out looking for pirates, or rather, let the Outies find them. I guess they were lucky because they captured an Outie ship, and that gave them a bigger and better armed ship, and they used it to hunt more Outies. "I think I read about that," Renner said. "Didn't realize it was here." "They ended up with 4 ships and quite a battle." "Yes, Randall Weiss was killed, but they pretty well smashed the Outie threat. Weiss got a statue, Sir Lawrence got a knighthood, and the local council sent him to the sector capital to represent the purchase. Pretty soon the viceroy sent him back as governor." "Good story," Renner frowned. "By God, I have met him, but I can't think where." A faint gong sounded through the reception hall. "Dinner," Ruth said. Renner offered his arm. The first course was a variety of sashimi. Renner looked to Ruth Cohen for advice. "That one's yellowfin," she said. "Earth tuna grow well here. And the light gray one is a freshwater fish called dancing silver." "Oh." "What?" "The dark red one is Cecil. It's expensive. Not exactly rare, but they don't catch one every day." Renner took some of each. "What is Cecil?" "Big sea snake. You saw it caught, I think, in the holograms." "Kevin, I think we've been watching our dinner. I wonder if that means we'll have Snow Ghost." "Yes," Lady Jackson said from down the table. She was an ample woman who clearly liked to eat. "Do you like it?" "I've never tasted it," Ruth admitted. "We had Cecil once, though. Kevin, you're supposed to dip it in that sauce." Renner used the chopsticks to dip the dark meat, then chewed thoughtfully. "Peanut sauce." "And ginger," Lady Jackson said. "The Thai influence. Purchase cuisine tends to be simple. The planet was settled by Mormons, but there was strong Oriental influence. The gripping hand was that we kept the simplicities of both for nearly everything." Barry's travel chair, near the head of the table, took up the space of 2 normal chairs. It gave him a sense of isolation, which he welcomed, and still allowed him conversation. Snow Ghost meat was served julienne with carrots, turnips, and unfamiliar root vegetables. The dish was hot enough to wake the dead. The meat was tough. No wonder it had to be cut fine. Barry's teeth cut through it well enough, but they were harder and sharper than the teeth he'd been born with. He asked, "Maxroy's purchase was brought into the Empire 50 years ago?" "Not quite 40, actually," Governor Jackson said. He was eating left-handed. His silverware had been laid out reversed. Barry nodded slowly. "But I am told there is still considerable sentiment for the Outie cause." Governor Jackson spread his hands expressively. He never seemed to shrug. "It's not what it seems," he protested. "Our people, especially in the Outback, tend to think of New Utah as more like heaven than a mere planet, habitable from pole to pole, and covered with green plants and wild game." "And it is not?" Barry asked. "I've read the old records," Governor Jackson said. "It's a planet, more land surface than the Purchase, higher mountains, and even fewer minerals close to the surface. Stayed molten longer, maybe. The weather's more extreme. Do you care for more wine, Your Excellency? Thank you, no. Oh, that's right. Moslems don't drink, Mrs. Muller said. I'd forgotten. Probably most do not, Barry said, just as most Jews do not eat pork. He'd noticed that both the governor and his wife were drinking soda water. Governor, would there be strong reasons for the Outies to wish for trade with the purchase? Very likely, Excellency, Governor Jackson said. New Utah is quite deficient in certain minerals and organics. There's no selenium at all. For example, they'll need food supplements. Just a few tons a year, Norvell White Muller said. A couple of ships' worth. And the profits on those ships. He licked his lips. Utah churchies would buy medical supplies, too, if the Empire would let them. Governor Jackson laughed. The Navy can't spare me any ships, he said, so I can't go bring New Utah into the Empire by force. You can't even get there, Mrs. Muller giggled. Well, we can, but I agree it's not easy. 2 jumps past wretched red dwarfs and then across a big bright E-class system with only one planet, and that a rock ball. There was an expedition a few years before I got here. Jackson looked thoughtful. The Navy has records showing it wasn't always so hard. I believe I heard that as well, Barry said. Anyway, as long as I don't have Navy ships, the trade embargo is the only weapon I've got to bring New Utah in. All they have to do is join, and they can have all the trade they want. The gripping hand is, they don't want to, Renner said. Jackson laughed. Maybe. They've had time enough to change their minds. It's all academic because the direct jump point disappeared 130 years ago, during the secession wars. I sent them an ambassador 12 years ago with a trade ship. One of yours, Mr. Barry. No luck. Stars wander, Barry thought. Jump points depend upon the luminosities within a pattern of stars. They come and go. Why did that thought suddenly have the fringe of hair around his neck trying to stand up? Tiny, 6-limbed shadows flailed behind his eyes. Across the table, he heard Renner murmur, Jackson and Weiss? Governor Jackson said, There was some traffic, I think, up until the Navy came back 40 years ago. New Utah would have paid high for fertilizer, but with what? And the trip is just too long. Renner's belly laugh cut through all conversation. Into the silence, Renner said, I was trying to remember where I met you. The governor was laughing, too, with his head thrown back. His wife giggled. Governor, sir, I watched your hands, Renner said. Like this? He pushed back his chair and stood. Never mind that they were in the middle of dessert. Right hand up, closing. On the one hand, high price for fertilizer. Right hand dropped to near the hip, closed again. Barry nodded. On the other hand, they don't seem to have anything to pay with, Renner said. Left hand out, fingers closed in pairs, like a hand with 3 thick fingers. Gripping hand, it's too far anyway. Did I get that right? Why, yes, Sir Kevin. My wife's tried to break me of the habit. But the whole planet's doing it. Did you learn it here, or on Moat Prime? Barry's vision swam. He pulled the diagnostic sleeve out of his chair arm and inserted his arm, hoping nobody would notice. Orange dots blinked, and he felt the coolness of a tranquilizer injection. The governor said, I was sure you wouldn't recognize me. Couldn't remember where you'd met me, hey? Barry? Are you all right? Yes, but I don't understand. You were an honored passenger, and Sir Kevin was the sailing master, and Weiss and me, we were only able spacers. I was sure you wouldn't know me. But we went down to Moat Prime, and we stayed till Captain Blaine decided we weren't needed and sent us back. Weiss, he picked up that habit from the aliens, the Moties. One hand, other hand, gripping hand. And they shrug with their arms because their shoulders don't move. I learned it from him. We were on the holoscans a lot when we were fighting the Outies, and I've been on since Sparta made me governor, and I guess... The whole planet, eh? Renner said, all of Pitchfork River, at least, top to bottom, hill to spill. They've taken up that three-sided Aristotelian logic. You're not just the governor. You're a hollow star, too. The governor seemed embarrassed, but pleased. That's the way it is in the outlying worlds. Sir Kevin, Excellency, I was purely delighted to meet you again after so long. As equals, he didn't say. So that's all there was to it, Renner said. He sprawled back in the big relax-a-chair in Barry's study and let the massage begin as he lifted a glass of real cognac. Jackson and Weiss got successful and became Tri-V stars. Local boys made good. So everybody copied them. Wow! And to think we knew them when. He laughed suddenly. Weiss must have driven his Funch-click crazy, imitating him like that. It's supposed to go the other way around. Naive. Barry let himself sink cautiously into his chair and touched the button twice for coffee. How so naive? You heard the governor. I heard him explain away a peculiar habit, Barry said softly. I did not hear an explanation of why there is too much money in this system. That's true, Renner admitted. He has been to Moat Prime, Barry said. The governor himself. He and Weiss had money to buy and outfit a spacecraft. If there ever was a man better suited to hide captured watchmakers, or an engineer, or... Renner laughed. Barry, that's bizarre. He leaned back into the massage chair and let it work as he remembered the miniature Moties. Small aliens, not really intelligent, but able to manipulate technologies beyond anything Renner had ever seen. Oh, they'd have been valuable, all right. And they'd destroyed the battlecruiser MacArthur. Still. Horace, you've been clinically paranoid since long before I met you. Blaine let the watchmakers get loose on his ship, but Christ, it was impossible to get Moties into Lenin. The Marines didn't let anything through unless it went through molecule-by-molecule inspection. Not impossible. I did it myself. Barry's hands kneaded the chair arms. Renner sat bolt upright. What? It would have worked. Barry waited as Nabil came into the room with an ornate silver coffee pot in thin cups. Coffee, Kevin? Sure. You smuggled out a Motie? We did that, didn't we, Nabil? Nabil grinned mirthlessly. Excellency, that is one profit I am pleased that you never collected. It was a liberty Nabil would not normally have taken, but Barry only shivered and sipped at his coffee. He was wearing the diagnostic sleeve. Barry, what in hell? Have I shocked you after 25 years? The watchmakers were potentially the most valuable thing I had ever seen, Barry said. Able to fix and repair and rebuild and invent. I thought it madness not to keep a pair, and so we arranged it. A pair of watchmakers in suspended animation, hidden in an air tank. My air tank on my pressure suit. On your back? If Barry was lying, he was doing it well. But Barry did lie well. You don't have watchmakers. I'd know. Of course I do not, Barry said. You know part of the story. MacArthur was lost to us. The watchmakers were running wild throughout the ship, changing the machines for their own use, killing Marines who peeped into their nests. We crossed on lines between MacArthur and Lenin. long spiderwebs of line with passengers strung like beads. The universe was all around us, and the great globe of Moat Prime below, all circles, the craters left by their wars. The huge globe of a ship came near. I could feel the wealth and danger on my back. Marines ahead, and the risk of running out of air too soon. I had accepted that risk. Then you looked back, like Orpheus. The sun happened to shine directly into the faceplate of the man behind me. You saw tiny eyes. The Jinni take you, Kevin. It's my nightmare after all. 3 pairs of tiny eyes looked at me out of the faceplate. I hurled my briefcase at them. I reached around and wrenched one of my air tanks loose and hurled it after. The suit dodged, clumsy. It was a wonder they could get it to move at all. Dodged the briefcase and was in perfect position when the air tank smashed the faceplate. I've had this nightmare twice myself. I've heard it so often. Barry, it would have served you right if you'd grabbed the wrong air tank. It was not the worst of my fears. The faceplate smashed, and a score of watchmaker-class moties blew out and thrashed in the vacuum. And with them came a tumbling head. That was how they got past the Marines. And I would have taken that air tank past Lenin's Marines. Maybe, and maybe I was not the only one. 2 able spacers were on Moat Prime. We all saw how useful watchmakers were when properly used by the engineer class of moties. Did one of them find yet another way to conceal watchmakers? Or engineers? Or masters? It's hard to disprove, Barry, but you really don't have any reason for thinking so. By the way, don't tell that story to anyone else. Barry glared. I haven't told you for 25 years. Kevin, we do have something useful. If this 3-hand way of thinking spread because there are moties around, of whatever class, then I know who is guilty. The governor says that he and his companion spread that. He would be lying, covering up. Maybe not. He might really believe. Kevin. Or maybe it was Weiss. All right. We still don't know about the money flow. We don't know where the cargoes went when Captain Fox used his flinger. We need to find out. You must report to the Navy first, in case we should disappear. Right. And then I'll find a way to chase outies. And you find a way to chase moties. And I'll be in Scotland before you... Now I'm going to bed. When I was in the sauna, I swore I'd go to bed sober. Yes. 3. The Maguey Worm. Men have died from time to time, and worms have eaten them, but not for love. Shakespeare, As You Like It, Act 4, Scene 1. Ruth Cohen led the way downstairs into the cellar of Government House. 2 Marines were seated at the far end of a long, blank-walled corridor. One stood to attention. The other remained at his console. Identity, Commander, please. He waited as Ruth stared into a retinal pattern reader and put her hand on the identiplate. Ruth Cohen, Lieutenant Commander, Imperial Navy, unrestricted access to security systems, the box said. Now you, sir. It won't know me, Renner said. Sir, I know the drill, Sergeant. Renner looked into the box. A red light danced about in his eyes. Pattern recorded, subject unknown, the box said. The Marine touched buttons on his console. A door swung open to reveal a small antechamber that looked much like an airlock. As Renner and Cohen entered the antechamber, the Marine dictated, Lieutenant Commander Cohen and subject identified as Kevin Renner, civilian, Imperial Autonetics, entered security rooms. The inner door opened when the outer door was closed and locked. Renner couldn't help thinking of the weapons the Marines could use on them while they were locked into the comfortably furnished suite. There was a conference table, good chairs, and a couch, all identical to security rooms Renner had seen on a dozen planets. "Seems like home," he said. Ruth Cohen held herself stiffly. She set her recorder on the table and wiped her palms on her skirt. Renner read her nervousness. "You all right?" "Maybe I don't interview captains all that often." Renner grinned. "Don't look like one, do I? There's a price for this, you know." "What?" "You'll have dinner with me tonight." "Captain, what are they going to do, fire me?" Renner demanded. He made faces at the recorder, which wasn't on. "That for you. And no report until Commander Cohen agrees to go out with me." "Suppose I refuse?" Renner stared. "Then I make my report." "Oh." She smiled enchantingly. "In that case, I'd be delighted to have dinner with you." "Hot damn! How do you feel about—" "I won't touch crottled greeps." "Why is it everyone who's seen a crottled greep wants to watch someone else coping? Captain, does it strike you that you and I shouldn't be seen together very much?" "You're right," Renner said. "Heckfire. So, I guess that's that." She sat at the table. "Ready? Okay, recorder's on." She dictated date and time. "Report of Kevin Renner, Captain, Imperial Navy Intelligence, Case Officer. Lieutenant Commander Ruth Cohen." Renner waited until she had finished the introduction and header, then sat at the table. "Captain Sir Kevin Renner, KCMG, Navy Intelligence, Special Assignment. As stated in previous reports, we brought the Imperial Autonetics yacht, Sinbad, to Max Roy's purchase because of the suspicions of His Excellency Horace Hussein Al-Shamlan Berry, magnate. Berry's financial analysis indicated there might be irregularities. Imperial Autonetics has a startup factory here and owns 3 ships. So there was no problem about cover stories. 2 days after we arrived, there was an attempt to kidnap me." Ruth Cohen involuntarily drew in a deep breath. Renner grinned. "Glad you care." He leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling for a moment, then began to talk. He told about the attack, then what had preceded it. "Healthy greep. Look how it shimmies. Commander, if you keep laughing in the middle, I'll never get done." "That's not fair." "Sure it is." Renner continued with his night in the capital. At appropriate points he inserted recordings of what they had found out about the 3 attackers, Captain Reuben Fox and the history of Nauvoo Vision. "Mormons," Ruth Cohen said. 3 of them. It's hard to believe they're ordinary robbers." "Yeah, I noticed that," Renner said. "1 Mormon going bad is unfortunate. 3 at once is a conspiracy, not to mention that Berry is sure that Captain Fox is covering up." "General conclusions?" Ruth prompted. "Of my own? None. But His Excellency Horace Berry believes there may be moties loose in the purchase system. I do not. I think the outies are back." Ruth nodded grimly. "I don't think I believe in moties either," she said. "But the regulations are clear enough. This interview gets off to sector headquarters soonest. Discussion?" "Berry's paranoid," Renner said. "He always sees a moti threat." "But he could be right. And if he is, the governor's in a conspiracy against the Empire." "Captain, this report will go directly to sector headquarters. They may not know about you and His Excellency." Renner grinned. "Okay, Horace was born rich. His father made a massive fortune in interstellar trade after the Empire annexed Levant. Berry extended it. He's 116 years old, and he understands the flow patterns of money. A powerful force in the Empire is Horace Berry. He committed acts which put him afoul of Empire law, details classified, 26 years ago. We had both visited Moat Prime as part of the official expedition. I was just getting out of the Navy, having served as sailing master of the INSS battlecruiser MacArthur of ill fame. The only ship ever destroyed by aliens, she remembered. Other than blockade battles, Renner said, but essentially, yes. MacArthur was destroyed by Moti watchmakers. It's a class of Moti animal, not intelligent, and they have 4 arms, not 3. All kinds of people have speculated about that, including the Motis at Blaine Institute. Anyway, I was getting out, and Barry was facing a hangman's noose. He made a deal. For 25 years, he's been holding down rebellion and outie action all across the Empire, largely at his own expense, and I'm the guy the Navy assigned to watch him. He's dedicated, too. I've never caught him doing anything that would get in the way of his mission. Except once, he remembered. Why outies? Vengeance. Outies gored his ox? Renner sighed. Horace doesn't give a damn about outies. Outies take up time and resources. Anything that distracts the Empire from dealing with Motis is a threat to the human race and the children of Allah. Motis frightened Horace once. Nobody does that twice. Horace wants them extinct. Ruth Cohen looked puzzled. She glanced at the recorders. Captain, if the Motis did break out, would they be that big a threat? I don't know, Renner said. It's not impossible. It isn't that their technology is so much better than ours, as that their instinct for technology is beyond anything we know. Humans are better at science, but once the principles have been discovered, the Motis, the Browns anyway, the engineers, are better at turning them to practical use than any humans who ever lived. Example. They'd never heard of the Langston field when we arrived at Moat Prime, and before we left their system, they'd made improvements we never thought of. Another example, the magic coffee pot we got off MacArthur. By now, that technology is all over the Empire, even here. I'm sure some variant of the coffee pot is used to get the alcohol out of the sake I was drinking night before last. Thank you. Have you other observations? Yeah, my own plans. Barry's paranoia can be useful sometimes, but I don't like seeing him so nervous. He might do something hasty. Anyway, I trust he'll be busting his arse to find what he thinks are Motis. That leaves me free to track outies, if that's what we're facing. I want to show Barry that the Motis are still safely bottled up. We can't trust anyone but Barry's people, so we don't have any troops. Can't use the local cops. But there are some, avenues. Where has Captain Fox been sending his cargo pods? Is there an outie base in the asteroids? Why the peculiar flow of money? Imperial Autonetics is constantly being picked at by embezzlers. Robbing a corporation, it's like robbing a machine, for some people. Here it doesn't look like anyone's being robbed. She was smiling again. Is that bad? Well, it's odd. Something is hidden, but nobody's being robbed. What will you do? I'll do Renner. He grinned at her. I'll spend money. I'll make passes at pretty girls and ask shopkeepers about whatever they're selling and buy people drinks and generally get them talking. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll look into where Opal Meerschaum comes from. She was looking at him, frowning. Alone? More or less. I'll keep Barry's household posted as best I can. This is what I do. Anything else to report? Renner shook his head, and Ruth turned off the recorders. I always did wonder about the regulations about Motis, she said. What do we do now? First, you get this recording off to Sector. You do understand that no one on this planet sees it first. Give me a little credit. Oh, I've always known that beauty and brains go together. There are implications, you know. Lots of them, Ruth said. Kevin, have you thought this through? The true Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints has power, and a lot of members. If you're threatening it, they'll have plenty of gunmen, sure. Now think about what we could be doing to threaten that church. I did. So far I got nothing. Me either, Renner said. So, I'll keep poking around. Shopping centers had never come into vogue on the Purchase. Big and little shops were scattered through the city, a sudden surprise among the houses. Here, 4 huge rock slabs leaned against each other at the tops, with window glass in narrow triangles where the rock didn't meet. The boutique was a block from the Pitchfork River, in a neighborhood that had once been fashionable and was now getting to be again. Kevin Renner glanced in and saw a squarish chunk of white rock glittering with opal colors. He walked in. Chimes sounded above his head. He paid little attention to the cookware, lamps, rifles. Here was a row of glittering white pipes with amber bits, and one isolated that was fiery opal in a black matrix. Some were carved in intricate fashion. Faces, animals, and one flattened tube shaped like an imperial skip-glide fighter. A short, muscular, balding man emerged from somewhere aft. His eyes scanned Renner in genial fashion. He said, "The pipes?" "To right." "What kind of prices do these things carry? The black one, for instance." "Oh, no, sir. That's a used pipe. Mine. After I close up, then it comes out of the case. It's there for display." How long?" The old man had it out on the counter. It had been carved into a face, a lovely woman's face. Long, wavy hair ran down the bit. "I've been smoking Giselle here for 26 years. But it doesn't take that long. A year, year and a half. The matrix will blacken up nicely. Longer for the larger pipes." "Longer if I like switching pipes, too." "How? You'll find you smoke just the one pipe at home, sir. Opal meerschaum doesn't go stale after a few thousand puffs. Briar is what you'll take on trips." "Interesting. You took the cheaper pipes on trips, of course, and the little ones. Big pipes were more awkward but smoked better. But most of the pipes in view were pocket-sized." "Do you keep the bigger ones somewhere else?" "No, sir. This is all we have." That big one?" 900 crowns. The proprietor moved it to the counter. It was an animal's head, vaguely elephantine. "That's high. I've seen better carving," Renner said. "An opal meerschaum?" "Well, no." "Is it difficult to carve?" The old man smiled. "Not really. Local talent. It may be you'd want to buy a blank, like this." It was bigger yet, with a bowl bigger than Renner's fist, and a long shank and short bit. "Take it to another world. Give it to a better carver." "How much?" $13.50. It wasn't Kevin's money. Very little of what passed through his fingers was Kevin's money. There would be a Navy pension, and he might be in Barry's will. But this would be charged to expenses. Nonetheless, Kevin shook his head and said, "Wow." "Higher, on other worlds, much higher, and the value goes up as you smoke it." The man hesitated, then said, 1,200. "Would you go 1,000? "No. Look into some other stores. Come back if you change your mind." "Rape it. Sell me that. Do you have tobacco, too?" Kevin handed over his pocket computer and waited while the proprietor verified the transfer, wrapped the pipe, handed it across, and added a tin of local tobacco gratis. Kevin knew what he wanted to ask next, and suddenly knew that he didn't have to. He just grinned, and let silence stretch until the old man grinned back and said, "Nobody knows." "Well, how does it come in?" "Private flyers. Men go out and come back with the stone." "Are you thinking that they could be made to talk?" "Well, there are criminal elements in Pitchfork River. They don't control the opal meerschaum and never have. My suppliers say they don't know where it comes from. They always bought it from somewhere else. I've heard it so often I'm beginning to believe it. I helped finance some geologists once when I was younger. They never found anything. Money into a rat hive. Too bad. You won't find a shop that sells only the opal meerschaum. It's sporadic. There hasn't been a new source in 20 years. That's why it's so high. Some of us think it comes from the north. The north is more geologically active, and the flyers mostly go out in that direction. But he was willing to bargain. Renner told his pocket computer, set to record. 2 other dealers offered me deals too. That's 3 out of 4. I think they're expecting a new source any time now. That would drop the price. It would fit the cycles you noticed. Slow rise in price, peak, steep drop, every 20 years or so. He put the computer away. The taxi settled and let him out. He was in a narrow wedge of manicured forest in Tanner Park, and a bridge was in view of the north. Across the bridge, the spill. It wasn't quite a slum, but the houses crowded too close, and potholes and broken light strips weren't repaired at once, and the crime rate was high. Renner hadn't wanted to get out of a taxi here. He strolled through the streets, looking for what there was to see. That sign, the Maguey Worm, on a tall concrete building painted in garish murals. Surely that was where he had fried his brains night before last. Not that it mattered much. Renner went in. Mid-afternoon, not much of a crowd. 4 at the bar, 2 at a big table, all men. Working men, by their look. Comfortable, durable clothes. Renner ordered watering liqueur and settled back to soak up atmosphere. There are those who prey on tourists. But nobody made a move. He might have been invisible. Renner unwrapped his package. Carefully, he filled the bowl of the pipe with tobacco, then lit up. Staring is a universal insult, and nobody was. But others had become aware of his existence. Renner said aloud, "The old guy was right. That's a terrific smoke." It was true. "I wouldn't know," the bartender said, and a brawny guy 2 chairs down said, "Amen." He was wearing several layers of clothing, like the hunters of 2 nights ago, geared for cold, wearing it all because it was the easiest way to carry it. Renner looked disconcerted. "Oops, I should have asked. Smoking's allowed in the Maguey Worm." The bartender jerked his thumb upward at the high ceiling and slowly turning fans. "Go ahead. It'll give the place a bit of class. I'm told you should be drinking Scalish with that for the taste, or B&B. Pour me a Scalish, then. Bubble on the side. Around for the house. You too." "The house thanks you," the bartender said. "Amen," said 6 customers, and the house became busy. One of the hunters raised his glass to Renner. "You were in here, what, 2 nights ago?" "Wednesday," the bartender said. "We don't get a lot of off-planet trade here." His voice was friendly, but it held a question. Renner shrugged. The hunter came over to Renner's table. "Mind?" "Thanks." He sat and looked pointedly at Renner's pipe. "He sure ain't broke." Renner grinned. "I got lucky once. The trick is to imply that anyone can get lucky. I'm a rich man's pilot. I can play tourist when I'm on a planet while Barry busts his ass making more money. You want local color? You came to the right place. I'm Ajax Boynton. Kevin Renner." "Sir Kevin," Boynton said. "Saw you on Tri-V. Hey, fellows, we got a celebrity." Renner grinned. "Pull up a chair. Tell me tall tales." He waved to the bartender, who had politely moved out of earshot. "Another round." 4 more joined him. 2 ordered straight orange juice. It cost as much as liquor. They introduced themselves as the Scott brothers, James and Darwin. "I take it things are slow?" Kevin asked. "A little. Darwin Scott said. He shrugged massive shoulders. Snow ghost hunting's a chancy thing. Get a good one and you make money, but you don't always. Then what? Then you wait for somebody to stake you, Ajax Boynton said. You looking to invest some money? Renner looked thoughtful. Truth is, I'd like to own a snow ghost fur, and I'd like to shoot it myself. What would it cost me? 5,000 buys a quarter share, Boynton said. 10,000 buys 40%. Why, with 10,000 worth of gear, we have a better chance of getting a ghost. Oh. Plausible. Still interested? Sure, if I get to come along. Boynton looked annoyed. Hunting ghosts isn't dude work. We lose people. You keep saying that. With IR gear and sonar, and the best damn acoustic gear we can come up with, James Scott said. And we lose people, because it's a long way north. The Aurora mucks up electronics, and ghosts move fast, his brother said. They dig in near tree roots, where you can't get a good sonar map. They stay down in the snow, so the IR doesn't spot them. And they can swim under snow faster than you can walk. Forget it, mister. Let's see now. I back you for 10,000 worth of gear, which I leave behind when the ship lifts. A good ghost fur costs what? Straight from you, no retailer. Darwin Scott said, I'd get around 20,000. Renner's sources were accurate. So call it another 20,000 when I get back, and call that incentive to bring the greenhorn back alive. Total, 30,000. They were trying to maintain poker faces, but he surely had their interest. Just that, and you keep your 60%, but I expect you to indulge yet another whim. Three men sighed. Renner said, See, I can't think of any reason not to hunt snow ghosts, where I might stumble across some opal meerschaum, too. Three men were hiding smiles. Ajax Boynton said, Me neither. If you've got a place in mind, I'll tell you if there are snow ghosts there. Let's find a map. 4. Snow Ghost. Have you not seen how your lord lengthens out the shadow? He could have kept it motionless if he liked. Yet we make the sun its pilot to show the way. Al-Quran. Is this wise? Barry sipped at coffee and examined the map projected on the wall. It will certainly not be comfortable. Renner shrugged. I like comfort. But hey, if I can get a snow ghost fur, it'll sure keep me warm enough. So will synthetics, and they are much cheaper. Why the area between the glaciers? Oh, hell, Barry. How do you know Reuben Fox is hiding something, but he isn't stealing and can't be bribed? Brains and instinct and technique. It took me all afternoon. We talked. The Scott brothers switched from orange juice to tea. The Maguey Worm has a magic coffee pot variation. Gilby makes a liter of tea and then lets the caffeine filter out through the wall. Takes 5 minutes. More Moti influence. Right off of your ships, Horace. Anyway, I pointed at various parts of the map. All of it in the region where the northern lights play, but that's fairly large. Snow ghosts? Yes, no, maybe. They'd never live here. They've been hunted out there. My brother got one here a year ago. I wish you had a fast-forward switch, Kevin. By and by, Boynton said he'd heard opal meerschaum came from under the hand glacier. The Scott brothers said it didn't. It had been searched by an uncle or something. And besides, the place had been hunted out of snow ghosts 20 years ago. So I went on pointing, and every place I pointed, the Scott brothers thought I might find a snow ghost there. Ah, there's something in the hand. The Mormons know about it, and Boynton doesn't. For that matter, it might be opal meerschaum, under the glacier. You wait till the glacier moves. That's why the market's so sporadic. Given the geology, I would not be surprised. But what is that to you? Renner spread his hands. One hand, it's cold and miserable. Other hand, the source of opal meerschaum is a big secret, and we're looking for secrets. Gripping hand— Berry suppressed a shudder. Gripping hand, they're interested. What is Horace Berry after? Opal meerschaum? Something else? And you trust your companions, whom you met in a bar? I had Ruth Cohen check on them. Boynton and the Scott brothers are well known. No trouble with the police, except that Boynton gets drunk when he has a good hunt. The Maguey Worm is one of half a dozen places where ghost hunters hang out looking for a stake. Still? You have a better lead? I have leads, and a different manner of searching. Berry gestured to indicate his travel chair. Certainly you are better suited to follow this than I am. Kevin, communications will not be reliable in that area. The crew on Sinbad can attempt to keep track of you, but it is not likely they will succeed. No guts, no glory. Renner grinned. Besides, I'll have Boynton and the Scott brothers looking out for me. They each get an extra 5,000 if I get back alive. 10 each if I have a snow ghost. What can go wrong? The glacier ended in sharp edges bordered in bare, rocky ground. The bare spots ranged from a few meters to several kilometers before vanishing into the snow. They flew past a cluster of buildings nestled against the glacier edge. 2 buildings stood out, one wide and low, the other taller and more massive. Mist and steam rose from all the clear ground areas to the thick cloud cover above them, so that it was hard to see the town. Zion, Ajax Boynton said. Looks interesting, Renner said. Maybe 4,000 population, maybe less. For us, Darwin Scott said, that's one of the true temples. But there won't be any ghosts near there. No opal meerschaum either. Not there, Boynton agreed. But that stuff's gotta be near here somewhere. Why? We know the jade comes from here. We know people say so, James Scott said. But I never met anyone who'd found any. You have too, Ajax Boynton said. Ralph, hell, I forget, came to the Maguey and bought for the house. Yeah, and the next day bought a ticket for Tabletop, James Scott said. I'd forgotten him. Okay, so you can get lucky. Never did understand that, Boynton said. Ralph Plemons, that was his name. I didn't know him all that well, but I sure never figured him to leave the purchase. He looked down at the map display on the flyer's navigation screen. 15 more clicks south and 20 east. I know a good place. Renner studied the rugged ground below. It rolled with hills mostly covered with thin forest. Those bumbershoot trees needed a lot of room. The area near the glacier was obscured with mist, but away from it the air was clearer. Brush and treetops thrust up through the snow in the clearings. Just where do you land? He asked. You land on a lake, Darwin Scott said. He touched the light pen to the area Boynton had indicated. The bush plane banked slightly and changed course. A shallow lake. Why shallow? Renner asked. Snow ghosts aren't the only things that eat people, James Scott said. Boynton here lost a partner to a freshwater cecil. You sure this isn't the same lake? Hell no. I told Brad that lake was too deep, Boynton said. 15 minutes later, James Scott took manual control of the plane. He brought it in low and circled a patch that was clear of trees. All 3 hunters used binoculars to study the lake. The snow cover was undisturbed. No blowholes, Boynton said. Looks okay. Scott brought the plane in low and let it settle onto the frozen lake. He circled the perimeter several times before he taxied out to the lake's center. You want to flatten the snow, he said. All around your camp. Pack it tight. Whose partner got eaten in his sack? Renner asked. They just looked at him. Nobody's that stupid, Boynton said. The Scott brothers unfolded the tent and inflated it. It was larger than the flyer. Darwin Scott said, "Ajax, are you trying to break the man?" "Actually, I bought it," Renner said. "It looked comfortable." Darwin Scott looked at the tent and laughed. His breath made a thick plume in the cold air. "Comfortable? Renner, you're not supposed to be comfortable when you hunt snow ghosts." Renner's pocket calculator beeped softly to indicate that Sinbad would be overhead. He held the calculator to his ear, but there was only static. Renner shrugged and spoke into it. "I don't expect anyone to hear me. Nothing to report. We're on snow buggies about 30 clicks from camp, and we haven't seen a thing. There are a lot of caves under the glacier edge, too many. It would take a year to explore them. Nobody cares if we go toward Zion except Boynton gets disgusted at how candy-ass I am, wanting to go to a town instead of hunting a ghost. I told him if there was an opal meerschaum source, there had to be people nearby. So I'm looking for a town bigger than it should be. But when we start to go much more than 40 kilometers south of Zion, the Scott brothers start to twitch. That's where we found that interesting fissure in the hand glacier. Could be just my imagination, of course." Renner put the computer back in the pocket of his parka and gunned the snow buggy to catch up closer to Darwin Scott. The wind was cold on his face. He pulled the parka up tighter around his nose, adjusted the goggles, and wondered if he'd ever be warm again, despite the electric heaters in his boots and gloves. His suspicions were starting to feel silly, and he didn't know why. Attitude problem. So what if it's a blind alley? Keep smiling. Pretend you're having fun. Get yourself a fur. Impress Commander Cohen. They drove south for another 15 minutes, then Scott slowed to a stop. When Renner pulled alongside, Scott took out snowshoes. "We take it slow from here, and no talking." Scott pointed to the forest edge a kilometer away. "Maybe in there. Good ghost country." "Wouldn't they hear us coming?" "They heard," Scott said. "They'll be watching. Most will run away from 2 guys with rifles. They'd all run from 4. "They can tell we're armed?" Scott shrugged. "Some say so. I believe it." "You said most will run." "A hungry one might not. Now, no talking. They don't like talk. Don't know why." It took Renner a few minutes to get the hang of snowshoes. These were shorter and wider than skis. Renner learned to walk with a shuffle, using the poles to help push along. James Scott tried to help him, but he couldn't suppress the grin. The weight of the heavy rifle slung on Renner's back was some comfort when they went past a bloody patch of snow strewn with bones. Big bones, larger than a cow's, or a man's. Renner thought enviously of Ajax Boynton back in the tent with tea and brandy. Boynton hadn't believed there were any ghosts in this area. They reached the edge of the woods, and Scott gestured Renner off to his left, briskly. They'd been making good time. That was his problem. James and Darwin weren't holding back anymore. Maybe his impression had been wrong. Maybe they'd simply decided to indulge the greenhorn. Maybe they weren't hiding anything at all. They moved farther into the woods. It was a strange place, dotted with bare-limbed maples from Earth, and bumbershoots, and a tall whippy thing with fuzzy bark that grew 20 meters above the snow, then drooped again, some drooping so far that their tops were beneath the snow. As they moved farther in, the trees were spaced closer, some only 3 meters apart. Whatever underbrush there might be was buried under snow. His snowshoes kept trying to plunge through. It would be easy to break a leg. Darwin Scott stopped at intervals to thrust a long pole into the snow. The top of the pole had meters and a jack for earphones. Darwin listened, then waved them onward. Snow mounded on underbrush could be snow mounded on a ghost, Renner thought. He'd seen a hollow flick of a ghost in action. He knew its shape. But he kept seeing shapes that might be ghosts. And he'd point, and James would shake his head and grin. 4 two-chamber hearts the beast had. The explosive bullets were pointed to do less damage to the fur. A bullet in the torso might kill. One in the head would kill, but would damage the trophy, and the head was harder to hit. James stopped, pointed. Darwin nodded vigorously. The mound was quite shallow. Kevin Renner stared, his gun not raised, not yet, but the shape wouldn't. Yeah, you could find symmetry there, and if the ground dipped beneath the beast and its legs were folded along the torso, then— James and Darwin were both aiming at the mound, but they waited. Which end was which? Kevin swung his rifle forward and fired twice into the center of the mound. The head came up, 3 feet off the ground on a thick neck. It wobbled, turned to look at him. Kevin's peripheral vision caught both Scott brothers running full out, while Kevin backed away, ready for the charge. Darwin shouted, "Run!" The beast reared to its feet, lumbered toward him. Faster than it looked, and Renner turned to run, but the beast's foreleg collapsed, and it skidded through the snow. It tried to rise again, and Renner had a clear shot past its shoulder into the torso. He fired again. The snow ghost stayed down. Its head was up, weaving, trying to focus its eyes. Then the head dropped into the snow. They built a frame to hang the beast. James and Darwin skinned it carefully, while Renner followed his footprints back to the snowmobile. He got back dead tired. The brothers had the beast open and were cleaning out the abdominal cavity. He'd have been interested in the makeup of the alien beast, but the brothers' knives had chewed its innards into unrecognizability. He rested while the Scots relayed back for the other vehicles. It was the last rest he got that day. He helped roll up the fur, bloody side out, and roll plastic around it. They cleaned the carcass and dressed the meat and packed it into 2 snowmobiles. The roll of fur rode prominently on top of Renner's buggy. Darwin clapped Renner on the back. "Now we can go back. Good shot, man. Looks like you blew one of the hearts, and the hydraulic shock took out the rest." "I want a long rest in a spa." Renner felt wiped out. Darwin looked concerned. "Can you drive? We can leave one buggy and come back for it." "No, I'm all right." There wasn't enough room left in either snow buggy for 2 people and the remains of the bear. Renner felt pride washing back his fatigue. They hadn't planned on this big a kill. "You'll get your spa in Zion," Darwin said, "tomorrow." "Hey, why so soon? We could take another ghost tomorrow, and I'm still wondering where the opal meerschaum—" "Mr. Renner, that rug should be treated before it starts to rot. The meat should be sold before it rots. You don't hang snow ghost meat or any other red meat animal native to the purchase. Has to be eaten fresh." "Oh." They covered 5 or 6 miles before the snowmobile came back for them. Renner wondered why they hadn't simply camped, and didn't ask. Walking was something he did to let his mind get organized, and he'd had a number of interesting thoughts. Boynton swore at the size of the carcass. "I still don't believe it. This place was hunted 5 years ago. How would it have time to grow so big?" The brothers had only grinned and kept working. There was certainly work enough for 4. They'd laid a fire, they'd cut wood and built a platform to hang half the carcass over it. The sunset afterlight was dwindling, and the cooking meat smelled wonderful. And Renner was going to hurt tomorrow. It was a matter of pride. You ate the meat when you killed a ghost, they told him. You opened cans when you'd failed. "It feels like I've been diddled, and I don't know how or why," Renner told his pocket computer. No way of knowing if it was getting through. "There should be more to it. But we're going back to Zion tomorrow, unless I see some way around it." He closed the computer. He was ravenous. The meat would take another hour to cook through. Would it taste as good as dinner at the palace? Less well-seasoned, maybe, less well-cooked, but fresher. And there was the sauce. Exhaustion and hunger. 4 men would be hard put to make a dent in that much meat. That much meat. He flipped the computer open. The ship would be halfway to the horizon, damn it. The ghost was well fed. Why didn't it attack like the one we watched at the palace? I didn't blow a heart open. It lived too long. It acted drugged. The Scott brothers didn't seem weary enough either. If I'm not seeing mirages, there'd have to be a lot of men involved. This is big. They collapsed the tent and loaded it with the fur and the snow buggies into the cargo compartment of the plane. The snow ghost meat was lashed to the struts holding the landing skids. Boynton climbed in and sat in the pilot's seat. "Hey," Darwin Scott said. "Oh, hell, I'll fly," Boynton said. "I didn't do anything else to earn my keep. Son of a bitch. I'd never have believed that big a ghost would be in here. Farther south, yeah, but not just here." "Why didn't we land farther south?" Renner asked. "Lakes are too big," Boynton said. "Lots of warm streams from the volcanoes. Most lakes don't even freeze, and they're all deep. You want to go down there, you land here and take a long trip on a snow buggy." He spat through the window. "Which I had intended to do, son of a bitch." James laughed. "Renner, I wanted to see how you moved before we got into real danger. I didn't expect any snow ghost, not there." The Scott brothers climbed in. James took the right-hand seat next to Boynton. "I'm a pilot," Renner said. "Next time," James Scott said. "This is tricky, with the plane loaded down." "He's right," Boynton agreed. "You ever fly one of these things?" "Didn't think so." "I'll check you out in Zion. Right now we ought to get that fur somewhere it'll be properly treated. That's a good fur." Renner strapped in behind James Scott and waited until Boynton had the plane airborne. "Hey, Ajax, take us over the woods where I shot the ghost." Boynton grinned. "Right. Want to have a look myself." "We really ought to be getting in," Darwin Scott said. "Hell, the man wants to see the place," James said. "Would myself. Good shooting, Mr. Renner." "We'll just circle and go on," Darwin Scott said. "That's a good fur." "It is that," Boynton agreed. There had been light snow that night, but Renner could still make out their snow buggy tracks in places. The area where they had stopped was clearly marked, and so were some of their snowshoe tracks. "Must have been a lot of wind through here," Boynton muttered. Renner frowned. Boynton was right. There was very little snow caught in the trees here. In the woods near the lake, where they'd landed, there had been a lot more. Here there was less in the trees, more on the ground. "Hmm?" "Right down there," James Scott said. "Here, I'll take it a moment." The plane banked and turned in a tight spiral so that Renner could see down to the scene of his triumph. Boynton was on the high side of the plane. He craned up and looked off to the left. "What the hell?" "What?" Renner demanded. He craned past Boynton. "Tracks?" South of the forest, the snow looked chewed. Snowmobile tires, men's footprints, the blurred circle where a helicopter must have come down and taken off. A hell of a lot of activity. Renner said, "Okay, take us—" Darwin Scott drove his elbow into Renner's stomach. Renner gasped, and a sickly sweet smell filled his lungs. He sat back with a sappy grin on his face. "Peace, Sam," he said. "What the hell?" Boynton demanded. "Gentile friend, you have seen nothing," Darwin Scott said. "Gentile. Church business?" "He is not a Gentile," James Scott said. "Lapsed, but he was born to the church." "I must think on this," Darwin said. A part of Renner's mind told him that Boynton was acting strangely, and so were the Scotts. But he didn't really care. When the plane banked slightly, so that his head rolled, he saw that Darwin was holding a pistol. Renner giggled. "Use the spray," James Scott said. "I have the controls." "Hey, I don't want to be no giggling idiot," Boynton said, "Look, if this is church business, hell, give me the skin and my share of the gear, and it's quits for me. I'll say we got a ghost, and the dude wanted to hunt some more, so we split up. You took the dude off to a place you didn't want me to know about. After that, it's up to you." "It would even be true," Darwin Scott said. "We must think on this." "While you're thinking, where the hell are we going?" Boynton demanded. "Outside Zion, there is a small lake," Darwin Scott said. "Land on that." 5. The True Church. Come, come, ye saints, no toil or labor fear, but with joy wend your way. Though hard to you this journey may appear, grace shall be as your day. 'Tis far better for us to strive, our useless cares from us to drive. Do this, and joy your hearts will swell. All is well, all is well. Hymns of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. A tiny red light danced in Ruth Cohen's eyes, then the massive door opened before she could touch the bell. The butler was dressed in a traditional manner. Ruth hadn't seen anyone in that costume except in Government House and Tri-V shows. "Welcome, Commander. His Excellency has been expecting you." Ruth glanced down at her best civilian dress and grinned wryly. The butler took her overcoat and handed it to another servant. "His Excellency is in the library," he said, and ushered her down the hall. Barry was in his travel chair, not at the desk, but at an elaborately inlaid game table. "You will forgive me if I do not stand? Thank you. Would you care for a drink? We have an excellent Madeira, not from Earth, I fear, but from Santiago, which many say is not greatly inferior." "I would really prefer coffee." Barry smiled. "Turkish or filter?" "Filter. Cynthia, the Kona, I believe, and my usual. Thank you." Barry indicated a chair. "Please be seated, Commander. Thank you." Ruth smiled. "Your hospitality is a bit overwhelming." Barry's expression didn't change. "Thank you. But I'm certain that a vice admiral's daughter has seen better. Now, what can I do for you?" Ruth looked pointedly around the paneled room. Barry grinned mirthlessly. "If anyone can listen to me without my knowledge and consent, some very expensive experts will regret it." "I suppose. Your Excellency, Sir Kevin invited me to dinner. Now, I'm probably not the first girl he ever stood up, but there's a matter of his reports as well, and when I called here, no one seemed to know where he was." She shrugged. "So I came looking." Barry's lips twitched. "And I presume you have left messages with the Imperial Marines in case you also vanish?" Ruth blushed slightly. Barry laughed. "Renner said you were clever. The truth is, Commander, I was about to call you. I don't know where he is either." "Oh." "You put a very great deal of expression into that syllable. You are fond of my impetuous pilot?" "I don't have to say." "Indeed." "And he was supposed to make reports." "I have them, recorded," Barry said. "Renner concocted a scheme for exploring the outback with 3 snow ghost hunters. He was suspicious of 2. They left 3 days ago. I have received no coherent message since." "You have a ship in orbit." "Indeed, and Renner's pocket computer was programmed to remind him of the times when Sinbad would be above the area in which they would be hunting. At least once we received garbled signals that we assume were from Renner." "You didn't go look for him?" Barry indicated his travel chair. "That is hardly my way. What I did was invite Captain Fox to dinner." "Have you learned anything else about our problem?" "A great deal, but nothing about Renner," Barry said. Renner was glad of the blindfold. A blindfold could mean they didn't intend to kill him. On the other hand, it might mean that they wanted him to think that. On the gripping hand, the snow ghost. They'd made massive efforts to keep him alive up to now. His mind was clearing. The drug had worn off to that extent, but he couldn't walk. He was strapped to a gurney and carried from the lake where they landed to a closed vehicle. The only time anyone spoke to him was when he tried to ask where he was. Then a voice he hadn't heard before said, "We understand that 2 doses of peaceable Sam within a few hours produces a terrible hangover. You'd best be quiet." He decided that was good advice and concentrated on remembering everything he could. The snow tractor drove for about 10 minutes. Then he was outside briefly. They went in and down in an elevator, and presently he felt smooth acceleration. Subway train. They are really organized. He had about decided he was wrong when he felt deceleration and heard the sounds of electrically operated doors. Someone started to speak and was shushed. They carried him to another elevator, which went down a long way. Then he was rolled down a long corridor with only gentle turns, then to another elevator, and after that he was maneuvered around often enough that he lost all sense of direction. "So," a new voice said, "let us see what you have brought us. Remove the blindfold and straps." Renner blinked. The room was large and completely enclosed. Doors, but no windows. He was at one end of a long conference table. They indicated a chair and helped him sit in it. His legs still didn't want to do what he told them to. 4 men sat at the other end of the table. Bright light glared past them into Renner's face, so that he could see them only in outline. The Scott brothers stood next to him. One held a spray can, the other had a pistol. They dressed him in someone else's clothes and removed everything he'd been carrying. Renner felt for the alarm tooth and bit it. There was a chuckle from the end of the table. "If you have a transmitter that can send a message from here, I will buy it from you no matter what it costs." 100,000 crowns, Renner said. "I appreciate humor, but perhaps we are short of time. Have you anything serious to say before we fill you with Circanol?" "You've been busting your asses to keep me alive. You had to find a decent snow ghost, herd him north into the forest, wait till he killed something, drug him, hover over the trees on a helicopter to shake the snow down to cover him up. 20 or 30 men, a dozen snow buggies, and a helicopter. Indeed, I'm honored." "What do you think you found, Mr. Renner?" "Better you should ask, what does Horace Berry think we found? Me? I thought it was more piracy. Then again, you go to too much trouble. It can't be cost-effective. Religious motives. I'm feeling a little light-headed." "I expect you are." "Mr. Scott?" Darwin Scott took a bottle of scotch from Renner's pack and set it on the table with a glass. "They tell me this stuff helps." Renner poured a hefty shot and drank half of it. "Thanks. Coffee does it even better. What do I call you?" "Ah, Mr. Elder will do." Renner tried to grin. "Like I said, religious motives. You understand, I thought this out last night after I realized the ghost was drugged. I still don't understand all that. You'd have done better just to leave things alone. Barry never cared about your opal meerschaum, and nobody's actually robbing anyone." Mr. Elder's shadow shifted restlessly. "It's a problem. Many of my people do not feel they earn credit in heaven by doing nothing. You still have not said what you suspect." "I think you've got a periodic jump point to New Utah." The men looked at each other. "There's an old description of New Utah system. A good yellow star and a neutron star companion in an eccentric orbit. New Utah must have had billions of years to build up an oxygen atmosphere after the supernova. The neutron star hasn't been a pulsar for at least that long." Renner's head felt clearer. Coffee would have been better, but the drink had helped. And he'd had time to think last night. He said, for most of a 21-year cycle, the neutron star is way out beyond the comets. Quiet, dark. When it dips close to the major sun, solar wind and meteors rain down through that god-awful gravity field. It flares. The jump points depend on electromagnetic output. You get a jump point length that lasts maybe 2 years. That's when you import opal meerschaum, among other— Enough! It bothers me to be so transparent, Renner, but this is a very old secret. The soil isn't right on New Utah. The true church would die without periodic fertilizer shipments. Renner nodded. But the gripping hand is Barry. He thinks you're dealing with Modis. If he goes on thinking that, Barry's crazy. He'll drop an asteroid on you and explain to the Navy later. An asteroid? Yeah, he thinks that way. Maybe he'll decide that takes too long and just use a fusion bomb. Whatever he does, it'll be drastic. Then he could clean up New Utah without interference, without the Navy ever knowing. He has abducted Captain Fox, Elder said. If Fox knows where I am, Barry will know. He does not, but he does know where your jump ships hang out, Renner said. You've got a problem. Maybe I can help. How? Renner looked pointedly around the room. As you said, it's an old secret. I'm surprised you kept it this long. There have been few with Horace Berry's resources seeking it. Resources, brains, and paranoia, Renner said. I guarantee you he won't believe anything you can tell him about what happened to me. Doesn't matter who tells him either. If I don't get back, he'll think Modis were involved. And he'll know just where to look. I take it I'm under the Hand Glacier? You've got a spaceport around here. A secret one. Barry'll find it. Is there anything you do not know? Come on! It all fits once you get the key part about New Utah. Renner hesitated. Then again, I don't truly know that you aren't dealing with Motis. If you're doing that, you've betrayed the human race, and you should be nuked. Slowly, Mr. Elder said, How can we persuade you? Easy. We'll clear that up in a couple of hours. I'll tell you then. Meanwhile, let's think about talking Barry out of whatever mischief he's planning. I'd better do that pretty quick. And after that? Then we talk to the governor. Look, right now you haven't done anything to get you in that much trouble. Only enough to be hanged for high treason. Technically, Renner agreed. But if they hanged everyone who trades with relatives on outie worlds, they'd run out of rope. The only people killed so far were yours. This is madness. A voice with a whine in it. Elders, brothers, this man knows everything. We can't just let him go. Better what I know than what Barry suspects, Renner said. Understand something. His Excellency will make sure, I mean really sure, that there aren't any Modis involved. Once he's done that, he'll be so relieved, it won't be hard to get him to talk to the governor. What's the governor got against you? A little trading with outies, nothing serious. Jackson will be glad of a chance to convince the church that the Empire's no real threat. He's been looking for someone to negotiate with. And look, if New Utah is dying for lack of fertilizer, they should be in the Empire. We'll make them another offer while the jump point's still open. The leading elder stood. This must be discussed. Is there anything else you need? Yeah, there's some coffee in my backpack. Renner got to his feet. He tried rotating his hips, a standard back exercise. He didn't fall down. I seem to be recovered. Now, you've been wary of launching your ship while Barry's on the purchase, correct? Yes. Take me to it. Show me that ship. No arguments, no phone calls. Take me there now. All of you. I didn't give them time to fool with the ship. They couldn't have done much anyway. They led me right to it. I saw everything, outside and in. There's nothing of watchmaker manufacture. Horace, I know the Moti touch. There's no mistaking their hand. They make one widget do 2 or 3 jobs at once. They don't know from right angles. You remember. Barry was silent, head bowed, eyes hooded in shadow. I found 2 variants on the Moti coffee pot. One takes the caffeine out of tea. The other must have been added in the last month. The joins are still new. It filters the hydrogen fuel. There's a layer of Moti superconductor under the reentry shield. All 3 carried the Imperial Autonetics logo. Ruth Cohen was perched at the edge of her chair. They took you there right away? I damn well made them. 3 different elevators. But I took the whole entourage with me. They cooperated. I'm as sure as can be that they didn't phone ahead. Mr. Elder had to threaten the guards with damnation when we got there. And then they made calls while I inspected the outside. But I was inside within 5 minutes. Barry? Barry's head came up. Yes? Do I have your attention? I wasn't sure. Look, if you had access to watchmakers and engineers and I'd kill them. You know that. There was no force behind his words. He looked old. Assume. Just assume that they're allies. Pretend you trust them. Wouldn't you set them loose on a ground-to-orbit ship? A little improvement in a space shuttle can double the cargo capacity. For a smuggler, that's golden. But it was an old ship, refurbished, and the engineering was entirely human, and not very good at that. These people are not in contact with Motis, Mr. Barry. Barry didn't move. Ruth Cohen used the stylus to make notes on the face of her pocket computer. Kevin, I believe you, but we still have to be sure. You'll take care of that, Renner said. They've got a ship on station at that wavering jump point. Send a small ship with a couple of Navy people to inspect that ship. Go yourself. When they signal that it's clean, we talk to the governor. It will work, Ruth said. Governor Jackson would look very good if he could persuade New Utah to come into the Empire without a fight. And this might just do it. Fertilizer. Well, they're not the first world to have a soil problem. All right. Between the regulations about Motis and your reputation, we won't have any trouble getting Captain Torgerson to send a scout ship out to the jump point. One of the local church people ought to go, so there won't be a fight. Orrin, Renner said. The one who called himself Mr. Elder is a high-ranking bishop named Orrin. Send him. Renner poured himself a brandy. And that takes care of that. Mr. Barry? Damn it, Horace! Only Horace Barry's sunken dark eyes moved. They burned. They're not here now. They're still corked up behind the blockade for now. For a quarter of a century, I have left it to the Navy to keep them that way. Kevin, I have remembered too much. I've always known how dangerous they are. I manage not to think about it unless I'm asleep. Kevin, we must visit the blockade fleet. What? At Murchison's Eye? Yes. I need to know that the Navy is on duty, else I will go mad. Ruth Cohen spoke. Your Excellency, your dossier indicates that the Secret Service may take exception to your plans. Barry grinned. Let them hang me, then. No, I don't mean that, and of course you're right. I'll have to be persuasive in a number of places. We'll have to go to Sparta. Sparta, Ruth Cohen sighed. I'd like to see Sparta someday. Come with us, Renner said. What? Kevin, I'm assigned here. We can get those orders changed. I can requisition people at need. What need? She asked suspiciously. Well, I thought so. Actually, there is a very good reason, Barry said. Kevin, you propose to convince the governor to condone high treason. I do not doubt your ability to justify that on Sparta, but it will do no harm to have another Navy officer confirm our story. Barry drained his coffee. So, Commander, if you will see to the investigation of the ship at the jump point, Nabil will make Sinbad ready for the voyage. That'll give me some time, Renner said. I'm going back to the spill. Surely we have better wines and whiskies here. Barry glanced significantly at Ruth Cohen. And better companionship as well. Oh, easily. But that miserable wimp Boynton still has my snow ghost fur. I'm going down to the Maguey Worm and take it back. Part 2. Sparta. Treason doth never prosper. What's the reason? For if it prosper, none dare call it treason. Sir John Harrington. 1. Capital City. For forms of government, let fools contest. Whate'er is best administered is best. Alexander Pope, Epistle 3, of the Nature and State of Man with Respect to Society. A.D. 3046. Imperial University. The Imperial University was founded in co-dominium times as the University of Sparta and enjoyed close ties to several Earth institutions, including the University of Chicago, Stanford University, Columbia, Westinghouse Institute, and the University of Cambridge. In exchange for the privilege of appointing a majority of the regents, the first kings of Sparta endowed the University of Sparta with extensive lands in the hill regions south and east of the capital. Much of that land was subsequently leased to commercial institutions, so that the university enjoys a large income not under political control. The name was changed to Imperial University during the early years of the First Empire. The capital has also expanded to engulf lands previously granted to the aristocracy, some of whom retain estates now surrounded by city buildings. The study at Blaine Manor looked like what the designer had imagined were the rooms of an Oxford don in the 19th century. The furniture was leather and dark wood. Holograms of books lined the 7-meter walls, and a rolling ladder stood in one corner. Roderick Lord Blaine, Earl of Acrux, DSC, GCMG, Captain ISN retired, frowned at it as he went past. Nobody ever used it except to maintain the hologram generators. He'd sworn a dozen times to have the place redecorated to something more functional. But so far, nothing that appealed to him was satisfactory to Sally. And it did show images of real books in his library. As usual, he looked over some of the titles. Macaulay's History of England stood next to Gibbon. Crofton's Guide to the Co-Dominium. Savage's classic Lysander the Great. Ought to read that one again. Blaine crossed the study and went into the small office off to one side. I thought I heard a door slam. Sally Blaine looked up from the computer. Glenda Ruth. Another fight? Let's just say our daughter is not entirely happy with the rules at Blaine Manor. Independent sort. Reminds me of someone I used to know. Used to know? Thank you. Rod grinned and put a hand on her shoulder. Still do. You know what I mean. I suppose. You didn't come in here to talk about Glenda Ruth. No, but maybe I ought to have a word with her. I wish you would, but you never do. What's up? Got a message. Guess who's coming to visit? Sally Blaine looked back at the computer screen and scowled. Thank you very much. I've just managed to straighten out our social schedule. Who? His Excellency Horace Hussein Al-Shamlan Berry, magnate, and Kevin Renner. Sally thought, it'd be nice to see Mr. Renner again, and Berry comes with him. I seem to remember... Watchdog, I suppose. I won't have Berry in our home. He was one of the instigators of the New Chicago Revolt." Lady Blaine froze. He squeezed her shoulder. "Sorry." "I'm all right." She patted his hand, then ran fingertips up into the loose sleeve of his dressing gown. Smooth, ridged, hairless. "Your scars are real. You spent weeks in a prison camp, and you lost your friend. It was a long time ago, Rod. I can't even remember Dorothy's face. Rod, I'm glad you didn't tell me then. 9 months on MacArthur with Horace Berry, I'd have spit in his face." "No, you wouldn't. You won't now. I know you. I suppose we'll have to see him, but we'll keep it to a minimum. I gather Berry's done some good work for the Secret Service." "Let me think about it. At the worst, we can take them to dinner, someplace neutral. I do want to see—" "Sir, Kevin?" "Right again, I'd forgotten. I want to see him, too." Blaine smiled. "For that matter, so will Bruno Chiller. I'd better tell him his crazy navigator is in town. Tell you what, love, since the news came through the Institute, I'll invite them to the Institute. They may regret that. Everyone and his dog will want to interview them." When Sally turned around, she was smiling broadly. "Yes, the Institute. We have a surprise for His Excellency, don't we?" "What? Hey! He'll think he's back in MacArthur. We'll test out his bio-heart." "Warning. You have entered the controlled zone of the Imperial capital. It is strictly forbidden to remain in the star system without permission. Notify the Navy ships on patrol at the Alderson entry points and follow instructions. The Navy is authorized to use deadly force against uncooperative intruders. Transmit your identification codes immediately. You will receive no further warning messages." Cruising through Sparta system could make a man nervous. The sky was no different, except in that all skies are different. Stars formed new patterns. The little K.O. star Agamemnon was a bright white flare, growing to become a sun. The companion star Menelaus was a fat red spark. Asteroids sparkled well below Sinbad's path, and then tiny crescents that showed as ringed and banded gas giants in the screens. That was how star travel was. Cruise outward, find the jump point, jump across interstellar distance in a wink. Blast across space to the next jump point, then cruise inward through the new system, new planets, toward a new world with different climate, customs, attitudes. But Sparta was the capital of the Empire of Man. The black sky was as peaceful as it would have been anywhere, but there were voices. Alter course, increase deceleration, watch your exhaust vector. Sinbad, warning, identify. Those gas giants, so peculiarly and conveniently close to Sparta's orbit with their massive atmospheres of spacecraft fuel and industrial chemicals, were surrounded by great naval installations massively guarded. Ships guarded the score of jump points that led everywhere in the Empire. Eyes watched Sinbad as Renner brought the yacht inward. Renner maintained as cool as best he could. His image was at stake. And Ruth was having a wonderful time, but Berry needed calming. Horace Berry didn't like being watched, particularly by weapons that could tear the skin off a continent. Sparta was white on blue, the colors of a nearly typical water world. Renner glimpsed the curled shape of Serpens, the mainland. The rest was one tremendous ocean with a few dots of island. The planet's near vicinity swarmed with ships and orbital junk, growing thicker in geosynchronous orbit. Customs kept changing Renner's path to avoid collisions as he moved inward. He didn't see much of what he was avoiding, though he did come in view of a tremendous wheel-shaped space station. Most of this was military stuff, he thought. Most incoming ships had to park on the moon. But Customs knew Horace Berry. They knew him well, and not as an agent of the Secret Service. They were beginning their search of Sinbad as Renner took the shuttle out of its bay and started his descent. It was his first sight of Sparta, and Ruth's too. They watched avidly as the world came close. Water. Sparta seemed all ocean, what he could see through the clouds. The shuttle moved into darkness, and he saw only a smooth black curve. Then rough edges on the horizon. Then lights. Islands, myriads of them, all tiny, all glowing, and a shape like a coiled snake on fire. Sparta was tectonically active, but lava had boiled up preferentially on this limb of the planet. Serpens, the Australia-sized mainland, had one terrific harbor. The land was stretched into a mountainous, rugged helix. Mountain ridges were dark patches in the luminescence. Farmland was rectangular patterns of tiny lights. There was a lot of it. Cityscape blazed. There was a lot of city, too. Even the water crawled with tiny moving lights. The capital of an interstellar empire was bound to be crowded. He steered wide of Serpens, circling the coast as he shed speed. The radio was quacking at him. He tried not to say anything amusing. He'd never found a customs officer with a sense of humor, not on any world. He was low enough to see phosphorescent wakes behind some of the hundreds of ships. There were barges floating on the water, houses and bigger habitats. Population, 500 million, most of it gathered in this one spot. It struck Renner that if he flew a sonic boom straight across the mainland, Barry would be wiped out by the fines. "Horace, how are you doing?" "Fine, Kevin, fine. You're a good pilot." Barry had been affable with customs, but when they hung up, Renner had heard esoteric cursing. Now he asked, "What did customs do to get you so upset?" "Nothing. You know where to land?" "They're telling me yet again. Black water just ahead of us. We'll come down outside the harbor and spiral in like a big boat." "I wonder where they'd put me down on a rough day." Barry said nothing for a bit, then, "On Sparta, I am a second-class citizen. Only here, but forever. Department store clerks will serve me, and I can bribe a headwaiter and hire my own car. But there are parts of Sparta I may never see, and on the slidewalks, you're getting mad before anyone's insulted you." "Oh, well, why wait till the last minute?" "I've been to Sparta before. Why in Allah's merciful name couldn't Cunningham see me today?" "Maybe he thinks he's giving you a day's rest." "He's making me wait, damn him. My superior. Bless you for not using that word, Ruth, but I knew what you were thinking." Ruth said, "It's a technical term." "Of course." On Serpens, the flat land had been occupied long ago, as farmland or baronial estates. New buildings, such as the Imperial Plaza Hotel, tended to cling to the sides of cliffs. The plaza stood 80 stories tall on the low side, 66 on the high. Barry's agent had rented the lowest of the suites, the 71st floor. It had been fully furnished, and servants were in residence. But only 2 were awake when they arrived. Through the picture wall they could see a vastness of sea and islands, and 100 shapes of boats and ships, and Sparta's gross red sun easing clear of the water. It was 5 in the morning of a 20-hour day. By ship's time, it was close to noon. "I feel like a serious breakfast," Renner said. "Coffee, real cream, not proto-carb milk. Restaurant probably isn't open, though." Barry smiled. "Nabil." The kitchen staff had to be awakened. Breakfast took over an hour to appear, while they emptied their suitcases and settled in. Lots of luggage. No telling how long they would be on Sparta. How persuasive would Barry need to be? Maniac. But was he wrong? It might be vital that a master trader send himself to inspect the crazy Eddy fleet on patrol at Murchison's Eye. But if the Secret Service wanted something else from him, well, they had something on Barry. Probably something political. They'd all learn tomorrow. "Every little boy and girl wants to see Sparta," Renner told Ruth. "What do we want to see first?" Barry said, "The Institute doesn't open until noon. We'll have 4 hours to play in, I think. I expect I'll drop in at the Traders Guild and make some waves. Ah, here's Nabil." Breakfast featured 2 species of eggs and 4 varieties of sausage and 2 liters of milk. The fruits all looked familiar. So did the eggs, chicken and quail. Life on Sparta, Renner now remembered reading, had never really conquered the land. There wasn't enough land to make it cost-effective. The planet had been seeded with a variety of Terran wildlife, and an ecology established itself with little native competition. They eat 2 meals on Sparta, breakfast and dinner. We should eat our fill, Barry told them. "The milk's a little odd," Ruth said. "Different cows eating different grass. Mark of authenticity, Ruth. Protocarb milk always tastes the same, every ship in the universe." "Honestly, Kevin, I like protocarb milk." The coffee pot was tall and bulbous. Barry looked underneath it. "Wide-awake enterprise," he said. "You don't sound happy about it," Ruth Cohen said. "Moti technology," Renner said. "Probably common here." "Very common here," Barry said. "Nabil, do we have a computer?" "Yes, Excellency. The call name is Horvendile." "Horvendile? This is Barry." "Confirm," a contralto voice said from the ceiling. "Horvendile, this is His Excellency Barry," Nabil said. "Accepted. Welcome to the Imperial Plaza, Your Excellency." "Horvendile, phone Jacob Buckman, astronomer, associated with the university." A moment passed. Then a somewhat waspish voice said, "This is Jacob Buckman's auxiliary brain. Dr. Buckman is asleep. Your Excellency, he thanks you for the gifts. Is there sufficient urgency to wake him?" "No. I am at the Imperial Plaza and will be on Sparta for a week. I would like an appointment when convenient. Social hours. Dr. Buckman has meetings Wednesday afternoon and evening, and nothing else. I suggest Thursday afternoon and dinner Thursday night." "I will tell him. Do you wish to record a message?" "Yes. Jacob, I'd like to see you before one of us dies of old age and sloppy medical techniques. I told your machine Thursday, but any time will do. Message ends." "Is there anything else?" Buckman's voice asked. "Thank you, no." "I will inform Horvendile when the appointment is confirmed. Good day." Horvendile. "Your Excellency. Appointment with Dr. Jacob Buckman at his convenience. Highest social priority." "Acknowledged." "Thank you, Horvendile. Now get me an appointment with the president of the Traders Guild." The contralto voice said, "That is His Excellency Benjamin Sergei Sachs, chairman of Union Express. When did you wish to see him?" "As soon as possible." There was a pause. "His computer reports this morning is free. Shall I ask for an immediate appointment?" "Yes, Horvendile." Barry sipped coffee. "Where will you go?" Renner shrugged. "Doubtless we'll think of something. Are you sure you'll be able to see the president of the ITA on such short notice?" Barry's smile was thin. "Kevin, I control 7 seats on the board. Not a majority, but more than enough to veto a candidate for president. Yes, I think Ben Sachs will see me." "His Excellency will be delighted to see you at any time, Your Excellency." The ceiling said, "If you wish, he will send a limousine." "Please ask him to do so. Thank you, Horvendile." The exterior facade of the clubrooms of the Imperial Traders Association alternated phases of opulent ostentation and quiet elegance. It had recently been redecorated in plain white marble. The severe lines extended into the lobby, but beyond the members' door were the familiar walnut-paneled walls and original oil paintings Barry remembered from the last time he was there. The president was waiting for him in a private conference room, and stood when Barry drove his travel chair into the room. He was a large man, impeccably dressed in a dark tunic and matching trousers. A yellow sash broke the monotony of colors. "Excellency, good to see you. All well, I take it?" "Yes, thank you. Your Excellency, and yourself?" "Splendid." Barry indicated his travel chair. Sparta gravity. "Of course. Some days I wouldn't mind getting around in a travel chair myself. What can I do for you, Excellency?" "Thank you, nothing. I have only come to see my colleagues and enjoy my club." "I'm glad you can find the time. But if there is anything at all we can do—" "Well, perhaps there is a small favor you could do for me." "Your Excellency has only to name it." "How well do we get along with the government this year?" Sachs shrugged. "Probably as well as we ever do. Of course, they will never love us." "It may be that you could help me. I wish to visit the blockade fleet off Murchison's Eye." Sachs's eyes widened. "The Navy has never been fond of us." Barry snorted. "They hate us." "Many do." "I hope to persuade the Navy," Barry said. "What I must be sure of is expeditious service from the bureaucracy when I need the formal documents." Sachs grinned broadly. Clearly, he had been expecting a more difficult task. "Ah, that should be no problem. Your Excellency, I think you should meet the Honorable George Hoskins, our Vice President for Public Affairs." "George Hoskins, of Wide Awake Enterprises?" "Yes, Excellency." Sachs looked thoughtful. "His company does compete with yours, but then nearly everyone does. Have you met him?" "I never had the pleasure." "Then I must introduce you. I will send for him." Barry touched the keys of the shorthand ball built into his travel chair. After a moment, a voice spoke quietly in his ear. "Wide Awake Enterprises, founded in 3021 by George Hoskins, now the Honorable George Hoskins, P.C., formerly of New Winchester. The company's first product was a coffee filtering system based on Moti technology. Imperial Autonetics asked for an injunction prohibiting sale of the Wide Awake coffee pot on the grounds that IA had exclusive license to exploit Moti technology. But this was rejected by the Imperial Court of Appeals, on the grounds that all Moti technology had been obtained by the Navy, and any unclassified knowledge was therefore public domain. IA investigation revealed that Hoskins had a brother-in-law aboard INSS Hadley at the time that the ship's coffee-making system disappeared, and that the redesign which made the coffee pot easier to reproduce was primarily the work of Harvey Lavrenti, married to Hoskins's daughter Miriam. Aggressive marketing, combined with the readiness of the civilian economy to accept the wide-awake coffee system, resulted in unprecedented sales, and— Barry switched off the voice. He remembered the rest. 2 years and 1,000,000 crowns to master the secrets of the magic coffee pot. Nearly 50 million to expand and reconvert factories. The Navy had bought coffee pots as fast as Imperial Autonetics could make them, and paid well. But the real money would have been in selling to civilians. Then Hoskins and Wide Awake burst on the scene. Imperial Autonetics had done Hoskins's advertising for him. Civilians had been hearing about the Navy's magic coffee pots for 2 years. IA remained second in sales to this day. Barry said, "I look forward to meeting the Honorable Mr. Hoskins with great pleasure." The Honorable George Hoskins was a round, cheerful man, expensively dressed. He had a wide smile and a handshake of great enthusiasm. After introductions, Sachs excused himself and left them in the conference room. Hoskins bubbled. "You're a legend, you know, throughout the Empire. Can I get you coffee?" A wide-open face that showed every thought, and guilt was not there. A man who never remembered a crime. Horace Barry, at least, knew when he had something to hide. "Thank you. I'll serve myself," Barry said. Would you care for some water-wing liqueur? Here? I had a case sent over. Wherever Sinbad sat down, Barry would buy several cases of something distinctive. They made easy gifts. There had been a time when Turkish coffee wasn't available at the ITA, but that was before Barry controlled 7 seats on the board. Now there were 3 varieties. Barry chose a mocha Sumatra mix and sipped while Sachs perched at the edge of a massage chair. "I'd give half my fortune to visit Moat Prime," he said. "What's it really like?" Barry had heard that question too often. Light gravity, sunset all the time, from the red sun in daytime and Murchison's eye at night. The air is slow poison, but masks were all we needed. Architecture straight out of nightmares, and nightmare shapes moving through it. I was frightened all the time, and you know, they did murder 3 midshipmen who strayed out of open territory through no fault of their own. I know. Still, we should go back. What they could teach us! Hoskins was among the most enthusiastic supporters of that faction, the traders who wanted open contact with the moat. Small wonder. Still, could he be talked around? You made your fortune in Moti technology, Mr. Hoskins. You counted coup on me, in fact. Has it crossed your mind that someone might take new Moti technology and do the same to you? Some Moti entrepreneur? Hoskins chuckled. Oh, Excellency! How would they? Moti entrepreneurs? You have read of the Moti mediators? They are assigned to study important visitors. Study is not strong enough. They learn everything they can, until they think like the subject of their attentions. One was assigned to me. Hoskins had been listening with a puzzled expression. Now it changed to alarm. There will be Motis who think the way you do? It seems likely. Worse, from your view, they will think the way I did in those times, when I was younger and more aggressive. He did not add that his fiancé was certainly dead by now. It's tough enough competing with you, Hoskins said. A Moti who thinks like you and has Moti technology would be formidable. Barry smiled in satisfaction. I hoped you might see it that way. Now there is another matter. What are the disturbing rumors I hear concerning the blockade fleet's budget? Hoskins shrugged. Certainly many of the stories we have heard about waste and inefficiency were not rumors. Have you seen the series by Alicia Joyce Mayling Trujillo in the Capital Update? Summaries. Ms. Trujillo has found corruption, inefficiency, waste, more than enough to justify an investigation. You want to cut the blockade fleet budget? Barry asked. Certainly. When did we ever support larger appropriations for the Navy? When we run into outies? When our trade ships are threatened by pirates? I see. This is serious, then. Serious enough that they're sending a new viceroy to New Caledonia, Hoskins said. Baron Sir Andrew Calvin Mercer. Do you know him? No. Sorry. Of course you wouldn't. He spent most of his time in the old Earth sector. Would you like to meet him? He's introducing our guest speaker at the dinner tonight. I can arrange to have you at the head table if you like. Tonight? And the university this afternoon. A busy day, but this was urgent. I would be honored, Barry said. Barry settled into the limousine. Imperial Plaza to collect Sir Kevin Renner, he told the driver. Then to the Blaine Institute. Yes, sir. The limousine's bar held local liquors, rum and vodka, and a Moat Technology thermos of coffee made by Nabil before Barry left. But he selected a bulb of fruit juices. A bottle of evil-tasting tonic rested beside the thermos. Barry poured a shot glass full and drank with a grimace, then killed the taste with fruit juice. A small price to pay for a clear head and good memory at my age. He reached for his shorthand ball and let his fingers play over the keys. He had mastered the modern practice of conversing with computers, but he often preferred keyboards. They made the machines seem less human. He liked that. "Sir Andrew Mercer, Baron Kelvin," the computer said into his ear. "Distantly related to the imperial family on his mother's side. Widower, 2 children. Lieutenant Commander the Honorable Andrew Calvin Mercer, Jr., serves aboard INSS Terrible. Dr. Gina Calvin Ramirez is Associate Professor of History at Undine University on Tanith. Appointed a junior officer in the Department of Commonwealth Affairs upon graduation from New Harvard University in 3014, and has remained continuously in the civil service from then to present. Inducted as a Commander of the Imperial Order, 3028. Knight of St. Michael and St. George, 3033. Succeeded to status of civil baron on the death of his father in 3038. Series of staff offices until appointed Lieutenant Governor of Franklin in 3026. When the governor was killed in an Outie attack, Mercer became acting governor and was confirmed in post of governor in 3027. Rapid promotions thereafter. Was chief of mission with rank of ambassador in the negotiations leading to the reincorporation of New Washington in 3037. Privy Councilor after 3038. Secretary of State for Trans-Coal Sack Affairs, 3039 to present. Member of Board of Directors, Blaine Institute, 3040 to present. Appointment as Viceroy, Trans-Coal Sack Sector, to take effect upon his arrival at New Caledonia. More, Barry muttered. Motivations and ambitions. Moderate personal wealth. Prefers honors to increase in fortune. Has written 2 articles purporting to prove that his family held title of Marquis during the First Empire. He hopes to regain the title. Evidence? Calvin has become a client of Halliday Genealogical Services, and a member of the Augustan Society. He has made no secret of his ambition. Halliday is a subsidiary of Confidential Services, Inc. Enough, Barry said. Moderate personal wealth. And he wouldn't become viceroy until he reached New Caledonia. He wouldn't be traveling in any lavish style. Barry smiled thinly. 2. Tourists. We have explained in various ways all things to men in this Quran. But of all things, man is most contentious. Al-Quran. The bus was supposed to land on the hotel roof at 0830. Kevin and Ruth got there 5 minutes early. A dozen others waited for the tour to start. The rooftop was still shadowed by the mountains to the east, but south and west the harbor was in bright sunshine. Even this early, the vast harbor bay was lined with the wakes of both big ships and sailing craft. A warren of small boats, power and sail, many of them multi-hulled, jammed much of the docking area nearest the hotel. Most appeared to be yachts, but there were also square-hulled junks covered with laundry and children. The tops of the mountains to the east and north were hidden in clouds. Renner pointed. Far to the south they could see where the continent ended in steep mountains. Blaine Institute is down there. According to the maps, it's over 100 kilometers to the ocean. One benefit of empire, Ruth said. Renner raised an eyebrow. Clear air. Out in the new provinces, they're still burning coal. True enough. Barry makes a fortune bringing in fusion plants and power satellites. It helps if your customers have to buy. They don't have to buy from Barry. And even if they did, hey, it's worth it. Renner took a deep breath. Sure. The bus landed on the hotel roof at exactly 0830. When Kevin and Ruth got on, a small man with a round face and red-veined nose looked at them quizzically. Sir Kevin Renner? That's me. Dirk Riley. I'm your guide, sir, and you must be Commander Cohen. Did we order a guide? Ruth asked. Nabil, Renner said. I've reserved you seats, sir. Riley indicated 3 places near the front of the bus. Always like to have Navy people with me. I put in nearly 40 years. Retired as coxswain about 20 years ago. I'd have stayed in, but my wife talked me out of it. Civilian life's no good, you know. Nothing to do. Nothing important. Well, I don't mean that the way it sounds. Ruth smiled. We understand. Thank you, ma'am. I don't usually talk so much about myself. Sure glad to see Navy people. You Navy, Sir Kevin? Reserve. Sailing master. I went inactive about the same time you retired. Kevin and Ruth took their seats and settled back. Riley produced a hip flask. Little nip? Thank you, no, Kevin said. You're thinking it's a bit early. Guess it is, even for Sparta. But with the short days, we tend to do things a little different here. Well, why not? Kevin reached for the flask. Good stuff. Irish? What they call Irish most places. We just call it whiskey. Better strap in. The sky was as crowded as the sea. The bus rose through a swarm of light planes and heavy cargo craft, and other airfoil-contoured buses, curved wide away from an empty area a minute before some kind of spacecraft came whistling through it, and went east toward the mountains. It followed the tiers of houses and estates up into the clouds. They broke through cloud cover to see that the black mountain tops went up high above them. That's pretty, Ruth said. What do you call those mountains? Drakenbergs, Riley said. Run down most of the length of the Serpens. Serpens is the continent. Barren up here, Renner said. The Serpens had a sharp curled spine, black mountain flanks bare of life. Sparta hadn't developed foliage to handle that soil, and it held too much heavy metal for most earthly plants. The tour director told them that, and more, as they flew along the spine of the continent. The bus dropped back below the tablecloth of clouds and followed the curve of the mountains to where they dipped into the ocean, dropped to half a kilometer altitude, and headed south across the harbor. That's old Sparta to the left, Riley said. Parts date back to co-dominium days. See that green patch with tall buildings around it? That's the palace area. Will we go closer? Ruth asked. Afraid not. There are palace tours, though. Boats of every size moved randomly across the calm water. They continued south. The calm water of the tremendous harbor changed from green to blue sharply. The sea bottom was visible, still shallow. The boats were fewer and larger. It doesn't show, Ruth said. Yeah, Renner had guessed what she meant. They rule 1,000 worlds from here, but it's like the zoo on Moat Prime. Sure, it's a different world. Sure, there's nothing like it anywhere in the universe. But you get used to that when you travel enough. You expect major differences. But it's not fair, Ruth. We look for worlds like Earth because that's where we can live. Riley was staring. Other heads had turned from windows. Zoo on Moat Prime? Defenses, Ruth said. There's a difference. Sparta must be the most heavily defended world of all. Yeah, and all that means is there are places the bus won't go, and questions Mr. Riley won't answer. Riley said, Well, of course. Ruth was smiling. Don't test that, all right? I know you. We're on holiday. Okay. I don't know anything about Sparta's defenses anyway, Riley said uncomfortably. Mr. Renner, you were on the Moat expedition? Yep. Riley, I didn't keep any secrets, and it's all been declassified. You can get my testimony under What I Did on My Summer Vacation by Kevin Renner. Published by Athenaeum in 3021. I get a royalty. There was a storm to the east. The bus flew west and dropped even lower. The ride became bumpy, to fly above a huge cargo ship. Big stabilizer fins showed with the roll of the waves. Waves the size of small hills. There were pleasure boats, too, graceful sailing boats that rolled as they climbed up and down the water mountains. Their sails were constantly shifting along the masts. The bus skimmed over a big island patterned in rectangles of farmland. "That's the Devil Crab," Riley said. "2 sugarcane plantations and maybe 100 independents. I'd love to be a farmer. They don't pay taxes." Renner jumped. "Hey? Population's dense on Sparta. The cost of land on Serpens is, well, I never tried to buy any, but it's way up there. If the farmers didn't get some kind of break, they'd all sell out to the people who build hotels. Then all the food would have to be shipped in from far away. And where would the emperor get his fresh fruit?" "Wow! No taxes. What about these guys below us?" "They don't pay either. Transport costs are high, and the produce isn't as fresh when it gets to Serpens. The Serpens farmers can still compete. Even so, this is the way I'd go. Lease an island 1,000 clicks from Serpens and raise beef. There's no room to raise red meat on this part of Serpens." They veered away from another rocky island that seemed to be covered with a patchwork of concrete slabs and domes. "There's some of the defense stuff," Renner said. "Battle management radars. And I'd bet there are some pretty hefty lasers in there." "It's a good guess, but I wouldn't know," Riley said. Presently, the bus turned north and east and flew toward the narrow hooked spit that enclosed the harbor from the west. "That was the prison colony back in Co-Dominium days," Riley said. "If you look close, you can see where the old wall was. Ran right across the peninsula." "There? It's mostly parks," Ruth said. "Or rose gardens," Riley said. "When Lysander II tore down the old prison walls, he gave all that area to the public. There's the Rose Festival every year. Citizen fraternities compete, and it's a big deal. We do tours every other day, if you're interested." "Where's Blaine Institute?" Ruth asked. "Off east, to the right there. See that mountain covered with buildings?" "Yes. It looks like an old painting I saw once." "That's the Blaine Institute?" Renner said. "Captain Blaine's richer than I suspected. And to think I knew him—" "Did you, sir?" Riley sounded impressed. "But that's the biology section of Imperial University. The Institute is the smaller area next to it." He offered his binoculars. "And Blaine Manor sits on the hill just east of that. Would you like a tour of the Institute?" "Thanks. We'll be there this afternoon," Ruth said. The bus crossed the narrow spit and then stayed well out over the harbor. The sun had burned off most of the cloud cover over the city. The skyline was a jumble of shapes. In the center and to the south were massive square skyscrapers, thin towers, tall buildings connected by bridges 1,000 feet above street level. North of that were lower granite buildings in a classic style. In the center were the green parks of the Palace District. Renner looked thoughtful. "Ruth, think about it. The Emperor is over there. Just lob a big fusion bomb in the general direction of the palace." He stopped, because everyone on the bus was looking at him. "Hey, I'm a Naval Reserve officer," he said quickly. "I'm trying to figure out how to keep someone else from doing it. With this many people on Sparta and visitors from everywhere, there's bound to be crazies." "We get our share, Sir Kevin." Riley emphasized the title so everyone would hear it. "We do check on people coming to Sparta," Ruth said. Her voice had dropped. "And it's not all that easy to buy an atom bomb." "That might stop amateurs." "Oh, all right," Ruth said. "Drop it, huh? It's a depressing thought." "It's something we live with," Riley said. "Look, we have ways to spot the crazies, and generally professionals won't try because it won't do them any good. Everybody knows the royal family's never all in the same place. Prince Aeneas doesn't even live on this planet. Blow up Serpens and you'll get the fleet mad as hell, but you won't kill the Empire. One thing we do not do, sir, is tell everybody on a random tour bus all about the defenses." "And one thing I don't do," Renner answered, and his voice had dropped low, is guard my mouth. It would prevent me from learning things. Even so, sorry. Riley grunted. Yes, sir. Look over there. Those are the fish farms. He pointed to a series of brightly colored sea patches divided by low walls. That's another good racket. Fish from off-planet don't do well out in Sparta's oceans. You want sea bass or ocean cat. It'll come from here or someplace like it. The limousine was waiting at the hotel. Barry wasn't smiling. When they were airborne, he looked to Ruth. What did Kevin do this time? Eh? The Secret Service asked me to verify that this was indeed my pilot, Sir Kevin Renner. Asked me. Oh, Ruth said. Well, he did talk about lobbing an atom bomb at the palace. Barry did not look amused. I would prefer not to be thrown off this planet. It wouldn't help my career much, Ruth said. Look, maybe I better talk to them. You need not bother, Barry said. Once they were certain of his identity, they lost interest. Now I know I want to see your file, Kevin, Ruth said. The limousine stayed low over the outskirts of the central district. Massive granite buildings stood next to parks. Ruth stared through binoculars. Department of Public Health, she read. Stock Exchange. Wow, that's the Colonial Office. It doesn't look big enough. Nor is it, Barry said. That building houses the offices that might be of interest to the general public, and the Secretary of State. The computer and most of the offices are scattered all over the city. Many are below ground. Maybe someday they'll build a new building and put everything in one place, Ruth said. Barry chuckled. That is the new building. You would not suppose its cost, most of it paid for by taxes on interstellar trade. It doesn't look new, Renner said. No government building looks new, Barry said. They are deliberately done in classical styles. Some show Russian influence. I see plenty of skyscrapers and tall walls, though, Renner said. Certainly. Sparta is the financial center of the empire, Barry said. Land near the city is very costly. Only the government could afford anything as inefficient as classical architecture. Ah, to illustrate. He pointed. The Blaine Institute. The Institute looked south at ocean beaches. The complex of buildings rose up the side of a steep cliff. Balconies broke the steep lines, and halfway up was a large flat roof dotted with small trees and picnic tables. The limousine landed on the roof. Two ramrod-straight young men opened the doors and helped Barry into his travel chair. The ocean breeze was brisk on the rooftop. Sunlight danced on wave-tops below. Ruth stretched and took a deep breath. She turned to Renner, but he wasn't looking at her. Renner stared at a large elderly man in police uniform coming toward them. "Kelly," he said. "Gunner Kelly." "That's me, Sir Kevin, Your Excellency." "By damn, it is you. Ruth, this is Gunner Kelly, Imperial Marines. He was in MacArthur. Kelly, this is Lieutenant Commander Ruth Cohen." "Pleased to meet you, ma'am." "I thought that was a police uniform," Renner said. "Well, it sort of is," Kelly said. "I'm security chief here at the Institute. But there's not a lot of need for that, so I've got plenty of time to greet visitors. The Earl will be glad to see you." "Earl?" Renner said. "Isn't Blaine Marquis of Cruces?" "No, sir," Kelly said. "Not yet. The Marquis isn't as young as he used to be, but he still gets to Parliament." He gestured. One of the uniformed staff opened the door to the interior. Another guided Barry's travel chair. The inside corridor was short. Scenes from Moat Prime decorated the walls. At the end of the corridor was a semicircular reception desk. The receptionist wore a skirted version of Kelly's uniform and a businesslike sidearm. She held out thick badges on a tray. Their names and pictures were already on the badges. "Welcome, Your Excellency. Sir Kevin, Commander Cohen," the receptionist said. If you'll just thumbprint the badges." When Renner touched his thumb to the badge, it glowed softly green. "Thank you. Please be sure to wear these at all times. Enjoy your stay." There were 3 elevators beyond the reception desk. Kelly passed them all and indicated a 4th around the corner, marked private. Renner noted buttons for 38 floors. Kelly used a key before punching the button for 24. When they were inside, Renner frowned. "I thought you said there wasn't much need for security." "No, I said there wasn't much need for a security chief," Kelly said, "and there isn't. I've got a good staff." "Do you often have trouble, then?" Barry asked. "Not too much, Your Excellency, but we have had some threats. There are people who don't like moties, don't want us studying them." The 24th floor was paneled in dark wood and thickly carpeted. The walls were hung with photographs. Ruth stared at one of them. "Kevin! Kevin, that's you!" Renner looked. "Yep, in the museum on Moat Prime. That statue, that was the time machine." "What?" She started to laugh, changed her mind, and looked more carefully. Didn't work. "Ugh! What are those things attacking? The, time machine?" "Evil, aren't they? The Moties told us they were mythical demons defending the structure of reality. Later we found out they were warrior-class Moties. You would not want those loose in the Empire." Kelly led them to the end of the corridor, knocked, and opened a walnut door. "My lady, my lord, your visitors." Rod Blaine stood as the others entered. He was far enough away that he didn't have to shake hands. "Welcome to the Institute, Your Excellency. Delighted to see you again. Kevin, you're looking good. Civilian life must suit you." Barry managed to stand and bow. "My lady, Lord Blaine. And may I present Lieutenant Commander Ruth Cohen. She is traveling with us." Kelly excused himself and closed the door. "My lady," Ruth said. She bowed to Rod. Rod took her hand and kissed it. "Welcome to the Institute, Commander." Her ears were turning pink. Easily flustered, Rod thought. Traveling with Kevin Renner should have cured her of that. Barry sat carefully. "If you'll excuse me." "Oh, certainly," Sally said. "It's been a while," Rod said. "Kevin, how have things worked out for you?" "Not as bad as I thought they would. By the way, Ruth knows our dread secret. Most of it, anyway." Renner turned to Sally. "We heard about your uncle. Sorry. He was a good man, even if he did force me into a career of espionage." Sally nodded. "Thank you. Uncle Ben never would take care of himself." Ruth looked wide-eyed. "Uncle Ben? That would be Senator Benjamin Fowler." "Kevin, the Prime Minister recruited you into the Secret Service?" Renner laughed. "No, Lord Blaine did that. Senator Fowler declared an emergency, so my discharge wasn't any good." "What can we do for you, Excellency?" Rod asked. "Why, nothing, really. Your Excellency, it has been a busy day, and while I understand the custom of circumnavigating the subject before mentioning it, Lady Sally and I have a great deal more work to do." "Ah, thank you, my lord," Barry said. His smile didn't seem forced. "I hope to persuade you to use your influence with the Navy. My lord, the blockade is now a quarter of a century old. We do not agree about the Moties. You see opportunities where I see threats. Yet you agree to bottle them within their own solar system. As did you, my lady. We are all agreed that the situation cannot continue forever." "Yeah, we can accept that," Rod said. "We bought some time." "What do you want from us?" Sally asked. She was no longer trying to be polite. "More time," Barry said firmly. "My lady, I must know that the blockade is effective. I wish to look for myself. I wish to talk to those closest to the problem. I want to look for alternatives, to see what we, what the Empire of Man can do to be certain that the Motis will not free themselves and explode through the Empire." "That's a big order," Rod said. Barry said nothing. "Horace wants Navy clearance to go have a look at the Crazy Eddie Squadron," Renner said. Barry nodded in tiny motions. "Precisely." "Not our decision," Sally said quickly. Barry looked steadily at Rod Blaine. Rod spread his hands without shrugging. "As Lady Sally says, it isn't our decision. We gave up our seats on the commission years ago when we moved the Institute to Sparta. But consider this, Excellency. How could anyone prove that the Motis are safely locked up?" Barry ignored Blaine's tone. "I must see." The traitor looked terribly old, terribly tired. "I have defended the Empire. I have ignored the real threat while I confined myself to thwarting treason and outie plots. Nuisances. I will continue to do so, but I must know that the real border is defended. You think I can never be satisfied. You may even be right, but I must see for myself. I have earned that right." Rod looked at Sally. "Earned it," Barry insisted. "I doubt that the Empire enjoys a more effective intelligence team than Kevin Renner and me, and I tell you, Lord Blaine, I must see." "You've made your point," Rod said. "I understand that you find this a serious matter." He looked at Sally again. "We have some developments here, too." Sally cleared her throat. "Rod, we've got a meeting." Rod glanced at the clock on the wall. "Sorry, I'm letting the time get away. Excellency, we're delighted to see you, but we do have a meeting with the Parliamentary Committee. Would you like to see what we're doing here?" "I sure would, Captain," Renner said. "I mean, my lord." Blaine chuckled. "Good, we thought you might." He looked up at the ceiling. "Fjanchlik." The ceiling answered. "Sir?" "Ask Jennifer to come in. I'm sure you'll all like your guide. She's a graduate student in xenosociology, and she's been dying to meet the other people who've been to the moat." "Rod?" Blaine waited until the door closed behind Renner. "Yeah?" "I do not want that man out there. Our son is in that fleet." "I thought of that." "He's a traitor," Sally said. "All right, we use him, but he doesn't have any real loyalty to the Empire." "Money," she sniffed. "That's all he cares about. He'd sell us to the Motis for enough money." Rod nodded thoughtfully. "I expect it would do no harm to have a few words with our friends in the palace." He grinned. "That's an evil look." "His Excellency is due for a shock." "Yes." "Are you sure you want to tell him?" "Sally, we'll be announcing it in 4 days. Barry will know. We might as well get some mileage out of telling him. Hell, he may know already." "No, I don't believe that." "Anyway, Sally, he committed treason a quarter of a century ago, but he's right this time. The blockade bought time, but it's no solution. Sooner or later, either we'll have an empire of 2 intelligent species, or a war of extermination. Sally, the Empire's going to have plenty of people who think like Barry. At least he's been there. Maybe he could be useful." "I'd sooner convert hive rats to the church," Sally said. "But you're right. He'll find out sooner or later, and he's a good test case. I want to see his face. We'll know how good his spies are then." Jennifer Banda was an inch over Renner's height, lean and dark, with just enough length of hair to suggest a white ancestor. When they were introduced, she was polite to Ruth Cohen, deferential to Renner, and almost fawned on Horace Berry. Watusi genes, Renner speculated. If she's not dark enough, it's Sparta's weak excuse for a star. "What would you like to see?" Jennifer had asked. And when no one knew what to say, she continued, "We can start with some of the specimen collections. There's sort of a meeting in the grad student lounge in about an hour. Would you like to go to that?" "Yes, please," Renner said quickly. "A boot," Ruth Cohen said, mimicking the odd way that Jennifer had pronounced the word. Vancouver. New Washington. Jennifer Banda turned, startled. Yes. Ruth grinned. I'm from Astoria. Glad you weren't playing basketball when we had to play Vancouver. Renner watched Jennifer moving ahead of him to the elevators. Nice sway to the girl. Good muscular control. And New Washington gravity had about .93 standard G. She must have been one hell of an athlete. She must also have had a hell of a time adjusting to Spartan gravity, but clearly she'd done it. The elevator opened onto a corridor lined with display cases. Jennifer led the way past them. She turned at the far end to find Renner ambling at leisure, peering at Mai Tai parasol fungi and huge-headed glider snakes and ponds of oddly colored water with microscope screens attached. He sighed and moved briskly to join them. At the far end was a conference room with refreshments, a large table, and a hologram wall. We've got specimens from 400 imperial worlds and 30 outie planets, Jennifer said. Too many. There's no room to set up live demonstrations, so mostly we have holograms. Winora? Ready, the ceiling said. My sequence 1, please. Certainly. A series of holograms formed at the far end of the room. These are from water worlds, Jennifer said. Just about everyone alike. 4 fins, a head, and a tail, like us. Another series of holograms formed. Then there are forms evolved from planets without much water. Theory says they crawled out earlier. 6- and 8-limbed forms. The tabletop crazy-legged with 18, but again, all symmetric. You have holograms of... How many do you have? Barry asked. Excellency, we try to be complete. Do you have the Levantine honeypot? Winora, Levantine honeypot. The holograph display showed what looked like a grossly misshapen barrel, with bright flowers at its top. Small bird-like creatures fluttered around it. Abruptly, slender tendrils shot up from the edge of the barrel to entangle one of the flyers and drag it out of sight. What is that? Ruth Cohen asked. I confess it's new to me, Jennifer said. Text was scrolling across the screen. Cabo Ceetsus. Local Anglic name is the Levantine honeypot. Largely sessile, carnivorous animal. The honeypot is one of the largest known animal life forms to display radial but not bilateral symmetry. Its biochemistry was thought to be unique until 3030, when Ricardo Halevi described the life cycle of the tabletop ground hag, whose larval form uses similar enzyme processes. Ugly thing, Renner said. They're not very common, Barry said. Never more than one in an oasis. Usually none at all. They can't move fast, and dogs like to eat them. He read quickly. Interesting. When I was in school, the honeypot was used as an example of why panspermia wasn't true. Totally unique and all that. I hadn't heard there was anything like it. I take it that the Blaine Institute accepts the panspermia theory? Most of us, Excellency, Jennifer said. Barry chuckled at the note of surprise. Traders do not spend all their time reading commodity price reports. Clearly. Panspermia? Ruth Cohen said. An old theory from before co-dominium times, Jennifer Banda said. The notion is that life is so improbable that it can happen only once in a galaxy. Omnia cellula acellula, Renner muttered. Ruth frowned at him. Sorry, a phrase they taught in school. All cells come from cells. No spontaneous generation of life. It was an early experiment in scientific discovery. Right, Jennifer said. So the theory is that eventually all successful life forms evolve a means of reproducing across interstellar distances. When we got out into space, we found there were organics all over the place, and they could cross interstellar distances by hopping rides with comet clouds. Sometime back then, I guess during the early days of the First Empire, a scientist named Sir Fred Hoyle postulated that an intelligent entity was deliberately sending biochemical messages through the galaxy. "You don't believe that, do you?" Ruth asked. Jennifer shrugged. "Not really. But you know, for all that people keep saying Sir Fred must have been off his head, we've never been able to disprove it. Space is just rich with improbable organics." She paused for a moment. "I think the Motis believe it." Barry looked at her critically. "How could you possibly know that?" "Oh, sorry. I've been trying to think like a Moti so long, sometimes I forget. I mean, I think the Motis will believe it." The holograms continued. "A score of worlds had jet-black plants. It's based on selenium, and it's a lot more complicated than chlorophyll," Jennifer said. "But again, we can find copies in interstellar organics. If this stuff gets rooted first, chlorophyll doesn't have a chance, because the black plants use yellow sunlight better. Dry worlds are different. More limbs, usually, but still symmetry," Jennifer said. "Always symmetry. That's the puzzle. If only you'd brought back some seeds or something from Moat Prime." Renner laughed, and Barry didn't. "Admiral Kutuzov went to great lengths to prevent that. Jennifer, we pretty well accepted that all the asymmetrical forms were derived from the engineer class. And they evolved the 3 arms after they were intelligent. Yes, they believe that too, but of course they don't remember." Barry looked at her quickly, but she had turned back to the holographic displays. 3. Jock. When we said to the angels, "Bow before Adam in adoration," they all bowed but Iblis. He was one of the Jinni and rebelled against his Lord's command. And yet you take him and his offspring as your friends. Al-Quran. "This way," Jennifer Banda said. She ushered them into a 24th-floor windowed room that ran most of the length of the Institute. A dozen people in their 20s sat at tables or poured themselves coffee from an Imperial Autonetics urn. One wall of the room was French doors leading onto a veranda cantilevered out over the beach area far below. The brisk wind smelled of seawater. "Quite a view," Ruth Cohen said. Kevin Renner nodded absently. The atmosphere was odd. A dozen graduate students. They all knew that Kevin Renner and Horace Barry had been to Moat Prime, and they were all looking at each other, or out at a spectacular view that they had certainly seen before. McCorkadale. Philosophic Journal. About 6 months ago, someone said. Studies of a humming dragon in motion. But it's not my field. It'll still be on the test, depend on it. Jennifer led them out to the balcony. Renner went to the rail and looked over, then noticed that Ruth Cohen had stayed near the door. Acrophobia? Maybe a little. She sat at a table near the wall, and after a moment Barry wheeled his travel chair to join her. Renner leaned against the railing and enjoyed the view while listening to the conversations behind him. A female voice waxed eloquent about the importance of parasites in ecologies, while her male companion pretended interest. Renner remembered similar conversations when he was that age and sympathized. 2 students at the next table sipped tea. I still say it isn't fair. I'm in political science, for God's sake. I'll never need to know anything about organic chemistry that I can't find on the computer. That's what you get to prove next week, another said. He chuckled. I offered to help, Miriam Ann. Renner took a seat between Ruth Cohen and Jennifer Banda. Nice place. He scratched his head. Okay, I give up. Jennifer Banda raised an eyebrow. This is Blaine Institute, the primary center for the study of motis. Here are 2 people who have been on Moat Prime, and no one's interested in us. Polite, Jennifer said. They were warned not to bother you. Ah! It was the explanation Renner had expected, but he still felt something was wrong. We've all studied your flick, Sir Kevin, and every Imperial Autonetics report that mentions the moat. Commendable, Barry said, and of course you had the moties to study. I presume holograms were made of everything they said. Jennifer's answer was drowned out as the girl at the next table choked on a drink, then set it down with exaggerated care. What have you learned? Barry asked. Well, we've compiled a general history of the moat, Jennifer said. As much as Jock and Charlie could remember. Jock and Charlie? Ruth asked. Jock and Charlie and Ivan were the ambassadors from Moat Prime, Jennifer said. Admiral Kutuzov couldn't refuse them. But you have to remember they don't represent the whole system, not even the planet, just one government, or even one extended family, among maybe tens of thousands. King Peter, Barry said. Of course he wasn't really a king, and the government wasn't really a monarchy, but that is the name they chose in hopes that it would sound familiar to us. They knew us that well even then. Jennifer nodded. They certainly learned more about us than we did about them. They sent 3 ambassadors, a master, and 2 mediators. Ruth, you know about masters and mediators? Moties are a differentiated species with a lot of different castes. The masters give the orders, and even the mediators talk for them. Anyway, they called the master Ivan, probably because Admiral Kutuzov was in charge of the expedition, and they thought the Russians were masters in the Empire. And the mediators got the names Jock and Charlie. Ivan died first, but he never talked much except through the mediators, so we didn't learn much from him. Then, anyway, as His Excellency said, we made hollows of everything we could. Of course, once you get back a couple of cycles, there wasn't much detail. Cycles, Ruth said. I saw a lot about that in school. It's about all I remember about moties. Too right, Renner said. Everything about the moat was cycles. Civilizations rise and fall. Sometimes incredibly fast, Jennifer said. And they tried everything. Industrial feudalism, communism, capitalism, things we never even thought of. Anyway, we got lots of stories. What we'd call folk legends, but not much history. There couldn't be, Ruth Cohen said. It takes continuity to make history. I can feel sorry for the moties. I pity them too, Barry said, who could not. They die in agony if they can't become pregnant and give birth. Endless population expansion, endless wars for limited resources. Sometimes I fear that only I can see how dangerous that makes them. Jennifer, we visited Moat Prime, a world crowded beyond description, with complex competitions for power and prestige. We were told it would collapse soon, and I believed them. We also saw signs of a civilization in the asteroid belt. Jacob Buckman told me that many of the asteroids had been moved. I'm surprised he noticed, Renner said. He lost interest in them after he found out, Barry said. Jennifer laughed. The couple at the next table had fallen silent. They were joined by 2 other students who also pretended not to listen. We learned nothing important about the asteroid civilization, Barry said. That has always concerned me. Perhaps you know more now? Not a lot, Jennifer said. Our moties had never visited the asteroids. Jock believed that the trailing Trojans were in an ascendant imperial phase, but he was never certain. The industrial feudalism on Moat Prime will long since have collapsed, Barry said. Other systems will be emerging, or perhaps nothing but savagery. Oh, surely not, the girl at the next table said. Circles, Renner said. You didn't see them. Circles? Ruth Cohen asked. Before Renner could answer, the girl at the next table stood and bowed slightly. Miriam Ann Vukchik, political history. This is Tom Boyarsky. May we join you?" "Please do," Barry said. "Circles?" Ruth asked again. Renner said the circles were the first thing you saw from orbit. Craters everywhere, big and little, and all old, all across Moat Prime. Seas and lakes. One lopsided crater skewed by an earthquake fault line, one across a mountain range. You get the idea. The Great Asteroid War. Our Moties didn't remember anything about it, Miriam said. They think in circles, too. Cycles, rise and fall, population growth, and then a war. They keep their museums to help the next civilization get itself together. They don't even try to stop it anymore. They're too old. It's been going on too long. Miriam said, Crazy Eddie. Yeah, Crazy Eddie tries to stop it. I don't think I understand the Crazy Eddie myth figure. We have plenty of legends about the coming of the Messiah and about holy madmen, but no human culture ever pinned all its hopes for the future on a savior who had to be crazy. Don Quixote? Ruth Cohen grinned. Jennifer nodded agreement. Good point. Humans try the impossible. It's part of our nature, Tom Boyarsky said. Submitting to the inevitable is a big part of Moti nature. But Jock really liked Don Quixote, Jennifer Banda said. They liked the Persian story about the man who told the king he could teach a horse to sing, Tom said. And maybe they understood intellectually, but not at a gut level. He laughed. That's all right. We know a lot about them, too, but deep down, there's still a big mystery. And always will be, Miriam said. No, Tom said. Next time, we'll know more about what to study. Next time, we'll find out. Next time, Barry said. You are planning a new expedition to the moat. Tom looked startled, then laughed. I don't have the funding. For a moment he must have considered, but he wasn't young enough to suggest that Horace Barry did. No one is, Tom said. No one I know of, anyway. But sooner or later, there's got to be one. Jennifer Banda's pocket computer chimed. She looked embarrassed, but she stood up and said, Excuse me, people. I was told to take you back to Lady Blaine's office. Barry set his chair in motion. Renner stood up. You don't understand, and that's the truth, he said. Crazy Eddie is supposed to fail. Instead of the receptionist, there was another woman, younger and blonde and expensively dressed, in the receiving area outside Lady Sally Blaine's office. Renner had seen a picture of Glenda Ruth Fowler Blaine, but he wouldn't have needed that. She had the same finely chiseled features and penetrating eyes as her mother. Sir Kevin, Your Excellency, she said. Her eyes twinkled. I thought I'd introduce myself before my parents made it all formal. Her smile was infectious. Kevin, I'm delighted to meet you. Your Excellency, did you know my brother was named for your pilot? No, my lady. She nodded. Kevin Christian. We mostly call him Chris. Mom doesn't like us chattering about family. Did they ever tell you, Kevin? But you guessed anyway. Kevin, I still have the christening cup you sent. Thank you. And thank you, too, Your Excellency. There wasn't anything like that for sale for years. It was crafted in our laboratories, my lady, Barry said. His smile was genuine. I'm pleased that you remembered. It still delivers the best-tasting milk on Sparta. Glenda Ruth pointed to the wall clock display of the dark and light areas of Sparta. They're waiting for us. I'm not supposed to tell, but I hope you're prepared for a surprise. She held the door open for Barry's travel chair. There was something about Jennifer Banda's smile as she and Glenda Ruth ushered them into Lady Blaine's office. Both Blaines were wearing that same conspiratorial smile. The air of mystery was getting on Renner's nerves. There was another occupant. He stood up slowly from his oddly designed travel chair and bowed. A hairy, grinning, hunchbacked dwarf. Not just short, but grotesquely misshapen, too. You don't stare at a dwarf, and Renner was in control of his expression. But he lost it all when the stranger bowed. His backbone jutted, broken in 2 places. The mind would always misinterpret that first sight. It stood 4.5 feet tall. It was hairy. The brown and white markings were still visible, though they had shaded mostly to white. There was 1 big ear on the right side, and no room for one on the left. The massive shoulder muscles ran right up to knobs at the top of the misshaped skull. There were 2 slender right arms. The dolphin grin was simply the shape of its face. Renner gaped. For a moment he couldn't take his eyes off it. And then he remembered Berry. Horace Berry's face was all the wrong colors. He'd opened the case in the arm of his travel chair, but his hands were shaking too badly to deal with the diagnostic sleeve. Renner slipped it into place. The system began feeding Berry tranquilizers at once. Renner studied the readings for a moment before he looked up. Captain, that was nasty. I mean, my lord. My Lord Blaine, you could have killed him, damn it! Dad, I told you. Earl Blaine nibbled his lip. I hadn't thought. Your Excellency. Berry was furious, but he had it under control. An excellent joke, my lord. Excellent. Who are you? The Moti said, I'm Jock, Excellency. It's good to see you in such health. Yes, it must be, considering. I find it stunning to see you in such health. Did you lie to us? Mediators die around age 25, you said. All Motis die if they cannot be made pregnant. And the mediators are mules. Sterile, you said. Renner said, between the legs. Berry looked. Male? Allah's blessing. Lord Blaine, Lady Blaine, this is a stunning achievement. How? Sally Blaine said, Fjandsklik, give us Charlie 490. There was a hollow. Understandably, Renner had not noticed it. Now it showed what looked to be shadows of a CAT scan, the interior of something not human. A Moti, of course. The hips, one intricate and massive joint and backbones as solid as the bones of a human leg. Mot Prime had never invented vertebrae. The camera zoomed within the abdomen. A white arrowhead pointed to tiny tadpole shapes clinging to the abdominal wall. That, Lady Sandra Fowler Blaine said, is the CL worm. We did gene tailoring on a symbiote in the digestive tract. Now it secretes male hormone. It was already secreting something a lot like it. This wasn't the first thing we tried, but we tried all kinds of things. And this didn't get enough attention. Ivan died before we were ready. We think Charlie was killed by the physiological change, female to male. He was too old. Berry's color was better. You've broken the Moti breeding cycle. We've repaired the cycle, Your Excellency, Lady Blaine said coolly. It's broken in mediators. Child, male, female, pregnant. Male, female, pregnant. That's how it goes with Moti classes. But mediators are sterile mules. So they're only male once, and they die young. We only had 3 moties to test, but we could ask questions. When a moty's been male a while, the single testis withers, and the moti goes female. Giving birth excites cells in the birth canal, and more testes form, but only one grows to term. He's carrying more than one of your worms, Renner pointed out. We worried about that, but it's not a problem, Glenda Ruth said. The kidney flushes the extra hormone. This is an old, well-established moti parasite. It had already evolved practically to symbiote stage. It won't overbreed inside its host. The hormone itself inhibits that, and the worm long ago developed other mechanisms to protect the host. Barry's eyes flicked to Renner's. They must have been thinking exactly alike. There'd be no problem transporting the symbiote. Barry said, "What next, my lady?" Sally nibbled her lip. "We don't know. Kevin, I think you understood the Crazy Eddie concept better than most of us. Would they want this?" "Of course they will," Glenda Ruth said. Sally looked at her daughter coldly, then turned back to Renner. "Does this make them fertile?" Renner asked. "No, not mediators anyway," Sally said. "Keepers," Renner said. Barry nodded. Keepers were sterile male masters, less ambitiously territorial than most moti masters. The title came from the keepers of the museums and other public facilities, and 3 Imperial midshipmen had died to find that out. Renner grinned suddenly. "Mediators would want it. Masters would want it for their enemies. But you don't know it works on masters." "No, but it does work on mediators, and if we had a master to test—" "Kevin?" Barry said. "Yeah?" Barry still looked sick. Renner glanced at the clock face on the travel chair. A dull orange light glowed on its face. "Yeah, you've got to get ready for dinner at the Traders' Guild, my lord, my lady." "We should speak further on this." Barry seemed to have trouble manipulating his lips. "Later, you have an exceedingly powerful tool." "We know it," Rod Blaine said. "We won't forget. How long will you be on Sparta, Kevin?" "Say 2 weeks, maybe 3. "As long as it takes," Renner thought. "Now, if not before." "Kevin, let's have dinner," Glenda Ruth said. "I mean, no one can get mad if a girl has dinner with her brother's godfather." She looked at her mother and smiled sweetly. "Can they?" Renner was sleeping like a baby, but the door chime snapped him awake. He asked, "Horpendile, is Barry present?" "His Excellency has just entered." Ruth stirred. "Kevin, what is it?" "I think I should go hold Barry's hand." Nabil passed him at the door to the parlor. Renner asked, "How is he? Is he likely to want to talk?" "He ordered hot chocolate," Nabil said. "Okay, 2. The travel chair was in the middle of the rug. Barry was looking straight ahead, motionless, like a stuffed dummy. Presently he said, "I was affable." "I'm impressed. What was His Highness like?" "He will not become His Highness until he assumes his duties as Viceroy." Barry shook his head slightly. "We were at the same table, but several seats apart. Later, many crowded around him in the clubrooms. I formed the impression of intelligence and charisma, but that would be apparent from his career. Really, I learned nothing I had not known. But at least we have been formally introduced, and I detected no signs of distaste." "So what's next?" "I persuaded him to come to dinner Thursday. It was the only time slot he had. He can listen to me and Jacob reminisce." "That'll tell him if he wants to travel with us to New Cal." "Yes. Aurbendale, determine Lord Andrew Mercer Calvin's preferences in food and entertainment. Kevin, we must go. These happy lords never really saw the problem, and now they think they have a solution. You've got to admit, they've got a piece of one. Hoskins sees profit from the moat. The Blaines will want to try out their new toy. The graduate student, Boyarsky, wants to play tourist. He was right. There will certainly be another expedition if the blockade doesn't fail first. I know. What people know how to do, they do eventually. Look at Earth. There's another thing. The Blaine girl will want to go to the moat. With her family's influence. Yep. She'll inherit power, all right. Glenda Ruth. Nice of her to remember our present. Kevin, of course she remembers. Because she knows it gives you pleasure that she does. As she was delightfully at the edge of informal familiarity with me. It took Renner a moment to see what he meant. Oh, my God. Raised by Moti mediators. She's going to make one hell of a diplomat. Nabil brought mugs of chocolate. Barry used his to warm his hands. The Crazy Eddie Squadron. If they know how important their work is. The expedition to the moat, when it comes, would have to go through the blockade. Forget it, Horace. The Navy obeys orders. They swear an oath. Barry tapped at the keyboard in his chair. The wall lit. I solemnly swear to uphold and defend the empire of man against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to extend the protection of the empire to all humans, to obey the lawful orders of my superiors, and to uphold and defend as sovereign the legitimate heirs descendant of Lysander the Great, and to bring about the unity of mankind within the empire of man. You see, their oath would force them to halt the expedition, if I show it to be a danger. Forget it, Horace. Oaths are one thing, courts-martial are another. But look at it this way. If worse came to worst, say if an expedition actually went and brought back a master and his household, or if a Moti ship got through the jump points and as far as Newcal and as far as, personal conducted interviews with the interstellar news media, it could become politically impossible to just wipe them out. You've had such thoughts, haven't you? I have. A Moti household with a mediator to swear that they left their warriors and watchmakers home. But now we could sterilize them without hurting them. It's better, Horace. Now, why don't you go to sleep? The Secret Service expects us to be bright-eyed and bouncy tomorrow. The look Barry gave him would have imbued a stone statue with pity. Or at least fear. 4. Veto. I have lived to thank God that all my prayers have not been answered. Jean Ingelow. The Yeoman First Class was clearly impressed. Barry guessed that she'd never before met an imperial magnate. She was certainly unfamiliar with his titles. Even so, she worked at being casual, and at covering the fact that Barry was kept waiting 10 minutes past the time of his appointment. Captain Cunningham will see you now, Your Excellency, she said. I'm sorry about the delay. We've been really busy this week. I've never seen anything like it. She got up and opened the door to Cunningham's office as Barry directed his travel chair. In 25 years, Barry had only had 3 case officers. He had no trouble recognizing Captain Raphael Cunningham. They'd never met, but there had been hologram messages. Cunningham looked like a child. A head round as a bowling ball, ringed in fluffy white, and a button nose and pursed mouth. Barry knew everything published about Cunningham's background and career. Additionally, what he knew of the officer's childhood and family connections might or might not have startled his case officer. Presumably, the Navy understood that Horace Barry left little to chance. His investigations had been disappointing, if unsurprising. There were few levers on Raphael Cunningham. His 40-year Navy career was not particularly distinguished, but it was certainly unblemished. Barry's agents suspected that Cunningham had not been entirely faithful to his wife, but they couldn't prove it. Fools, Barry thought. The Navy cared more about appearances than reality. It was an effort to stand in Sparta's gravity, but Barry managed it without a grimace. He bowed slightly. He had learned long ago to wait for some gesture before offering his hand to any Imperial officer. Cunningham's smile was broad, and he came from behind his desk to go to Barry. "Excellency, it's a pleasure to meet you after all these years." His handshake was firm but brief. So, Barry thought, I am kept waiting for 10 minutes, but his secretary apologizes. He will meet me halfway. A very correct man is Captain Cunningham. "Excellency, I confess I never expected to meet you." "Regrettably, my work does not permit me to visit Sparta often." "I took the liberty of ordering coffee." Cunningham touched a square inlaid on his desk, and an orderly came in with a tray. He put a large navy mug on Cunningham's desk, and a smaller cup of black Turkish coffee at Barry's elbow. "Thank you." Barry raised his cup. "To our continued cooperation." "I can certainly wish for that," Cunningham said. Barry sipped his coffee. "Of course, cooperation may be too strong a word, given the costs and rewards." Cunningham frowned slightly. "I expect I don't know all the costs, but as to rewards, I confess some puzzlement, Excellency. We don't have much besides honors to give. Your work in the Maxroy's purchase affair merits commendation, but you have refused additional honors. May I ask why?" Barry shrugged. "I am certainly not unappreciative of Imperial honors, but perhaps they have less utility to me. I thank you for the offers, but there is something else I desire a great deal more." Cunningham raised an eyebrow. "Captain, you will long have known that I consider Moat Prime the greatest threat to humanity since the dinosaur killer struck Earth 65 million years ago." "We differ there, Your Excellency. I like the notion that we're not alone in the universe. Different minds with insights different from ours. Was it the MacArthur thing? The little watchmaker creatures swarming all through the ship?" Barry repressed a shudder. Cunningham likes moties. A change of subject was in order. "My record shows that I am not a fool. I believe it is no more than a simple statement of fact that the Empire has never had a more effective intelligence officer than me." "I can't quarrel with that. Can't offer counterexamples, anyway. Bizarre the way you can— I gather you see patterns in the flow of money. Is that the way of it?" "Money, goods, attitudes. One can see changes in local attitudes by changes in a world's imports or the inflation rate. I followed these matters long before I joined your office," Barry said. 25 years ago I was persuaded to aid the Empire. I seek outy plots and heresies and treason so that the Empire may concentrate on the real threat, the moties. Of course, you've read my report on Maxroy's purchase." Cunningham smiled. "Gripping hand. But the moties hadn't busted loose after all, had they?" "No, not this time, Captain, but— how can I put this? You were frightened." Barry glared. Cunningham raised a big, thick-fingered hand. "Don't be offended. How would anyone have reacted? Little bitty lopsided faces looking out of a pressure suit, crawling up a rope just behind you. Christ, anyone else might have wound up in a mental institution. You—" Cunningham laughed suddenly. "You wound up in the Secret Service. Minor differences." Barry spoke low. "Very well. I'm frightened again. I'm frightened for the Empire of Man." So much so that you can't do your work? I must say, Your Excellency, that I don't see supervising a long-term naval blockade operation as requiring your special expertise. Cunningham already knew. Barry said, "When I was brought into the Secret Service, I had no choice. Since then, conditions have changed. Do you believe you could force me to do your will now?" Cunningham stiffened. "Excellency, we have never forced you into anything. You go where you will." Barry laughed. "A pity Senator Fowler is not alive to hear you say that. In any event, my status has gradually become that of a volunteer." Cunningham shrugged. "It always has been." "Exactly. And you agree that I am valuable to the Empire?" "Of course. Invaluable and inexpensive, in fact," Barry mused. "So, I will continue to be. But now I want something." "There is no need to be so aggressive." "You want a ticket to the blockade squadron," Cunningham said softly. "Precisely. Did you learn from Blaine or the ITA?" Cunningham laughed. "The traitors don't talk to us. You're serious about this, aren't you?" "Captain." Barry paused. "Captain Cunningham, one of your most effective agents is concerned about a potential threat to the Empire. I am as serious as any other of your madmen. I do not ask for funds. I am quite capable of paying my own expenses. I control seats on the ITA board, and I have influence with several members of Parliament." Cunningham sighed. "We're worried about the blockade, too." "Oh?" There was something. Barry would not lose face by reaching for his diagnostic sleeve. Not yet. "There's a threat to the blockade. Yes, of sorts. Maybe we can deal. Have you read the recent news stories by Alicia Joyce Mei-Ling Trujillo?" "You are the second person to ask me that in as many days." "No, but I shall as soon as I return to my rooms." "Good. Excellency, that investigative reporter has been giving us pure holy hell. I won't say she hasn't found some reason to, but God damn it! The Crazy Eddie Squadron has been out there forever. Blockade duty is the worst kind of duty the Navy can assign. Constant possibility of danger, but mostly boredom. Nothing happens, and nothing happens, and then—" "You were there?" 15 years ago. Worst year of my life. I was lucky. It was just a training assignment. Some ships and crews are stuck out there for years. Have to be. If we rotate them too often, there's nobody with experience. Leave them too long, though, and hell, Excellency, it's no wonder she's found people screwing things up. Everybody's tempted. I'm surprised it's not worse, but she's making us look very bad." Barry knew he should have read this Mei Ling's articles last night. He'd been too upset. "Her dispatches come from New Scotland, don't they? What has she found? Bribery, inefficiency, price-fixing, nepotism, old boy networking, all of that. We've got no choice. We have to give her a ticket to visit the squadron. It occurred to me that it would be no bad thing if you took her there." Barry mulled it. The more she learns, the more damage she can do. She might. Or she might see dedicated Navy men holding the line against a credible threat. And I am told you have means of persuasion. We can give you very complete files on the young lady and her family and friends." Barry smiled thinly. He had no doubt that this room was secure, and that his travel chair would be subject to magnetic fields that would erase all possible recordings of the conversation. In fact, he hadn't even tried making one. He said, "And for 2 or 3 months there would be no dispatches at all." Cunningham nodded. "By the time she sees New Scotland again, we'll clean up most of what she's complaining about." "I will do my best. We haven't met, of course. She may detest me on sight. Cunningham smiled. If you can't charm her, Kevin Renner can. We're agreed, then? Then I want to talk to Sir Kevin, and with luck, the rest is formality. Formality? Cunningham shrugged. Lord Blaine has asked that he be informed. Surely he would have no objections. I understand you have known him for many years. More than 25 years, Captain, Barry said, and he felt a cold chill in his stomach. It was standard practice to interview intelligence officers one at a time, no matter how closely they might work together. They'd been polite enough to bring Renner and Barry in by separate entrances. Renner glimpsed Barry's travel chair as it wheeled into the reception room. Then he was ushered into Cunningham's office. Cunningham stood. Greetings, Captain. Trust you're well? Fine. Kevin looked wryly at his expensive civilian clothes. Didn't know the rank showed. Cunningham frowned a question. Forget it. Renner sat in the visitor's chair and took out a pipe. Mind? No, go ahead. Cunningham glanced at the ceiling. Giorgio, exhaust fans, if you please. He tapped keys below a screen that faced away from Renner. Giorgio set a brisk breeze moving. Now, Captain, if you could just clear up a couple of points about Maxroy's purchase. I'm sure aren't worth worrying about, Renner concluded. My formal opinion's on record. Governor Jackson not only can handle the situation, he'll have a new Utah voluntarily in the Empire in 10 years without anyone firing a shot. Cunningham scratched at the computer entry pad with his stylus. Thank you. Excellent report of a very creditable job. I can tell you privately that the Admiral's pretty well decided to endorse your report. That ought to make Jackson happy. Cunningham nodded. Now, what can you tell us about this latest scheme of Barry's? Renner spread his hands. My fault. I came staggering home at 1 a.m, dead drunk and covered with blood, shook the old man awake and told him, the gripping hand. Damn it! The whole planet was talking like they've got 3 arms. Time I finished talking, we were both convinced the Moties were in purchase system. But they weren't. No, but they might be somewhere else. I'm with Barry. I want to know the blockade works. It works. You can't verify that. Captain, when did you last visit the blockade? Spend long enough to be sure it's puncture-proof. Who was minding the store while you were there? Have you seen clips of the Moty warriors? Renner waved it away with a slicing gesture. Never mind, Captain. The point is, Barry is determined. I haven't even tried to talk him out of it. I don't want to. In other words, he'll go, whether we like it or not. Let's say he's determined. Besides, what harm can it do? There aren't many secrets he doesn't know, and of all people, he's unlikely to give the Moties anything. For that matter, if the blockade personnel ever needed a pep talk, you wouldn't find anyone better than me and Horace Berry. With a tranquilizer drip, maybe. I take it you intend to go along, then? Cunningham glanced at the readout screen inlaid on his desk. You've 3 times requested retirement and then changed your mind. God knows nothing's stopping you. Renner chuckled. What would I retire for? I like what I'm doing, and this way someone else pays the bills. Sure, I'll go. I'd like to go back to the moat. Nobody's planning that. Not now, maybe, but you'll have to one day. You've been with him a long time. Is he all right? He's deaf on Moties. He can smell the money currents between the stars. Your office never made a better deal. I mean, loyal. I know what you meant, Renner said, and the answer is yes. He wasn't always, maybe, but he is now. And why shouldn't he be? He's put this much of his life into making the Empire stronger. Why throw it away? Okay. Cunningham looked up. Giorgio, call Admiral Ogarkov, please. After a few moments, a voice boomed. Yes? As we agreed, sir, Cunningham said. I recommend we give Barry clearance to visit the blockade fleet. He may solve the Mei-Ling-Trujillo problem for us, and he and Sir Kevin may pep up the Crazy Eddie squadron. It can't hurt to let him try. All right, talk to Blaine. Admiral, he won't bite. Thanks. Goodbye. Cunningham made a face. You don't get along with the captain? Renner asked. Earl. Don't have that much to do with him, Cunningham said. He's not Navy. Was once, I know, but he hasn't been for a long time. Giorgio, polite mode. I'd like to speak with Lord Blaine. The Earl, not the Marquis. At his earliest convenience. I think he's expecting the call. Barry had hooked up his diagnostic sleeve as soon as he left Cunningham's office. Cunningham's secretary was trying not to stare. He wanted to tell her that he wasn't upset, that he only expected to be upset. Would Blaine say no? He practiced deep breathing until his pulse was steady, then fingered the control ball. Alicia Joyce Mei-Ling-Trujillo. Present age 27 standard years. Feature columnist, Imperial Post-Tribune Syndicate. Special features reporter, Hoaxweiler Broadcasting Network. Highly rated. Born New Singapore. Parents Ito Wang Mei-Ling and Regina Trujillo. One older brother. Ito Wang Mei-Ling is the founder of Mei-Ling Silicon Works, New Singapore. Publicly traded. Current price 31 1/8. Barry fingered in 2 questions. 6 million shares, of which he retains 45%. Adding the mother's name is not customary on New Singapore. Alicia Joyce attended Hamilton Prep on Xanadu and graduated cum laude in journalism from the Cornish School on Churchill. When she arrived on Sparta, her account in the local branch of the Bank of New Singapore was opened with a letter of credit for 300,000 crowns. She worked as a volunteer research assistant to Andrea Lundquist of Hoaxweiler at a nominal salary of 50 crowns per week, until her news analysis series was sponsored by Wang Factoring. Barry nodded as he listened. New money. Oriental princess out to save the empire with her father's money and her mother's name. Barry glanced down at the telltales. Blood pressure, heartbeat, adrenaline level, all acceptable. Why not? Mei-Ling was an investigative reporter, no different from any other. She thought her wealth protected her, and surely did not think that it also made her vulnerable. Her family was worth 100 million crowns. Only 100 million crowns. What was she doing that the Navy feared? No time to read everything now. That would have to wait. But he could begin on the summaries. Digest. Series filed from New Caledonia by Alicia Joyce Mei-Ling-Trujillo. Series title, The Wall of Gold. Barry listened intently, but there was little to surprise him. Markups on maintenance and repair. Luxury supplies sent to the blockade squadron, most obtained without competitive bids. Imperial Autonetics coffee pots. Heh. Graft. She'd already gotten 4 men arrested, and several fired from the Navy shipworks on Fomor. On Levant, bureaucrats were expected to support themselves by bribes and extortion and favors. It was a different system, a mere matter of viewpoint, and not the black versus white ethical situation perceived by the Imperial Navy. This kind of thing wouldn't destroy the blockade, not if it were being run by Levantines. Barry's people had a sense of proportion. Then again, too much graft could bleed any military effort white. Then any kind of enemy could charge through the tissue-thin corpse. According to Trujillo, the grafters were interfering with supplies to the blockade fleet. Freeze-dried food stocks, black box replacements. One David Grant, high in the planetary governor's office, had taken 500 million crowns to replate the blockade ships with Moti superconductor. The scheme existed only in spurious computer memory, praise Allah. There was no superconductor plating in the blockade, and shouldn't be on ships that must regularly descend into a red supergiant star. But what might that stolen money have bought to strengthen the fleet? What if she was right? He had to speak to Trujillo. He'd go to New Scotland no matter what Earl Blaine said. And then perhaps there would be a way into the blockade. He should learn that anyway, to probe for ways out. So search for a handle on Mei Ling Trujillo. 200 million crowns would buy control of her father's company. Who owned the outstanding stock? Barry tapped keys. Might as well find out. The computer scrolled, and here, Ito Wang Mei Ling has retained the services of Reuben Weston Associates. Ha! Most people had never heard of Reuben Weston, but those who had knew his group as one of the most effective and expensive public relations firms in the empire. They specialized in building contacts at court. A new Singapore electronics company wouldn't need that kind of service. A provincial mini-tycoon with ambitions to increase his rank most certainly would. And Barry might help the man, but not until he knew how Mei Ling Trujillo felt about her father, and he could do nothing while marooned in this anteroom. What was taking Renner so long? Cunningham hung up. "Blaine won't have it," he said. "Damn," Renner said. "Yeah. What is it? They were together on the Moat Prime expedition." "No. Something from before. Rumors." Renner stopped. "Something I should know?" "Evidently not." "Well, Barry's going to be disappointed. And what happens after that? I don't know. But he sure won't give up easily." 5. Passengers. For he possessed the happy gift of unaffected conversation, to skim one topic here, one there, keep silent with an expert's air, in too exacting disputation. Alexander Pushkin. Watching news broadcasts over many years had taught Kevin Renner this much. Styles mutated like crazy on Sparta. He knew his clothes didn't look funny because Cunningham's secretary had steered him to Cunningham's tailor. His problem was in identifying a maitre d'. A maitre d' should stand out. He watched the other customers. She was a lovely, statuesque blonde wearing a pantsuit with shoulder frills, but the 4 young men ahead of Renner weren't ogling her, just waiting to catch her eye. None of the other women in his view wore shoulder frills. She walked briskly to a small waist-high desk. The space above the desk was a faint rainbow blur from where Renner was standing, but from her viewpoint it would be a data display with a mugshot for identification. She led the 4 away, then came back for Renner. "Good morning. Table, sir?" "A table sounds useful." "Kevin Renner, and I'll be joined by a Bruno Chiller." She didn't have to tap keys, she just looked. The computer was programmed to pick up names. "Welcome to the 3 Seasons, Sir Kevin. I'm very sorry we don't have your table just yet. Admiral Chiller hasn't arrived. Would you care to wait in the lounge?" "I'll wait here, thank you." He could see empty tables. He watched her lead another couple past him. Higher rank? But they didn't walk that way. They were trying to keep up and still watch faces without being caught. Celebrity hunters. "Kevin?" "Captain." Chiller wrung his hand. He looked old, softening in the face, but his hand was still a vice. His voice had turned husky. "Call me Bruno. I've never seen you in civvies. My, you do like colors." "Is it—" "No, you look fine. Hey, I studied your report on Moat Prime. The one with the funny title. Did you ever think you'd be playing tourist with another species?" "Never did. I owe it all to you." The statuesque maitre d' led them to a table next to a floor-to-ceiling window, with a terrific view out over the harbor. Renner waited until she was gone, then said, "She gave away some tables before she let us have one. I wondered why." "Rank." "Well, That's what I thought, but serves you right for getting a knighthood. You had to have a window. Wouldn't do to have you sitting with the misters. Sparta's very rank-conscious, Kevin. Uh-huh. The computer says you're married. I'd have brought Jennifer, but her sense of humor isn't there? Right. Okay, and I'd have brought one Ruth Cohen, but she's taking a quickie training course at where she works. How are you holding up otherwise? I get the impression I'll last a while, but... No, never mind. You sick, Bruno? Not sick, but the last time I went off-planet, my doctor gave me pure hell, and so did Jennifer, of course. Wasn't the gravity, that was fine, but the longer day had me exhausted half to death. I came back with walking pneumonia. I can't travel anymore. I'm getting cabin fever. It's a small world, Kevin. You could be in a worse place. You get all the news that's fit to broadcast, and all the museums worth visiting. Not all. Tell me about the museum on Moat Prime. That was different. They took us there in big limousines they made just for us. The other cars were all teeny, and they collapsed flat. Even the limousine could fold smaller. The museum was all enclosed, one big building. Artificial environments inside. In one room it was raining buckets. Modi's wanted to lead us in anyway. Schiller laughed. We saw too much to take it all in. There was stuff we should have noticed. There was a wild porter. Tame porters are like 250 centimeters tall, with 2 arms, and they carry things. This thing had 3 arms, and tusks and claws. It was a little smaller. A tubby robot wheeled up, took a drink order, and produced whiskey screwdrivers. A live waiter followed. A local sea beast was on the menu, and Renner ordered that. The other offerings were earth life. Uninteresting. He said 1 whole floor was a mock-up of a ruined city. There were big 5-limbed rats and a camouflaged predator and a lot of other stuff. A whole ecology evolved to live in ruined cities. We didn't see the implications right away. We may not know them all yet. No telling what they've been learning at the Institute, of course, but Horowitz swore that the city rats are related to the warriors. We haven't ever seen a live warrior yet, but we have the time machine sculpture and a silhouette of the warrior aboard the colony ship they sent to New Cal. War. Continual war. Yeah. With their population problem, it's hardly surprising. Bruno, do you suppose it's possible to find the man who invented the condom? He deserves a statue somewhere. Bruno laughed a long, throaty laugh. I've missed you, Kevin. Food arrived. Kevin listened while they ate, a habit so old that he'd have had to concentrate not to listen. At the next table, some lordling was complaining bitterly about... What? Fishing rights up in the upper Python River. His family had had exclusive rights, and they'd been rescinded. Something about the salmon breeding cycle. Some low-born bureaucrat had decided that the Dinsmark family wasn't keeping the upstream route sufficiently open. His companion was insufficiently sympathetic. Kurt Dinsmark wouldn't have had fishing rights anyway. He was a younger son. And on the gripping hand, Renner thought, they're talking privileges instead of duties. How common is that? We pay the nobles one hell of a stiff fee for running civilization, he said. I rarely hear it put that way, so... Oh, I like to keep track of whether they're doing their job. In fact, it's part of my job, which is nice, because I was doing it anyway. But what I'm hearing about is privileges. Give 'em a break. They're off duty. There was another museum. Renner nodded slightly. Yeah, that one's hearsay, and from Modi's at that. The Modis killed the midshipmen who stumbled onto it. This one wasn't your ordinary museum. The idea was to help the survivors rebuild civilization. Heh! Schiller drained his glass. If I hadn't got stuck trying to rebuild New Chicago... Renner made sympathetic noises. Understand you did a pretty good job, though. Hey, I just had a thought. I'm on duty myself in a couple of hours, but do you get nostalgic for spaceports and spacecraft? Sure. The new port is in the old crater where the halfway dome blew up, and sometimes I go out there just to... What's your thought? Renner put down his fork, fished out his com card. Get me Horace Berry. He set the com card on the table while he finished his meal. It took a while, but presently the card said, What is it, Renner? I had a thought, Excellency. Praise Allah. My training has not been for nothing. We're taking Buckman and Mercer up for dinner tonight. Would you consider another guest? It's Bruno Chiller, retired as Admiral. He was my captain before he handed me to Blaine. Turn MacArthur over to Blaine, too. The Earl's first ship. I've been trying to tell Bruno about Moat Prime, but hey, why not let him listen while you and I and Buckman reminisce? Any appreciative audience can be a good thing. Momentary pause. Berry, too, was rank-conscious. Good. Put him on, please. Renner passed the com card across. Bruno Chiller said, Excellency. Admiral, we'd be delighted if you could join us for dinner tonight aboard Sinbad. The next Viceroy of Trans-Colsac will be present. Jacob Buckman is the astronomer who traveled with us to the moat. We became friends on that trip. You'll hear as much about the moat system as you can learn outside the Institute. Capital. Thank you, Excellency. Will you be accompanied? Thank you, no, Excellency. Mrs. Chiller has appointments for the evening. Admiral, I'm handing you over to the computer to order your dinner. We'll want a chance to put food stores aboard. Chiller's eyebrows went up. Renner said, Berry's got a good chef. Test him out. Chiller nodded and did. Presently, he passed the com card back. Kevin, you never used to be subtle. I may have picked up something in a quarter-century with Berry. Mercer will be happier if a higher rank is there, and Berry might tell you how he spent his time on Moat Prime. He's never told me. Oh? Moaties scare him. He'd rather not remember. It's worth a try. Besides, I've got to get to the spaceport early to get the shuttle ready. Why don't I come with you to supervise? Right. And now I have another thought. Expound. A month ago, we thought we'd found Moaties loose in the Empire. Nellen arrived, and Kevin talked while they ate. He had Bruno Chiller chortling. Now Berry wants to visit the blockade. Be sure it's leak-proof. So do I, Bruno. Maxroy's purchase was scary. And Rod Blaine has vetoed it. I'd like to give Berry a shot at changing his mind. Bruno Chiller was studying him like a lab specimen, or perhaps like the man across from him at a poker table. I'm the man who gave the Earl his ship and his sailing master. I also wished a prisoner on him. Horace Berry was traveling as a prisoner on MacArthur. Do you know why? No. After 25 years? I might not have liked it. I've got to live with him, Bruno. The question is, why should I get involved? I haven't thought of that part yet. The coffee arrived. Real cream, Renner said. Chiller smiled faintly. I'd be glad to get used to basic protocarb milk, if I could go to space again. Renner studied his coffee for a moment. Look, shall I tell Berry you already turned me down, so you don't have to go through this twice? Bruno said, Yes, and they moved on to other matters. Smooth, Jacob Buckman said. Horace Berry looked up in momentary puzzlement, then nodded. The transition to weightlessness had been quite smooth, but Berry was used to Renner's skillful management of the shuttle. He felt tiny accelerations, then the chimes announced they were docked with Sinbad. The connecting hatchways swung open. A crewman brought a tow line from Sinbad into the shuttle and made it fast. All correct, Excellency, he said. Berry waited a moment to allow Nabil and his assistants to go ahead, then disconnected himself from his couch. It was good to fly free of the travel chair. "Welcome," he said. "Does anyone wish assistance?" "Thank you, Excellency," Andrew Mercer Calvin said. He unsnapped his seatbelt and allowed himself to drift into the center of the passenger bay. He grasped the tow line and tugged himself toward the ship. Barry followed. As he did, the connecting hatchway to the pilot's compartment opened. Schiller and Renner came out. "My congratulations, Kevin," Barry said. Dr. Buckman remarked on the smoothness of our ride. "Not my doing," Renner said. "Guess I haven't lost all my skills," Schiller said smugly. In fact, there was little for humans to do beyond giving directions to the computer. Or, Barry wondered, had Schiller flown by direct control? Would Renner have let him, given who their passenger was? Yes, he would. They clung to a score of handholds while Sinbad spun up. Then Barry led the way into the interior, moving smoothly, if not quickly, in 60% of standard gravity. When I was 26 years old, he said to nobody in particular, the natives of Brazil took exception to some of my policies. They attacked me in the desert east of Beambletown. I beat them into town, doubled through some alleys, and was back in the desert, heading for my shuttle. I outran them all. Sometimes I do miss being young." "Amen," Schiller said. "I had to outrun an earthquake once," Buckman said. "I got downstairs and out of the observatory before it shook down on me. I think I could still do it. I run every day." He stopped walking. "Roomy. I knew you were rich, Barry." Sinbad's lounge was big. 2 recessed rails ran down the center, chairs and couches on either side. "Please be seated, and consider this your home," Barry said. "Hazel will take your drink orders." Barry tended to employ women of great beauty. It wasn't his first priority, but it could help a business transaction to run more smoothly. Mercer was looking at Hazel when he said, "Barry, I like your ship." "Thank you. It's roomier than it seems. I can attach a pod the size of this lounge and open up that entire oval area in the floor, which is the hull side, of course. The cabins don't become any roomier, but you don't have to spend all your time in them." Mercer laughed. "I'm surprised you bother with hotels." "Not always our choice," Renner said. "Customs isn't always as efficient as they were today." Hazel, what do you suggest?" "We have a good stock of wines, my lord." Mercer smiled broadly. "Just what I've missed on Sparta. Dry sherry?" "Me too," Schiller said. "Kevin, do you always live like this? I haven't had a decent sherry in 5 years." He stretched. "Got good legs on this ship." "Not bad," Renner said. "She's no battlecruiser, but we can pull a full G for a long way. The drop tank fits behind the add-on cabin, and it almost doubles our Delta V. And of course, you won't have a Langston Field generator in Sparta system," Schiller prompted. "The Navy approves licenses for private ownership of field generators sometimes," Renner said. "Outside the capital. One of Barry's engineering ships will meet us." "As well," Barry said smoothly. "We were running low on Sumatra Lintong coffee." Barry watched Mercer and thought he detected envy. He asked, "Will you be leaving for New Caledonia soon, my lord?" "There's a Hamilton Lines passenger ship in 3 weeks," Mercer said. "Or I can go with the Navy Relief Squadron next month. Haven't quite decided." Barry nodded in satisfaction. At point 6G, food stayed on the plates. Wine stayed in the glasses. Mercer had had an ulcer in 3037, and a recurrence in 3039. Modern medicine could make those go away, but nothing could cure a high-pressure lifestyle. And Barry was old, and so was Buckman. For them, Sinbad's chef had prepared a mild chicken curry. Chiller had asked for sea grendel, an air-breathing Spartan sea beast on the endangered species list. Sea grendels were being raised in a small bay on Serpens. They were for sale, but the price was high. Renner got it, too. He didn't have to order. His tastes were known. He would eat anything he couldn't pronounce. "Good," he said. "Really good. Were they hunted to extinction?" Chiller finished chewing and put his fork down with a broad smile. "Haven't had that since we were invited to the palace. No, it wasn't over-harvesting. The orcas have learned to hunt sea grendel, but that's not it either. Mostly there's a lot of ocean down there and not much land. The last passing of Menelaus was too close. The ocean got too warm for them. The West Sea thermal plant was stirring up the water. The fish they were eating went into a decline, and suddenly sea grendels were very scarce. Might have been worse, but old Baron Chumsley got interested in them. Now the university's on top of the problem. Hey, Kevin, what did you eat on Moat Prime?" "Mostly ship stores and protocarp milk, but the Moties found us a few things. There was an interesting melon. We didn't bring anything back, of course." Renner set his fork down. "Anything. My lord, we could have covered Lenin's hull with souvenirs." "What would you have brought back, Barry?" "I'll put that back in your teeth, Kevin. I thought of taking Moti watchmakers. I thought they would make wonderful pets. That was before they destroyed His Majesty's battlecruiser MacArthur. After that, I tried to persuade the Admiral to cremate everything." "My files say you made a fair profit from the superconductors and the filters," Mercer said. "I would have vaporized them." Renner asked, "What would you have brought back, Jacob?" "Information," the astronomer said brusquely. "That the Admiral didn't prohibit." Chiller nodded. "Buckman's protostar. Kevin, did you get anything named after you?" "Nope." "What would you have brought back?" "Artwork. I wanted the time machine sculpture long before we knew what those demons were. I wanted a certain painting, the one my Fjunch-clique called the Message Bearer. Another thing we should have noticed. There's a runner subspecies, and they're still kept around. When the cycles turn and all the Moties' sophisticated communications collapse, there are still the message bearers." "You said information, Dr. Buckman," Mercer said. "I understand the Moties were not permitted to bring any sophisticated record storage devices, but surely you collected your own." "What I could," Buckman said. "Of course, the Moties themselves are pretty sophisticated record storage devices," Renner said. "One reason they haven't developed information technology much," Buckman said. "Things fall apart so often." "More wine, my lord?" Barry asked, and signaled Hazel to open another bottle. He could have had fresh fruit shipped up, but Barry wanted to show off Sinbad's kitchen. Dessert was an array of cakes served with fresh espresso. Barry watched Mercer with satisfaction. A Navy wardroom offered nothing like this. The best accommodations on a Hamilton Line's passenger ship could only rival Sinbad, and the liner made calls on 4 planets before reaching New Caledonia. "Of course, if this young pup Arnoff has his way, it'll be called Arnoff's protostar," Buckman said. Renner laughed. "What? Hey, it was your discovery. I mean, Jock might argue they ought to call it Jock's protostar, but as far as humans go—" Mercer said, "Excuse me? I've studied the Moat expedition records, but I must have missed that one." "Not surprising," Renner said. "Look, from Moat system you get a good look deep into the coal sack. While the rest of us were dealing with the sudden fact of an intelligent species older than we are, Dr. Buckman found a curdling in the coal sack. He was able to show that it's a protostar. It's a thickening of the interstellar gas that's about to collapse under its own weight, a new sun." "Jacob, what is this?" Barry asked. "Oh, this young idiot believes I got it all wrong, that the protostar will ignite any day now." "But surely you would have known?" Barry protested. "You had MacArthur's instruments for observation?" "Some of the data were lost when we abandoned ship," Buckman reminded him. "Only they weren't." One of the reasons Barry liked Buckman was that their interests were so different. He was a man Barry couldn't use. Barry could relax when Buckman was around. In fact, Barry was paying more attention to Mercer. But he noticed how Renner's hands suddenly gripped the table's edge. Renner said, "What?" "Some of the observation files were beamed to Lenin," Buckman said. "There were watchmakers all through MacArthur then, and the information came all in one dump. About a year ago they were doing upgrades on Lenin, and the files turned up." Buckman shrugged. "Nothing I thought was new, but this fellow Arnoff thinks he's got enough for a new theory." Renner said gently, "Jacob, wouldn't you like to live to see it become a star?" Buckman shifted uncomfortably. "Well, I'd look foolish, but it's impossible anyway. Sometimes it seems unfair. My Fjunchklik believed that the fusion burn will begin within the next 1,000 years. I've reviewed my observations repeatedly since, and I think he's right. I came that close." "A mediator. Your Fjunchklik wasn't really an astronomer. Male, wasn't it? A male would be too young to have had practice at anything." "Mediators learn to think like their targets. My mediator was an astronomer, Kevin, at least by the time we separated." "Uh-huh. Does the Navy know about this Arnoff's theories?" Renner asked. "I suppose someone in the Bureau of Research watches astrophysics file updates," Buckman said. "Why the Navy?" "Gerbil shit. Doctor, you have got to learn to look outside your specialty." "Kevin," Barry demanded, "if the protostar ignites, we get new Alderson paths," Renner said. "It won't happen," Buckman protested. "A moment," Mercer said quietly. "Sir Kevin, could you explain?" "I may have to lecture." "Please do so." "Okay. Ships travel along Alderson tramlines. Tramlines form between stars, along lines of equal potential flux. I won't explain that. You got it in high school. But it means they don't form between all pairs of stars. Not all the tramlines are useful, because if the flux densities aren't high enough, they won't carry anything big enough to have a drive aboard. The moat sits out there with the coal sack on one side and the big red supergiant Murchison's eye on the other. The eye is big and bright, so bright that the only useful tramline from the moat is not only to the eye, it terminates inside the supergiant. Tough on Moties trying to use that tramline. The blockade is there to make it even tougher. When Buckman's protostar ignites, it'll create new tramlines. To where? Who would I ask? Damned if I know, Renner said. Dr. Buckman, maybe. It depends on the energy levels after ignition. But the Moties could escape. Barry had his diagnostic sleeve on. It showed him staying remarkably calm, considering. As if he had always known they would get out. Yeah, Renner said. Mercer caught Hazel's eye. Another of that excellent brandy, please. Thank you, Barry. There's no better at the palace. Now, Sir Kevin, let me get this straight. For a quarter of a century, the Empire has spent billions of crowns to maintain a blockade to contain the Moties, as an alternative to sending in a battle fleet to exterminate them. Now you say that if Dr. Buckman's theory is incorrect, that blockade will be ineffective. Suddenly. Is that a fair statement? As I always feared, Barry said. Renner was nodding, teeth bared. Nonsense, Buckman insisted. That star won't collapse in our lifetimes. I don't care how good your doctors are. I find that comforting, Mercer said. You will understand that as the new Governor-General of the Trans-Coalsack sector, I will automatically become chairman of the commission that sets policy regarding the Moties. I'd thought the Modi policy fixed and settled. The political questions regarding New Scotland and New Ireland are more than enough to renew my ulcers." He sipped at the huge snifter Hazel had brought him. "Jacob." Barry sounded very old. "You once had a different notion about the protostar." "Oh, I don't think so." "It was long ago, and memories are fallible," Barry said. His hand strayed to the input ball of his chair, and his fingers played complex chords with the buttons. The inboard wall of the lounge became translucent. Two images formed, Barry and Buckman, both 25 years younger, dressed in shipboard clothing fashionable that long ago. "Buckman, you really must eat," Barry's image said. "Nabil, sandwiches." "The Navy people only let me use the telescopes at their convenience," the younger Buckman said. "Computers, too." "Are either available now?" "No. Of course, you're right. Thank you. Only, Barry, it's so damned important." "Of course it is. Tell me about it." "Barry, do I know astrophysics?" Buckman's image didn't wait for a reply. "Not even Horvath thinks he knows more. But the Motis, Barry, they've got a lot of new theories. Some new math to go with it. The eye. We've been studying the eye since Jasper Murchison's time. We've always known it would explode one day. The Motis know when." Barry's image looked apprehensive. "Not soon, I trust?" "They say A.D. 2,774,020, on April 27th. "Doctor, oh, they're trying to be funny, but damn it, Barry, they're a lot closer than we were, and they can prove that. Then there's the protostar." Barry's image raised an eyebrow. "There's a protostar out there," Buckman said, "forming out in the coal sack. I can prove it. It's about ready to collapse." The younger Barry smiled politely. "I know you a little, Jacob. What do you mean by now? Will you have time to eat?" "Well, what I meant was sometime in the next 500,000 years. But the Modis have been watching it a long time. My student, how do you say it?" "Fjunchklik," Barry's younger image said. Eyes flicked toward the living Barry. Could a human being have made that sound? "Yeah, he says it'll take 1,000 years, plus or minus 40. A younger Nabil came on the screen with sandwiches and an old-fashioned thermos. Barry touched his controls, and the wall faded out. "You see, Jacob, you were led to your theory. Left alone, what might you have thought?" Buckman frowned. "Not the Motis. They're math." "Observation reports, too," Renner said. "Theirs." "Well, yes, of course, but Kevin, you're—" "What?" "You're suggesting my Fjunchklik lied to me." "It never would have crossed my mind," Barry said gently, "that my Fjunchklik would not lie to me. Kevin's played jokes on him, of course. Lady Blaine's certainly lied to her. It's on record." "Yes." Buckman was not happy. "Then Arnoff's right. Jacob, come with me aboard Sinbad to Murchison's Eye. You can get new data. If you can't destroy this Arnoff's reconstruction, you can refine it, improve it, until half of civilization thinks it's yours." "I'll come," Buckman said quickly. "This dithering is a bad habit, Jacob," Renner said. "I'm getting tired of reviewing old data anyway." "When does Arnoff say is the earliest this event could happen?" Mercer asked. "Last month," Buckman said. Mercer looked puzzled. "Then it could already have happened, and we would not know." "I think you said your protostar was light years from any observer?" "Oh," Schiller said. "No, my lord. It has been known since co-dominium times that Alderson tramlines form as nearly instantaneously as anything can be in this universe." There's a propagation speed, Buckman said. We just don't know what it is. No way to measure it. The astrophysicist looked thoughtful. All the really interesting events happen in the last dozen years. Now. They could be happening now, Renner said. You know what this means? It may be important to have a ship from the Crazy Eddie Squadron pop into the moat system long enough to get data on the protostar. Allah be merciful, Barry said. He straightened visibly. Well, my lord, I promised you an entertaining dinner. You've kept that promise, Mercer said. Now, may I offer you more? I have long intended to go to New Caledonia. I would be more than pleased to have you as a guest for the journey. That's generous, Mercer said. I'd like to accept. But you do not? Barry asked. Mercer sighed. Excellency, I'm a politician. Successful, I think, but still a politician. I don't know how it happened, but you have made a very powerful enemy. Captain Blaine, Renner said. Earl Blaine, precisely. I need not tell anyone in this room just how powerful the Blaine family is. As the first members of the Imperial Commission, they set the policies on our relations with the Motis. The old Marquis has a standing invitation at the palace. Frankly, I can't afford to have their opposition. No argument there, Schiller said. Mercer shrugged. Excellency, I can see great benefits to having your friendship, and a comfortable and expeditious journey is probably the least of them, but what can I do? Let me get something straight, Schiller said. His Excellency's, strong distrust of Motis is well known. My last assignment was in Bupaldock. Excuse me, the Navy's Bureau of Policy and Doctrines. And Barry, you had half a dozen expensive Imperial Autonetics PR types trying to convince everyone in the Navy. I suppose I became something of a joke, Barry said. Not that, Excellency, hardly that. But maybe we stopped giving your hollows quite as high a priority when they mentioned Motis. Kevin, I never knew you considered Motis a threat. Your video report sure doesn't come across that way. Renner nodded. I had a wonderful time on the Moat expedition, and I guess that's what showed. That report was for the media. I didn't make it for the Navy. For that matter, I have to calm Barry down sometimes. Even so, at Maxroy's purchase, I was the one who ran around shrieking, "The Motis are coming!" I'm not blind. A couple of points, okay? I love mediators. Especially my own Fjunchklick. And I suppose that's just my natural narcissism. We all felt that way. Every so often I have to remind myself that everyone who thinks he likes Motis actually likes Moti mediators. They're the ones who do all the talking. But the masters make all the decisions. And they only talk to and through mediators. Clear? A point worth noting, Schiller said. My lord, did you know that the Blaine children had Moti nannies when they were growing up? It wasn't generally publicized. Renner said, Yeah. Second, I like Barry. Tastes differ, but I like Horace Barry just fine. You didn't know that, did you, Barry? Barry felt his cheeks warming. You've never said that. Yeah, but he's dangerous. Check his record. The Motis are likewise dangerous. And I don't mean mediators now. I mean a dozen species that think like robber barons and build like idealized engineers and carry a ton of stuff on their shoulders and do their farming with an inborn green thumb and fight like God knows what. We've never seen warriors fight, but if they're as good at war as engineers are at tinkering, yuck. One must not forget their sexual cycle, Barry said. Yeah, if they don't get pregnant, they die horribly. Is that a population problem or what? Schiller waved that away. We don't need that lecture. Everybody knows it. We know how they solve it, too. Wars. It's why we had to lock them up in the first place. Damn. I suppose it is scary to think of mediators lecturing at Blaine Institute and raising little Blaines. There was a master, too, but I hear he died early. The Blaine children. We met young Glenda Ruth. She was grateful for a present I provided. Schiller looked thoughtful. My lord, you said you could see advantages to His Excellency's friendship. Well, pardon me, my lord, I wasn't arguing. I can see advantages, too. Schiller looked grim. Look, I'm as loyal as anybody, but I'm not blind. The Empire just isn't as efficient as it was 30 years ago. When the Modis were first discovered, Merrill was viceroy out there behind the coal sack. Old Navy man. He had a battle fleet together before Sparta even knew there was a problem. You couldn't do that now, my lord. No, Admiral. I probably couldn't, Mercer said. You can't even get Sparta to react that fast, Schiller said. It's like we've got fat in the arteries. My lord, if the Modis really are dangerous, and that damn star really is about to let them out, you're going to need all the clout you can get. Blaine and Berry together wouldn't be too much. Mercer nodded. I can't argue, but I can't think what to do either. I don't know why the Earl so thoroughly disapproves of Trader Berry. I do, Schiller said. Damn all! I promised Jennifer I wouldn't get into this. Excellency, would you ask your computer to help me place a call? Blaine Manor. You can get through? Renner asked. Once. I can't abuse the privilege or they'll change the codes on me. He turned to Berry. Excellency, I think it's about time you and Rod Blaine had a talk about New Chicago. Ice ran up Berry's spine, and he saw his indicators jump. 6. The Seeds of Treason. Each man must for himself alone decide what is right and what is wrong, which course is patriotic and which isn't. You cannot shirk this and be a man. Mark Twain. The informal luncheon room of the Drakenberg Club was paneled in walnut, then decorated with a theme Renner didn't recognize. Pictures of men in strange uniforms, carrying odd implements that included oversized gloves for one hand and a small white ball. The club steward ushered him to a table. Glenda Ruth Blaine was already there. The steward bowed formally. My lady, your guest. Thank you, William, she said. William, this is my brother's godfather, Sir Kevin Renner. Ah, pleased to meet you, Sir Kevin. Shall I send the waiter, my lady? Please. Glenda Ruth waited until the steward was gone, then flashed a hefty grin. Made his day, we did. William does love rubbing elbows with the aristocracy. Kevin Renner sat. He couldn't help thinking what a remarkably pretty girl Glenda Ruth was. Not beautiful in the fashion magazine sense. Something else. Something about her infectious smile. Of course, she was only 17 standard years old, but she seemed older. Influence of the Motis? Her mother hadn't been a lot older, no more than 25, when she'd gone to the moat world. Renner tried to remember what Sally Fowler had been like. He indicated the half-dozen forks at his place. Bit fancy for lunch? Glenda Ruth winked at him. Stuffy place, but it was the only one I could think of where you can't possibly grab the check. Is that important? Her smile faded slightly. It might be. Daddy doesn't want us accepting favors from Horace Berry. We're guessing you have an expense account. I do, but this isn't business. Or is it? She shrugged. It might be. I took Admiral Chiller's call. After he talked to Daddy, I called him back. Yeah, I suppose you would know him. You could say that, she chuckled. I called him Uncle Bruno until I was 10. Here's the waiter. Champagne cocktail for me, Kevin? Bit early for drinking. Coffee, please. Yes, sir. Glenda Ruth was grinning at him again. You don't need to be so adult. Eh? They know how old I am. My champagne cocktail won't have alcohol in it. Of course, some kids just slip in vodka from a flask. Will you? I don't even own a flask. Moti influence? No. None of them ever mentioned it. But she didn't drink. But, yeah, they wouldn't see the point. They eat, drink, breathe industrial poison. If you aren't tough enough, you die. Why go looking for more? She nodded. That sounds right. Kevin looked around the room. Typical aristocratic luncheon place. Expensive women and very busy men. He didn't really notice them. He looked away from the table so he wouldn't look as if he were staring at the girl he was with. And the truth was that he very much wanted to stare at her. She was far and away the most attractive woman in the room. Probably the most expensive, too, Kevin thought. Her clothes were simple enough. A dark wool afternoon dress that fit perfectly, emphasizing her femininity without being overtly sexy. The skirt was just knee-length, slightly conservative by current fashions, but that tended to emphasize the calves and ankles. Her jewelry was simple, but included a matched pair of earrings of Xanadu firestones, worth enough to buy a house on Renner's home planet. Quite a long way from Maxroy's Purchase, Renner said. Or from New Caledonia. True. How long were you there? I barely remember it, Glenda Ruth said. Dad thought Kevin Christian and I ought to grow up on Sparta instead of in the provinces. She shrugged. I suppose he was right, but I worry about the Motis now that Mother and Dad aren't on the commission. They're not on the commission, but they still have plenty of influence, Renner said, as Barry and I found out. Yeah, sorry about that. So, what did you want to see me about? Renner asked. Crazy Eddie. Huh? You said back at the Institute that we don't understand Crazy Eddie. He's supposed to fail? Yes, I guess I said that. I've only known 3 Motis, she said. I think I understand Crazy Eddie, but I'm not sure. You knew a lot of Motis. Not for long. Not very well. Well enough to understand Crazy Eddie. Not understand exactly. You know what I mean. There were a dozen stories about Crazy Eddie. Most were recorded, and I have them. There was the story they told you, for instance. She took out her pocket computer and scribbled on it for a moment. An image rose out of the tablecloth. Renner had taken this sequence straight from MacArthur's records as beamed to Lenin. A twisted shape in brown and white fur. A Moti mediator was speaking. Renner, I must tell you of a creature of legend. We will call him Crazy Eddie, if you like. He is like me, sometimes, and he is a Brown, an idiot, savant tinker, sometimes. Always he does the wrong things for excellent reasons. He does the same things over and over, and they always bring disaster, and he never learns. The image jumped a bit. Renner had edited this for summer vacation. When a city has grown so overlarge that it is in immediate danger of collapse, when food and clean water flow into the city at a rate just sufficient to feed every mouth, and every hand must work constantly to keep it that way, when all transportation is involved in moving vital supplies, and none is left over to move people out of the city should the need arise, then it is that Crazy Eddie leads the movers of garbage out on strike for better working conditions. Glenda Ruth turned it off. Renner said, I remember. My introduction to Crazy Eddie. Once we knew what to ask for, we got more. Jock Sinclair's Moti spoke of melting down your supply of screws to make a screwdriver. Father Hardy's mediator talked about a religion that preached abstention from sex. We didn't know how bizarre that was for Moties. Yes, but you know, we never did learn much more about it, Glenda Ruth said. So why did you say that Crazy Eddie is supposed to fail? Don't the Moties admire Crazy Eddie? Jock certainly does. You'd know more than me. But yes, I think they all admire anyone mad enough to think all problems have solutions, which doesn't mean that they expect the universe to cooperate. No, of course not, but I still wonder. The cycles, Renner said. It's all they have for history. Crazy Eddie thinks he can change all that. End the cycles. Of course they admire him. They also know he's crazy, and it won't happen. But maybe we have the solution now, the parasite. Yeah, I've wondered about that, Renner said. The waiter brought coffee and a tall champagne glass with something sparkling and pink for Glenda Ruth. Kevin ordered absently, his mind far from food. You knew 2 mediators, Renner said. Of course, you didn't get to know Ivan. No, he was more aloof, masters are. And the mediators speak for them, Renner said. That's more obvious on the moat than it would have been to you, but it's something you don't dare forget. Take your parasite. Jock can't make any deal that's binding on masters back on the moat. Yes. There's also the question of how your parasite would get to the moat. I doubt the Navy will let any ships go there. I talked to Uncle Bruno this morning, Glenda Ruth said. Eh? The protostar. When it ignites, the Moties will come out. We have to do something before that happens. I'm sure Admiral Chiller is talking to all his classmates right now. Will something happen soon? Of course not. Sparta isn't like that. It will have to be discussed in the Navy, then at the palace. Then the politicians will get in the act. Fortunately, it may not collapse soon. Or does Jock know something? She shook her head. He doesn't know, and he wouldn't have known. Ivan may have known things we weren't supposed to find out, but Jock and Charlie never did. And Ivan was no astronomer. He wouldn't be. Keepers aren't usually curious. The waiter brought lunch. Glenda Ruth talked all during lunch, drawing Renner out, until he realized he had told her nearly everything he'd ever thought about the moat. She's a damned good listener. Cares what you say. Of course she would. It's hard to tell what's an act and what isn't. Maybe none of it is. She waited until dessert before she said, Bruno said he wished he could go with you to the moat. We're not going to the moat. Just to the Crazy Eddie squadron, maybe not there. If your father doesn't lift his veto, you know he's blocking the trip. Can you talk to him? I can't talk. It won't help. They don't much listen to me, but I'll try. If I get Daddy to say yes, can I go with you? Renner managed to set the coffee cup down without spilling any. Glenda Ruth looked defiantly at her mother. All right. You won't let Kevin and Horace Berry go? Fine. I won't go with them. I'll go with Freddie. Freddie? Certainly. He has a ship. Pretty good one, too, Rod Blaine said. Sally's look silenced him before he could say anything else. You are not going halfway across the galaxy with that... Glenda Ruth cocked her head. Freddie? You can hardly complain about his social standing. His family is as prominent as ours, about as rich, too. We went out beyond the moon for a week during spring vacation. You didn't search wildly for an appropriate insult then. Did. Sally caught herself. It's a bit different, being in a small ship for months. If it's my reputation that worries you, we could take a chaperone. Or one of my friends from the Institute, Jennifer, and her mother. That's absurd. Jennifer can't afford that. I can, Mother. I'll be 18 in 2 weeks, and I'll have my own money. Uncle Ben left me quite a lot, you know. Rod and Sally exchanged looks. "What does Freddie's father have to say about this?" Sally demanded. "For that matter, have you asked Freddie?" Rod asked. "I know you haven't asked Berry." "She doesn't think she has to ask anyone," Sally said. Glenda Ruth laughed. "Freddie will be glad to take me anywhere, and you know it. And his father doesn't care what he does if he won't join the Navy." "Which he won't," Rod said. "Because he knows he wouldn't be any good at it," Glenda Ruth said. Sally shook her head. "I don't see what you see in Freddie Townsend." "You wouldn't, Mother. He's not a hero like you or Daddy. But I like him. He's funny. And Jock likes him." "You must like him a lot if you're willing to be cooped up in that yacht of his for several months," Rod said. "And I don't think you would for a trip to Santa Catarina." "Widget, please don't call me that." "Sorry, Princess." "Go ahead and wriggle, my lord, but you'll have to think of me as an adult soon or sooner." 2 weeks to practice, my Lord Blaine." Blaine recovered fast, but for an instant he'd been jolted. Then, "Glenda Ruth, I know why Berry wants to go to New Caledonia. He wants to inspect the blockade fleet. But why you? Freddie's ship can't go to the blockade point. It's inside a star. And last time I looked, there wasn't any Langston Field on that yacht." "I want to see my brother." "I don't have to visit the blockade fleet for that. He gets to New Cal twice a year." Sally snorted. "Brother, what you want to do is go to the moat." "Chris would too," Rod said. "But neither of you is going to do it." "She's persuasive," Sally said, "and so is Chris. Together—" "Separately or together, our children aren't going to talk the Navy into that," Rod said. Glenda Ruth, this is silly. You're upsetting your mother. You are not going to New Caledonia." "I am, yes. I don't want to start a big fight, but really, how can you stop me? In 2 weeks, I'll have my own money." She grinned. "Of course, I could marry Freddie." Sally looked horrified, then laughed. "Serve you right if you did. Anyway, I don't have to." "You've already been accepted at the university," Sally said. "Yes, and I'll go, but not just now." Glenda Ruth shrugged. "Lots of kids take a Wanderjahre before starting college. Why not me?" "All right, let's be serious," Rod said. "Why?" Glenda Ruth said, "I'm worried about the Moties." "Why should you be worried about the Moties?" Sally asked. "Politics. Growing up in this house, I've seen a lot of politics go past my nose. When the Parliament starts debating the cost of the blockade fleet, anything can happen. Anything. Suppose they think it costs too much. They aren't going to just pull the fleet back to New Cal. You know they won't. They'll—" She caught herself. "They'll what?" Sally asked. Her voice was no more than a whisper. "They'll send for Kutuzov." Sally frowned and looked to Rod. He shrugged. "The Admiral retired long ago. He's pretty old. As old as Berry, I guess. Last I heard, he was still active in St. Ekaterina politics. But he doesn't come here." "He's organized mankind first," Glenda Ruth said. Rod frowned. "I hadn't heard he was behind that group. How sure is this?" "Freddie told me. But I had a chance to back it up. Sir Radford Bowles spoke for Mankind First at a University of Sparta symposium." "Freddie took me. I got in an argument with him at the tea afterward. I watched him. He's picked up some of Admiral Kutuzov's mannerisms." Rod shook his head, smiling. "I tore the first Moti probe apart, so the Humanity League wanted my hide. Now this Mankind First outfit wants to use Blaine Institute research to wipe out the Motis. I can't win." "It's not you who can't win," Glenda Ruth said. "It's the Motis who'll lose, and there's no reason." There aren't any moties, Rod said. Dad, not the way you say it. There are plenty of moties, all right, a planet full of them. More in their Trojan Point clusters and the moons of the gas giant. But there's no single moti civilization, Glendaruth. Never was, never will be. Every master is independent. I know that. Sometimes I wonder if you do. Dad, I know more about motis than you do. I've read everything, including your debriefings, and I grew up with motis. Yes, you had the moti mediators as friends and companions. Sometimes I wonder if that was such a good idea, Rod said. Your mother didn't like it much. I went along, Sally said. Glendaruth, you think you know as much about motis as we do. Maybe you're right. Maybe you aren't, though. You've only known 3 of them, only 2 at all well, and you want to gamble with the lives of the whole human race? Oh, Mother, stop that. How am I gambling with anything? I can't even get to Mote Prime. Dad knows that. Rod nodded. Pretty hard to do. The blockade fleet's there as much to keep the Imperial traders out as to keep the moties in. You sure won't get to the moat in Freddie Townsend's yacht. Then I can go to New Caledonia? I thought you weren't leaving us any choice. Dad, Mom, I'd rather have your blessing. Rod Blaine asked, Why? If all else failed, I could come running to you for help. Something could go wrong. I'm not crazy enough to think it couldn't. Rod, is that ship safe? Sally asked. Glendaruth grinned. The limousine landed on the roof of the Blaine Institute. 3 security guards politely helped Barry into his travel chair and escorted him to the elevators. There was no receptionist. As Barry entered the elevator, a guard took out badges and handed them to him and Renner. So, formally correct. Barry wished that Admiral Chiller had come to the meeting. Chiller understood. Barry wasn't sure why, but it was clear. And both Blaine and Renner respected him. The elevator door opened. 2 more uniformed guards ushered them down the hall to the Blaine office suite. There was no one else in the corridor. The guards opened the doors without knocking. Both Blaines were present. Barry felt relief. This is an impossible task. But it would be doubly so without her. Whatever I can say to him, she can veto. Only Allah can persuade those who will not listen, and he doesn't do that. Lady Blaine was pouring coffee. She had not spoken to Barry or Renner, and there was no shaking of hands. The Blaines wore kimono-like garments in strong contrast to the formal tunics Barry and Renner were wearing. Barry had seen clothing similar to those kimonos in the streets of Sparta, and even in restaurants. They were acceptable for receiving guests, but they were neither friendly nor formal. Barry had never seen Roderick Blaine in short sleeves. Smooth, hairless scar tissue ran from the knuckles up his left arm into the sleeve. And when Barry understood why, he knew he had lost. He accepted coffee. It was excellent. It was Jamaica Blue Mountain. Barry held the cup before his face for an extra moment to gather himself. Very good. Sumatra, perhaps, mixed with local black? The Blue Mountain's entire coffee crop had been reserved for Sparta, the palace and the nobles, for 500 years. Barry recognized it, but he wasn't supposed to. The Earl said, Kevin, I take it you're with him? Renner nodded. Yes, Captain, I came with him. I want to see the blockade fleet in action. I want to know if they're ready for something totally off the wall. Captain, we did some talking last night, and things came out. Have you spent any amount of time talking to Jacob Buckman, the astronomer? No, of course not. Who would? I would, Barry murmured. Forgive me, Your Excellency. Renner laughed. 2 green monkeys. What kind of company could either of them find aboard a working battleship? Barry glared. Renner continued. None of us knew why Barry was aboard. I suppose Jack Cargill did. But all you said to us was that His Excellency was a guest, and he was not to leave the ship. I never quite knew—" Blaine said, "All right. Did Buckman say anything worthy of note?" "We thought so," Renner said. "Some old data on Buckman's protostar surfaced from Lenin. Do you remember the curdle in the coal sack? 20 light years in and a light year across?" Sally Blaine looked puzzled. Lord Blaine nodded without enthusiasm. "Get to the point," Barry wanted to shout, but he sat tight-lipped. He had agreed to let Renner begin the conversation. "It's a protostar, an unborn star," Renner said. "Buckman's Modi said it'd ignite around 1,000 years from now. Buckman confirmed that. Now there's a young guy who thinks he can prove that it'll happen much sooner. And he's using observations from MacArthur." "So, it'll still be Buckman's protostar?" "It'll be a T Tauri star, Captain. Very bright." "The second question is when. The gripping hand is the blockade fleet ready to deal with several new jump points?" Blaine's lips moved silently. New jump points. God's teeth! The coffee trembled in Sally Blaine's hand. "Kevin Christian." "Yeah," Blaine said. "All right. I owe Chiller an apology. How valid is this?" Barry said, "My lord, it was a very late night. I summoned up this Arnoff's work and went over it with Jacob at my shoulder. He pointed out equations and compared them to his own. I understood nothing, but I know this. They used the same observational data, but Jacob used additional data, older data, which he took from Moti astronomers." "That could have been faked." Blaine sat at his desk. "Which would mean they were ready for us from the first moments they saw us. They saw how the protostar could be used before we did." "They knew about the Alderson drive," Renner said. "They call it the Crazy Eddie drive. It makes ships vanish. But they already knew how to build it, and they won't have forgotten." "Cycles," Sally Blaine said. "They play on them, use them. We can ask Jock." "We will," Blaine said. "But we know what answer we'll get. Buckman was given doctored data." Barry shrugged. "Motis lied to their Fjunchklicks. Who should know that better than we?" Sally nodded grimly. "They don't like it." And she saw Barry's flicker of a smile. Rod Blaine finished his coffee before he spoke again. "All right, Kevin, you've made your point, a good one. The government has to do something about this. I'll call the palace as soon as we're done here. That still doesn't tell me why you, why Barry, why Sinbad." "A piece at a time," Renner said. "Okay? First, you have to send Buckman. We need new observations and someone to interpret them." No interruption came. He said, "Second, new Cal system has to be ready, however the Modis get out, and this includes anything they might try. Captain, protostar or no protostar, they'll have to come through New Caledonia. That's where the crucial jump point leads, as far as I can tell from a first cut." "We met Mercer, the new Governor-General. Had him aboard Sinbad last night. He's a politico, Captain. Sharp, but still a politico, not a Navy man. He's got the sense to listen, but you still have to talk slow and repeat yourself and use simple words. He has to have things explained to him." "So?" "We'd have time to work on him if he rides with us to New Cal. Once we get there, there's a certain large-mouthed reporter named Mei Ling Trujillo who's doing her best to cut the funding for the Crazy Eddie fleet. The noise she's stirred up. Cunningham already wants to send her to the fleet. She's got the clout. She might find something she likes, and at least it would shut her up for a while. Fourth, there's Barry. If you haven't seen the record, I can tell you. He's been one hell of an effective agent for the Empire, more than me. Now, one of your best agents sees a threat to the Empire and wants to investigate. So do I." "I see." Blaine looked at Barry. His expression was anything but friendly. "It seems we made a good decision about you all those years ago." as it happens, my lord. I still don't trust you. Do you trust me, Captain? Renner demanded. Eh? And while we're on the subject, trust who to do what? Sure I trust you, Blaine said. You think the whole Spartan nobility is working for you. Okay, I don't mind being supervised. Maybe it makes the Empire stronger, but, Excellency, I'm not sure you want the Empire stronger. Barry said, if 28 years of service, and ran out of words. If 28 years of holding back the darkness wasn't sufficient, then there was nothing to be said. You see, Blaine was trying to be reasonable, we don't have to send Buckman, Kevin, in case you've arranged things so he'll only go with Barry. No, Captain. It's just that way We can send Arnoff, or a host of others. Kevin, I have good reason not to trust Barry, and damn little reason why I should. Renner's voice rose. Captain, for 28 damn years, we've been out working for the Empire. Kevin, you can't possibly convince me you haven't enjoyed it, Sally said. Well, all right, so I did. Renner sipped his coffee. Captain, let's talk about your arm for a minute. Blaine took a count of 3. Then, why in blazes would you want to talk about my arm? Well, you're wearing short sleeves, for one thing. And I now recall that when you came back aboard MacArthur at New Chicago, you were wearing a big padded cast. How did you get those scars? Did it have anything to do with the revolt? Blaine said, Why don't you stick to the subject, Renner? Barry was wishing the same thing with all his heart. It was hopeless. Barry hadn't tried to shut Renner up in a very long time. Renner said, Nobody wears short sleeves to meet someone he doesn't like. I think your scars may have something to do with your attitude here. Was it a burn-through? You don't get those anymore. Yeah, New Chicago. The Langston Field took a torpedo, got a hot spot, burned right through the hull. The flame fused my arm to the sleeve of my pressure suit. And now they're plating all the Navy ships with Moti superconductor. Yes. You understand, it doesn't mean we don't get killed anymore. We don't get hurt. Burn through in the Langston Field, the whole hull warms up, till it gets too hot. Then it isn't a superconductor anymore, and everyone fries. And the sleeves? The Earl was rubbing the bridge of his nose. It hid his expression a bit. I suppose I was being belligerent. I wasn't going to mention it myself, but I was damned if I'd let His Excellency forget. Petty of me. Kevin, I wouldn't let an old grudge get in the way of Imperial goals. I thought you knew. Barry was a prisoner on MacArthur. He was suspected of instigating the New Chicago revolt. And you were in one of the prison camps, Renner said to Sally Blaine. And a friend came with me, and she never went home, she said. Her eyes narrowed. And he's guilty as hell. He pushed a whole world into revolt just to bloat his already bloated fortune. Said Renner. No. We had the proof, the Earl said. We showed it to him. We used it to make him work for us. What? Lady Blaine had put her hand on her husband's scarred wrist. She said, Kevin, what do you mean, no? I've known him more than 25 years. Barry breaks rules for enough money. But there wasn't enough money. There couldn't have been. New Chicago isn't rich. Never was it? Well, it was once, come to think of it. Captain, we've stopped revolts. You know what causes revolts? Barry knows. Crop failure. It's an old tradition. When the crops fail, the people depose the king. Trust me. If New Chicago was ready for a revolt, then it probably wasn't worth robbing. Not to the likes of Horace Barry. Blaine said, "All right. Barry, why? We never asked." I wouldn't have answered. Why should I testify against myself? Blaine shrugged. "You will listen?" Barry demanded. Blaine looked at him quickly. "Yes, Excellency." Barry spared a glance for his diagnostics. He'd set them high. He didn't want to be too calm. Nothing had triggered. Good. 35 years, my lord. You would have been 12 when I entered New Chicago politics. Of course, I was not acting for myself. For whom, then? Sally demanded. For Levant, my lady, and all the other Arabs that Levant represents. You were ALO? Blaine asked. My lord, I was the deputy chairman of the Arabic Liberation Organization. I see, Blaine said carefully. So my life was forfeit in any event, Barry said. If you had found out... He shrugged. ALO membership was covered under the amnesty, in case you're wondering. I'm sure, Blaine said. But what in the devil was the ALO doing on New Chicago? It wasn't an Arab planet. No, Barry said. But it had once been a source of ships. I take it you know little of New Chicago's history. Almost none, Blaine admitted. I was only there to fight, and Lady Blaine has painful memories. Barry nodded. So, let me tell you a tale, my lord. New Chicago was settled late, well after the formation of the First Empire. It was far away beyond the Cul-de-sac, an insignificant world, settled by North American transportees, but administratively part of the Russian sphere of influence. That is significant because the Russians favored a planned economy, and what they planned for New Chicago was that it would be a source of ships for the future expansion of the empire. Figures, Brenner said. Edge of the frontier. What's your point? Sally Blaine demanded. A source of ships, Barry continued carefully. The people of the First Empire were largely transportees, not trained astronauts. Spacesuit and habitat technology had not moved as fast as spacecraft technology using Alderson Drive and Langston Field. Metals on New Chicago are easily available. Foundries could be built. The settlers had decent gravity and reasonably Earth-like conditions. The regions of exposed ores are east of the good farming land, and there's a dependable east wind to carry away the industrial stenches. My lord, nobody knows more than I do about New Chicago. Local asteroid belts. Yes, exactly. Spacesuits and habitats were improved. The sons of transportees were trained as astronauts. Of course, the next generations began mining their own local asteroid belts. New Chicago had built their foundries and shipyards and taught their people the skills. But meanwhile, all the settled solar systems were building their spacecraft in the asteroids. New Chicago was geared for a boom that would never come. Then the First Empire came apart. New Chicago did very well out of the secession wars. Oh, Lord Blaine said. Do you see it? New Chicago's boom period came during the first crisis. That was when my grandfather made his first contact with the place. He was one of the founders of the ALO. I still don't get it, Sally said. What did the ALO want from New Chicago? Ships. Why? Everyone needs ships. Certainly Levant and the other Arab worlds did. Then later, when the Second Empire was proclaimed, there was another reason. New Chicago was new to the empire. Here was a source of ships that were never in any imperial registry. Lord Blaine looked puzzled. Untraceable? Sally asked. Barry nodded. An outie world geared to make spacecraft, desperate for custom. Sally looked up at the ceiling. French-click. Ready? In what class was Levant admitted to the Empire? First, full self-governing with interstellar capability. With new Chicago ships? Blaine asked. Barry shrugged. Any planet when the life support fails. But that was long before the revolt, Blaine said. Certainly, my lord. That was in my father's time. Now think back 35 years. Today you see the Empire as successful. I invite you to see it as we did then. Which was how? Rod Blaine said. He saw that Sally was nodding to herself. Lady Sally was trained in anthropology. Can that be useful? My lord, your Second Empire was only beginning. It had proclaimed itself Christian, and if you do not recall the history of the Crusades, I assure you that we Arabs remember. You had already incorporated Dayan into the Empire, and promoted Jews to high positions in your military and navy. Why, in the name of Allah the Merciful, should any of us have trusted you? Calm down, Renner said. Barry glanced at the glowing graphs. I'm fine. So, my lord, at last you know. Yes, I helped instigate the new Chicago revolt, and to you it must have been from the blackest of motives. That would have been an outy world, with an economy based on building spacecraft and a thirst for customers. Unregistered ships, in case Levan should need them, in case the negotiations with the Empire failed, or in case the Empire collapsed under its own vaulting ambitions. Empire of man, indeed. We might well have been forced once again to proclaim jihad, with no armies and no navies, and nothing but the courage of our young men for weapons. And now? Blaine asked. Barry shrugged. The Empire has been successful. You do not like us. Socially, we are second class. But legally, we have the rights you promised. Our planets are self-governing, under people of our own religion. The threat is now from the moat, not from Sparta. There is no more need for the Arab Liberation Organization, and for the past dozen years I have presided over its liquidation. You're the chairman, Horace? Renner demanded. Not in name. Sure. You're not the formal president of the Imperial Traders Association either. Holy catfish! Kevin, we presided over the liquidation of Nassari's group. He would not give up his ambition. I caused. You made me dig up data on him and turn him into the Imperials. Sure, you couldn't hardly tell them Nassari isn't taking my orders anymore, now could you? I did what I had to do, Kevin. Barry turned to Blaine. You see? We had a way to get unknown spacecraft for ourselves. New Chicago no longer has a place for such schemes. But another world might, or an asteroid belt, or an Oort cloud near an old supernova. If men want spacecraft, or if Motis want spacecraft of human manufacture, then you must have Horace Barry, the spy. Into an uncomfortable silence, Earl Blaine asked, Your Excellency, just what are your plans, specifically? Plans or ambitions? Barry demanded. Eh? I don't know enough to have specific plans, but already I have found out more about the Moti threat than Mercer knew, or you, my lord. I have abilities, I have money, and among Allah and my doctors and this chair, I have energy. I propose to employ them all in the Imperial service. And he waited. I'll withdraw my objections, Blaine said, ignoring the small sound of protest from Lady Blaine. That's all I'll do, but I expect it will get you to the blockade fleet. God knows what you expect to accomplish there. Don't waste any more time than you have to. Thank you, my lord, Barry said. Sally waited for the door to close. Then she demanded, Why? You heard it all. But, Rod, what's changed? The revolt on New Chicago, the bloodbath, the prison camps. He caused it all. He raped the world and he killed Dorothy. I might have done the same in the service of the Empire. I might have been in Lenin's crew when Kutuzov burned Istvan down to bedrock. Barry's not just an opportunistic bandit anymore. He was defending his homeland. Levant! But it's his world. The key is loyalty. He was an enemy. Now he's an ally. He's protecting the Empire to protect Levant. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He sees the Empire as friends, the only hope against the Motis. He could be turned again? Ha! Yes. We set Renna to watch him, and Renna's been doing that for a quarter-century. Maybe there's something that could turn Barry's loyalty, but not at the blockade. He won't accomplish anything there, barring a pep talk and some politics, but he won't do any damage. The blockade stands between Levant and the Motis. If Barry could see Motis as we do... Rod? How do you see Motis? Rod didn't answer. They destroyed your ship, and you'll never forget. I think you loved MacArthur more than you have ever loved me. But we've found the solution. Have we? It works on mediators. We don't know about masters. We don't know if masters would accept it, even if it does work. They'd call it a crazy Eddie answer. It will. It has to. Sally, we depended on the blockade. A few years from now, we might not have a blockade. Or 100 years, maybe. Or 1. And you know how long it will take Sparta to decide to do something. Renner and Barry... She nodded slowly. Action, not talk. She looked at the ceiling. Fjansklik. Ready. General instructions. All department heads. List essential equipment and personnel for transfer of the Institute to New Caledonia. Acknowledged. Part 3. The Moat Around Murchison's Eye. To the question, what shall we do to be saved in this world, there is no other answer but this. Look to your moat. George Seville, Marquis of Halifax. 1. New Ireland. The foolish will now ask and say, what has made the faithful turn away from the Qibla toward which they used to pray? Say, to God belong the east and the west. He guides whoso wills to the path that is straight. Al-Quran. Hyperspace links only specific points. The time required to travel from one Alderson point to another is immeasurably short. But once that jump has been made, the ship must proceed through normal space to the next Alderson point. This can take weeks to months, depending on the Alderson geometry, ship speed, and logistics. Sinbad was faster than most passenger liners, and Barry had arranged to be met by other ships of his fleet carrying supplies and fuel, so that Sinbad could go by the most direct route possible. And even so the trip lasted long enough to put everyone on edge. They remained polite, but everyone was glad that Sinbad's size allowed some privacy. Yet Renner observed that the odd friendship between Barry and Buckman remained as strong as ever, and if the new viceroy was tiring of being told stories of imperial trade on the one hand, and the follies of imperial science policy on the other, he showed no signs of it. Renner had long since taken to excusing himself quickly after the evening formal dinner. He was glad to be able to announce the last jump. "It'll be about midnight ship's time," he said. "Take your sleeping pills, and you may sleep through it." "I wish I could," Ruth Cohen said, "and I don't think I'll ever get used to jump shock." "You can sleep through it, but you won't get used to it," Renner said. "It's not something you can get used to. Anyway, this is the last for a while." "One of my ships should be waiting," Barry said. Renner nodded. "Yes, sir. They'll have been waiting a while. We had a message saying it passed through 3 weeks ago." Barry grimaced. "A costly rendezvous. Ah, well. Thank you, Kevin." A thin, reedy voice rang through the ship, first in Arabic, then in Anglic. "Prayer is better than sleep. Come to prayer. I witness that the Lord our God is one God. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the prophet of Allah. Come to prayer. God is great. Prayer is better than sleep." Ruth Cohen sat bolt upright. What in the world? The ship was in freefall. The Velcro covers had held her snugly in the bed, and she'd got so used to gravity changes in the past few weeks that taking the spin off the ship hadn't awakened her. Must have been done smoothly. She realized she was alone in the bed. And I really did sleep through the jump, too. Kevin Renner floated in from the adjoining cabin as the thin sing-song finally ceased. Shh! But Horace has visitors. Partners or relatives, both maybe, from Levant on the supply ship. Barry has Nabil play muezzin when he wants to look like a conventional Muslim. Sorry I couldn't warn you. We only found out when we docked ships, and I was busy then. But, Renner grinned, they wouldn't appreciate that Sinbad's pilot sleeps with a concubine. I am not. Well, I know that, and you know that, but they won't know that. Anyway, I take it back. They won't be shocked that I have a concubine. They might not be thrilled by your name. Name? You're from Dian. I'm not from Dian. I'm from New Washington. I know. And I am a Navy officer on assignment. She looked down at her translucent harem set and tried to grin. Well, not on duty just at the moment. Kevin, this is not funny. Well, maybe not. At least it wasn't hard to figure the direction. Kevin, point toward Earth, and you're facing Jerusalem and Mecca both. No difference from here. Same Qibla. What has this got to do with anything? I read up on it once, Renner said. When Muhammad first went to Medina, he preached that the Jews and the believers were one people, all descended from Abraham, and they'd all have one Messiah, maybe himself, but that wasn't established. One God, Allah, who was the same as the Jewish Jehovah. Muhammad venerated the Torah, prayed toward Jerusalem. Jerusalem? Kevin, why are we discussing this? So you won't brood about being insulted. I still don't like it. Of course not. Neither does Barry. You're a guest. If you insist on acting like one, Barry will cooperate. God knows what it would cost him, though. Oh. Ruth pulled a sheet up to her chin and wriggled farther down into the covers, holding her to the mattress. All right, tell me more. Are you making all this up? Renner smiled. Nope. I'm told that in Medina there's a famous mosque called the Mosque of the Two Qiblas. Qibla. Direction? Yeah, aspect. Direction the mosque faces. Muhammad sent letters to the Jewish leaders, inviting them to join him. They wouldn't. They said you had to be a son of Jacob to inherit the kingdom and get all the benefits of the prophecies. And Arabs didn't qualify, since they were only sons of Abraham. And nobody cared about the daughters. Not a bit. But for a couple of years they faced Jerusalem, not Mecca, to do their prayers. But when the Jews rejected his offer, Muhammad brooded about it. One morning, Muhammad was in the middle of his prayers facing Jerusalem, and all of a sudden he swung round to face Mecca. Everybody else did, too. Of course. And that's why Arabs and Jews fight. I never heard that. True, though. Renner looked thoughtful. Good thing, too. Can you imagine what would have happened to Europe if the Jews and the Muslims had been on the same side? Anyway, that's the story of the two Qiblas. Now, for the fun part. Fun part? For the next 2 weeks, we have this ship pretty well to ourselves. The supply ship isn't the only one Barry had meet him here. He's got a hospital ship that would make the Navy's doctors drool kittens. In about 3 hours, Horace and the Viceroy and Buckman are going to board Mercy of Allah, and by the time we get to New Ireland, they'll be new men." "Wow. Aren't you included?" Renner grinned. "What's the matter? Don't like the old one?" "Well, my opinion's on record, but it doesn't seem hardly fair." "But who'd keep you company? Actually, I got rebuilt just before we went to the purchase. Time enough for touch-ups when we're in orbit, and I don't have piloting duties. But we'll be pretty much alone with the staff most of the way into New Ireland." "I suppose it's just as well. I'm not sure I want to be around a Kevin Renner with more energy than you've already got." New Caledonia. Star system behind the coal sack, with F8 primary star catalogued as Murchison A. The distant binary, Murchison B, is not part of the New Caledonia system. Murchison A has 6 planets in 5 orbits, with 4 inner planets, a relatively wide gap containing the debris of an unformed planet, and 2 outer planets in a Trojan relationship. The 4 inner planets are named Concobar, New Ireland, New Scotland, and Fomor, in their order from the Sun, which is known locally as Cal, or Old Cal, or the Sun. The 2 middle planets are inhabited, both terraformed by First Empire scientists after Jasper Murchison, who was related to Alexander IV, persuaded the Council that the New Caledonian system would be the proper place to establish an imperial university. It is now known that Murchison was primarily interested in having an inhabited planet near the red supergiant known as Murchison's Eye, and as he was not satisfied with the climate of New Ireland, he demanded the terraforming of New Scotland as well. Fomor is a relatively small planet with almost no atmosphere and few interesting features. It does, however, possess several fungi that are biologically related to other fungi found in the trans-Coalsack sector. The 2 outer planets occupy the same orbit and are named Dagda and Mider, in keeping with the system's Celtic mythological nomenclature. Dagda is a gas giant, and the Empire maintains fuel stations on the planet's 2 moons, Angus and Bridget. Merchant ships are cautioned that Bridget is a navy base, and may not be approached without permission. "Which we won't need to do, thanks to Berry's supply ship," Renner said, wiping the screen. "We're good all the way to New Ireland." New Ireland, 2nd planet of the New Caledonia system. New Ireland was terraformed by First Empire scientists under the influence of Jasper Murchison, and was the original site of the trans-Coalsack branch of the Imperial University, until the campus was moved to New Scotland. The inhabitable areas of New Ireland are comparatively small, and confined to the temperate zone areas adjacent to the single major sea. Climate in the inhabitable zone is warm and pleasant. The soil is fertile, and there are few insects or other predators. Crop yields are high. New Ireland joined the secessionists and continued the war long after both New Ireland and New Scotland had become isolated from their respective allies. Little industry has been rebuilt since the destruction sustained during the secession wars. This was originally due to opposition from New Scotland, but is now apparently the choice of the new Irish Parliament. Consequently, New Ireland remains a backwater, with tourism as the major source of hard currency. New Ireland, and particularly the region known as Derry, is fiercely sought by Imperial Navy crews as a place for shore leave. Sinbad's Bee Lounge was an add-on pod the shape of a lima bean. Ruth Cohen had set the wall transparent. Andrew Mercer found her reading at a viewscreen, with stars blazing around her and the coal sack behind her. The blackness in the other direction was New Ireland's night side. He'd been watching the coal sack on and off ever since Sinbad arrived in New Cal system. He preferred not to let himself know that the view made him uneasy. The vast black blot stretched across 30 degrees of sky, in the shape of a hooded man with one glowing red eye. Murchison's Eye, the red supergiant, had a yellow fleck in it. The moat. And Ruth was a child in the arms of the hooded man, her face eerily lit from underneath by the computer screen. Mercer moved around her to see over her shoulder. "Greetings, Your Highness," Ruth said. "Not for 2 more hours. I don't become Viceroy until we land." "But you've been in the new Cal system for 3 weeks, and I know you've been reading reports and sending instructions." Mercer shrugged. 2 weeks of that was in the hands of Barry's Ginny." He stretched. "Do I look different?" "As a matter of fact, yes. Not much, but I can tell. I wonder how long Barry will keep Mercy here." "A while, I gather." "He plans on some touch-ups. Thinking of taking a turn in the tank?" "I just might, once we settle in. It's not an opportunity I'll get very often." "So tomorrow's the big day. Why New Ireland instead of New Scotland?" "Actually," Sir Kevin suggested it. "After I thought it over, it did seem a good idea to have the formal installation on New Ireland. Patch up the old wounds. Let the New Irish know they're accepted. Even if I can't begin work until we get to New Scotland." "Well, Trujillo got here first." "Eh?" Ruth scrolled back to the beginning of the news squib. Mercer read over her shoulder. "Dateline, Mont 10th, 32, 3047. Derry, New Ireland. Mei Ling Trujillo. His Highness arrives tomorrow." Not only is this the first official visit of an imperial viceroy to New Ireland since the wars ended, but Arthur Calvin Mercer will be formally installed as viceroy for His Majesty's domains beyond the coal sack, in the New Ireland Parliament building. The government clearly expects this to be a big deal, and has gone all out to bring in official guests to witness the event. There will be 3 days of official holiday. The new Cal branch of the Imperial Traders Association has arranged for fireworks, and is paying for an all-day banquet. There is no question that among the best people of New Ireland, the installation will be the biggest show since INSS Terrible bombarded Derry and ended New Ireland's secession 80 years ago. At tomorrow's ceremony, the fleet will be represented by 3 ships, the largest a light cruiser. It seems none of the others in the New Scotland naval yards is spaceworthy. When His Highness has had enough pomp and ceremony and wants to get to work, he might start by looking into the yardmaster's records. Meanwhile, for most of New Ireland, it's business as usual, and an unusual business it is. For 56 years, the province of Derry has been visited by the Navy on leave. They were not always welcome, but they have always been the source of money, and money heals many wounds. Today, Derry is famous for its welcome. The scars from Terrible's visit have long disappeared. Elsewhere on the planet, much of Murchison's careful terraforming has also disappeared, leaving vast desert regions. But from the top of Romance Crag, Derry still looks like farmland. Miles of it in all directions. The town is not one clump. It stretches arms along the crests of the hills, with farmland below. In the streets, it is quite different. The horrors have a wholesome look. I questioned several, and I always had the feeling that they were laughing at me. Uncorrupted. Part of the answer is that I was never able to find one twice. We come for a little day trip, and maybe we make some money. Then it's back to work with the pigs and the corn. Diriger told me. She knows who her father is. J. Nis doesn't. Both thought it an odd question. If you walk the streets of Derry, you'll find there aren't any brothels, but there are whole blocks of hotels that will provide rooms by the night or by the hour. Most of them have splendid room service. It is estimated that the average able spacer will leave 3 months' pay on Derry. If you count in the petty officers, the average Navy man spends nearly 1,800 crowns here. It is, by the way, very much an average. The Navy people save for their visit here, but they also gamble heavily. Navy men, I haven't found any women spacers who admit being interested in dairy, tend to spend heavily. But it isn't all wine and women. I always go to the Dream Palace, the midshipman I'll call Carlos Meredith told me. You can bring your own game cassettes and interface them and play the locals. Anything new from Sparta, the locals love it. I usually win for the first day. Then he finds a girl and goes off to sleep and comes back the next day and loses what he has left. The locals are pretty quick with a new game. Ruth glanced up at Mercer. There's more, but here's the tag. She skipped to the end of the file. They find a lot to worry about in Government House. But in the fleet there's only one topic of conversation. Will the new viceroy close down dairy? Humph, Mercer said. Sir? Ruth asked. She can't mean that. No columnist could be dumb enough to think my first act would be to close the one thing that makes blockade duty tolerable. Oh. Not much work for you here, Mercer said. No outies anywhere, and I can't see how the Secret Service could learn more about the moat. Maybe you'll find a plot on New Ireland. It may not be that funny. There aren't many active anymore, but the Rebel Alliance still exists, you know. They threw a bomb at Governor Smelyev, but that was 20 years ago. I think the worst we have to worry about on New Ireland would be getting too far behind on our shots. The intercom saved Ruth from having to answer. They finally called, said Renner's voice. All personnel strap in. Ruth, come forward. You don't know how to steal a spacecraft until you can land it. The inauguration ceremonies had begun at noon and lasted 6 hours. The celebrities had gone their own ways. Now trucks were moving between the barricades that lined Skid Street. The sun was still well up. Kevin and Ruth strolled along the main drag. Here was the falling ship, a hotel made up of 2-story buildings laid in squares, flower beds between, aerial ramps linking the roofs. Kevin wondered what they were charging for rooms with a view of Skid Street. A taller hotel could have made considerably better profits on a day like this. But nothing stood tall on New Ireland, not even the palace. The trucks were opening like flowers. Ruth and Kevin stopped to watch one unfold. In minutes it had become a bakery, and merrymakers were swarming to buy fresh bread. Kevin bought a loaf, tore off 2 pieces, and handed one to Ruth. They ate. All right. You don't get this on shipboard, Ruth said. Let's find some fruit. Crudité? Renner dropped what remained of the loaf and guided her to a vegetable stand. The trucks had all looked alike. Now all the suddenly blooming stands were different, and the trucks within had vanished. They munched carrots and a head-sized radish as they walked. I smell meat, Kevin said. That way. It's not all sex here, Ruth said. The sudden market already swarmed with women, young and middle-aged, varying between comely and beautiful, but generally good-looking. Men in Navy uniforms stopped to talk and found ready companionship. I never did get shore leave on New Ireland, Kevin said. We all knew it was what we wanted. Family cooking, fresh food, and wholesome sex. Hard to say which a Navy man wants more, after a year eating bioplast and yeast steaks. And marijuana. Even a little borloy. They told me you can get drunk, too, but you have to go looking for liquor. And it isn't in the rituals, if you follow me. No bars. And you're finally in Derry, but there's a woman hanging on your arm. I'll tough it out somehow. And there's dinner. What the blazes is it? Or was it? A carcass roughly the size of an ox was roasting over a fire. Right here in the street? Yes, but the fire was sitting on ribbed metal, the fold-down side of another truck. New Irish kept things neat. The burly proprietor cut them 2 slices and sealed them in plastic. They walked on. Speaking of sex, Kevin said, What did you think of Trujillo? I guess that look never goes out of style. Eh? No makeup. You probably thought she was careless. Looked like a mouse, but wear a thin dress and no underwear. It turns men on. Worked on you, didn't it? Point taken. Ruth sighed. It only works when you're young. Maybe I will take Barry up on his offer. Look, jugglers. Did you like her? Trujillo? I'm not supposed to like her. She's no friend to the Navy. But the real answer is, I didn't get much chance to talk to her. You will. Kevin? Weeks ago she requested passage to the Crazy Eddie Squadron. We all decided she could ride aboard Sinbad. Oh. Barry's idea. He wants to convert her into a Modi-hater. Renner chuckled. Fresh blood for His Excellency. Mercer heard Horace's spiel so often he was ready to scream if anyone mentioned the Motis. He already sent a letter of invitation. And you won't say whether she turns you on. I think I'd better do some shopping. Or should I bother? Meaning? Meaning we both know this doesn't last forever. Getting tired of me? Not yet. Want out? Not yet. She nodded thoughtfully, then smiled. We'll leave it that way, then. Renner took out his pocket computer. According to Ms. Trujillo's article, the Brick Moon serves artichokes 18 different ways. Room service in the hotel next door. Interested? Damn it. You've got me thinking like you. How so? I want to see how the clerk acts when he sees you walk in with off-planet competition. 2. The High Commission. The art of putting the right man in the right places is first in the science of government. But that of finding places for the discontented is the most difficult. Talleyrand. New Scotland, third planet of the New Caledonia system. Originally lifeless, with extensive atmosphere of methane and water vapor. New Scotland was terraformed by massive infusions of genetically engineered microbes. The original colonists lived under domes. New Scotland's major city was dominated by the vice-regal palace. It stood in the center of a series of concentric rings. Much like medieval cities on Earth, New Scotland's growth was controlled by the city's defense technologies. Renner sent the small landing craft in a wide circle to dissipate its speed. There are some changes. He pointed to smaller built-up complexes out beyond the final ring. All that's new since I was here. They must think the war is finally over, to build outside the field protection. The Modis have done that much good, Ruth Cohen said. They've got New Scotland and New Ireland thinking us about each other. Except at football games. They do get a bit rough, don't they? Better than throwing bombs at each other. Well, some better anyway. But Modis wouldn't build like that, he thought. Wouldn't build what they couldn't defend. The flyer completed its circuit of the city. Renner brought it to the landing area outside the black granite complex of Government House. Bored Marine guards noted Ruth Cohen's Navy uniform and Renner's expensive business clothes, perfunctorily took their identity cards and inserted them into computer readers, glanced at the screen, and waved them through into the courtyard. They got inside through an unlocked French door, leading into a maze of corridors. Renner tried to lead the way to the commission meeting rooms, but soon became lost. Finally, he stopped looking. Ah, here's a guard. They were directed to a different part of the building. Ruth Cohen giggled. The last time I was here, it was for a meeting in the council chamber, Kevin said. The big hall with the dome. Anybody could find that. How was I to know they'd put the commission off here in the annex? In contrast to the Grand Council chamber, the commission's meeting room was strictly functional. There was no throne. The viceroy's place was merely an armchair at the center of the big table. The council table was massive. It might have been wood, but Kevin didn't think so. Chairs for advisors stood behind the table. In front there were seats for an audience of 50 or so. Large view screens, now blank, dominated both side walls. They had barely got into the room when a tall, balding man dressed in dark, conservative business clothes thrust forward and held out his hand. "Kevin! By God, you look good!" He paused to look at Renner. "Colorful, too!" Renner frowned for a moment, then grinned. "Jack Cargill! Good to see you!" He turned to Ruth. "Commander, I guess it's Admiral now, isn't it?" Cargill nodded. "Ruth Cohen, meet Admiral Cargill. Jack was exec in MacArthur," Kevin explained. "Are you still with the Crazy Eddie Squadron?" "No, I'm on the High Commission." "Gosh, you're important. And to think we shared a cabin once." "Here's another commissioner you know," Cargill said. "David?" He indicated a heavy-set, balding man in clerical attire. "Father Hardy," Renner said. "Hey, it's good to see you again. What have they done? Loaded the commission down with MacArthur crew?" "No, we're the only ones," David Hardy said, "and I'm not sure in what capacity I'm here." Renner noted the large pectoral cross on Hardy's cassock. "Everybody's been promoted. Bishop, eh? Do I kiss your ring, my lord?" Hardy grinned. "Well, you're welcome to, but you're certainly not part of my flock." "Sir?" "I'm missionary bishop to Moat Prime. Of course, we don't have any converts." "Sure of that?" Renner asked. "As a matter of fact, no," Hardy said. "I never did learn what happened to my Fjönsklik. Not that he was a convert, exactly. Anyway, I might be here as the church's representative, or as the only semanticist ever to visit Moat Prime. Ah." He turned toward the door as it opened. "Here's someone you need to meet again. I'm sure you recognize him." A tall naval officer in uniform. He looked young to be a full lieutenant, but then Kevin Christian Blaine's father had been a lieutenant commander when only a couple of years older, and captain of MacArthur a year after that. The aristocracy got promotions, but they were also weeded out of the service if they couldn't keep up. Or used to be, Renner thought. "Your godson, I believe," Hardy was saying. "Well, not that I exercised many of the duties of the office," Renner said. Blaine's handshake was firm. "And this is Ruth Cohen. How are you, Kevin?" "Very good, sir. And I really appreciated the things you sent for my birthdays. Some of the oddest stuff. Hollows, too. You sure got around, Sir Kevin." "Kevin Renner, galactic tourist." Renner reached into a sleeve pocket and took out a message cube. "On that score, your sister sent this. She's on her way, in case you didn't know." "Thought she might be. I wondered if she might be coming with you." It would have been a bit crowded, and she had a lift. The Honorable Frederick Townsend decided to visit New Caledonia. "Ah, he probably thinks it was his idea," Renner guessed. "You've met Glenda Ruth, but not Freddie," Kevin Blaine observed. It took Renner a moment to realize that he wasn't asking. The room began to fill. A half-dozen Navy officers in uniform, led by a commander who wore a ship's miniature badge indicating he was master of a medium cruiser. They waved to Blaine, but stayed to themselves on the other side of the room. A group of civilians sat in advisor chairs and put their pocket computers on the arm desks. Another knot of Navy officers came in. They had white shoulder boards indicating administrative branch, and sat near but not with the combat officers. "The accountants," Cargill said, "here to convince the world that not 1 cent has ever been wasted." "Can they do that, sir?" Ruth asked. "No." She seemed to expect more, so Cargill said, "No matter how you slice it, blockade duty is long stretches of utter boredom, spiced up with random moments of sheer terror, of course, but that doesn't make up for the boredom. Of course, the men are going to misbehave, officers too. We're just damned lucky to have troops who'll do it at all." The large double doors at the end of the room opened wide to admit Barry in his travel chair. Renner clucked in disapproval. Barry's doctors wanted him to spend more time exercising. Barry was accompanied by Jacob Buckman and Joyce Mei-Ling Trujillo. "She's wearing underwear today," Renner said. Ruth made a face at him. If Blaine and Hardy heard the remark, they didn't comment. Joyce Mei-Ling Trujillo was in fact quite well dressed, in a thin silk afternoon dress that would have been fashionable on Sparta. She carried a pocket computer large enough that she needed a bag for it. Ruth Cohen sniffed. Doesn't trust the central computer system to keep records for her. "I've found journalists are often like that," Kevin Christian Blaine said. "Experience?" Renner asked. "Quite a lot. The Navy likes me to do their talking." Barry, Buckman, and Trujillo took places in the first row of the audience seats. Blaine glanced at his watch. "I'd best be getting to my post." "Me too," Cargill said. "Dinner tonight, Kevin?" "Yes, please. Any place special? Or shall I ask Barry to invite you up to Sinbad?" "Sinbad, if you can swing it." The double doors were thrown open again, and a palace functionary came in. "My lords, ladies, and gentlefolk, His Highness the Viceroy." Everyone stood. There was no other ceremony, but Mercer looked a bit self-conscious as he took his place at the center of the big table. He was joined at the table by Cargill and Hardy, and two others Renner hadn't met. Their place cards named them as Dr. Arthur MacDonald and Sir Richard Geary. Bart. Renner took a seat near Barry and scribbled on his pocket computer. Arthur MacDonald, Ph.D., Professor of Cultural Biology, University of New Scotland, holds Blaine Institute Chair of Xenobiology. Richard Geary, Baronet, Investor, Member of Board of Regents, University of New Scotland. There was more, but Mercer was tapping on the table with his gavel. "I call this meeting of the Imperial Commission to order. Let the record state that this is a public meeting. If there is no objection, we will record the names of attendees." There were various chirps like 100 crickets as the palace central computer queried everyone's pocket computer to get the meeting attendance list. Renner's computer beeped twice and then rattled. Heads turned. Renner grinned. Mercer turned to the commission secretary. "Mr. Armstrong." "Thank you, Your Highness," Armstrong said. His voice was thick with the accent of New Caledonia. "In deference to our guests, His Highness has changed the meeting agenda to omit the opening formalities and routine business. We therefore proceed directly to item 4, the report from the blockade squadron. His Highness has requested that the fleet prepare a summary report covering the principal activities of the squadron through the years, as well as a more detailed report of current actions. The report will be presented by Lieutenant the Honorable Kevin Christian Blaine, Executive Officer of INSS Agamemnon." Chris Blaine stood near the large screen that dominated one wall of the room. "Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Your Highness. The blockade force is formally known as the 11th Fleet, or Battle Fleet Murchison's Eye. The mission of Battle Fleet Murchison's Eye is to intercept any and all ships entering the Empire from the moat, to enforce the blockade decreed by this commission. Blockade duty is hard duty, and the officers and men of the blockade fleet are proud of our record of 100% success. We have achieved that success in spite of many very real difficulties." Renner's thoughts chased each other. I wonder who wrote that for him. Still, the Crazy Eddie Squadron would have driven me nuts. Hey! He dared not speak his next thought. Chris doesn't sound that bloody convincing, does he? Why not? Raised by mediators. He doesn't believe what he's saying. Blaine gestured, and the wall screen lit up to show a wide-angle view of a dozen blobs ranging in color from black to dull red, in a bright red glowing background. The Alderson point from the moat lies within the supergiant star. Ships can't stay on station very long. So there's a continual circulation of ships from outside the star to the blockade station. They stay until they're too hot. Then they go outside to cool off. Moti breakout attempts can happen at any time. 4 new blobs, all dead black, popped into existence on the screen. Imperial ships became floodlight beams as fusion drives lit within the red-hot murk. The screen showed the beginnings of a space battle. Bright threads sprang between the ships. Torpedoes raced out. "You're shooting with no warning," someone said. Renner looked around to see Joyce Mei Ling looking embarrassed, clearly not having meant to speak aloud. Blaine said, "We wouldn't be telling them anything they don't know, Miss Trujillo. The best time to hit the Moti ships is during jump shock, when their automated systems are shut down. If we wait until they've recovered enough to communicate, we might not be able to catch them at all. The rules of engagement acknowledge that." "A question, Lieutenant." "Yes, Your Highness." "Suppose they wanted to negotiate, to surrender." "They may well try to," Blaine said. "But how could we know? They cannot come through with no field. The star would cook them. We can't wait until they get out of the eye, or we'd lose them entirely. This was debated in the first meeting of the Commission, and the rules of engagement were adopted then. They haven't been changed because there's no way to change them, Your Highness. The way to surrender is not to come through." Mercer nodded thoughtfully. "Proceed, Lieutenant." Renner glanced over at Barry. He was watching, fascinated, but seemed calm. Probably tranquilized to the eyes. "Moti breakout attempts have ranged from the simple to the ingenious," Blaine said. The screen showed a kaleidoscope of actions. Single ships, armadas of ships, cluster ships that came apart like grenades and scattered. Ships that came out at enormous velocity, tearing meteor trails through orange-hot gas. "Now this one was a beauty," Chris Blaine said, with what had to be pride. They watched an ice ball 2 kilometers across emerge from the invisible Alderson Point. 4 days after I joined the Crazy Eddie Squadron at the noon watch." The squadron chased after it. The comet head left a comet trail of itself as it plunged through the rarefied star stuff. It dwindled, evaporated, exposing black beads. Ships in Langston Field bubbles that raced off in random directions to be chased down by squadron ships. "Of course, we can't send all our ships against any single attempt," Blaine said. "There always has to be a reserve. Since there's no possible way the information could get back to the moat, I suppose it's safe to say that sometimes that reserve has gotten critically thin." Chris sounds better. Surer. This part he knows, Renner thought. It's the cover-up he doesn't like. "He's pretty good," he said to Ruth Cohen. "Given his training, he damned well ought to be," Ruth replied. The presentation continued. There were clips of the men amusing themselves on long watches, then more battle scenes. "Lately, the Motis have a new trick," Blaine said. "They're sending what we've termed token ships. These are unmanned ships, really, only the framework of a ship. Just an Alderson drive and 2 tanks and a fusion motor. With this one, the 6th, we held off to see if it would do anything." It didn't. They saw an absurd stick figure of a ship pop into existence at low velocity and immediately begin to melt. Mercer cleared his throat. "Commander, do you have any theories on why they would send such things?" "No, Your Highness. They come one at a time. No field, they're easy to shoot down. No attempt to send messages. If they wanted us off guard, why send anything at all? It's as if they want us to be alert. We've speculated that they may want to locate the Alderson Point more precisely, at their end in Moat System. But they know that well enough to send ships through at 0.1% of light speed. We can't do that." "Ha!" Renner said. Everyone looked in his direction. "I think I know." "Yes, of course," Buckman said. He stood up. Sir Kevin is right. Jacob, Barry said. His voice was surprisingly strong. Oh, yes, of course. Your Highness, should I explain? Mercer was nodding gloomily. No surprises here. Please do, Dr. Buckman. They're not trying to locate the Alderson point. They're proving that it's still there. Still there? Jack Cargill sounded shocked. Excuse me, Dr. Buckman, but why the devil shouldn't it be there? Because it will move when the protostar collapses, Buckman said. Renner, you seem to be good at talking to amateurs. Maybe you ought to tell them. They listened as Kevin Renner talked. Kevin watched their eyes for bewilderment or comprehension. Watching, he didn't realize it at first, for Kevin Christian Blaine's surprise or disbelief. But Blaine's eyes widened in a slap-my-head, eureka reaction. Old knowledge falling into place. Oh, Lord, he believes it. I see, Bishop Hardy said. I think I understand. But as the least technical person on the commission, perhaps I should summarize, and the experts can tell me if I've left anything out. Please, Mercer said. We are now convinced that the Motis deceived us about their stellar observations, particularly regarding the protostar. They convinced Dr. Buckman that the protostar will not ignite for from centuries to millennia. It now appears that it may collapse and ignite at any time, might even have done so already. Yes, Buckman said. His voice was grim. I have to give young Arnulf credit. He was right. When it ignites, Hardy said, the 11th Fleet will be guarding an entry point that no longer exists. Well, may not. And will have moved a considerable distance in any case, Buckman said. I have been working on the geometry, but with much of the data suspect, it's hard to be exact. Everything depends on the violence of the collapse and the brightness of the new star. Yes, Hardy said. In any event, their first warning would be when the jump point in Murchison's eye moves. Meanwhile, we expect at least one more unguarded Alderson point leading from the moat into normal space, rather than to the inside of a star. And since Alderson path events happen nearly instantaneously, all this will happen before any light from the protostar reaches us, or reaches the moat. And therefore, you have concluded that the Motis are hurling these cheap probes, these tokens, through periodically to see if the old point is moved. Precisely, Buckman said. There was a long, low whistle from the skipper of Agamemnon. Your pardon, Highness. Not at all, Commander Belassingham. I nearly did the same myself, Mercer said. The situation appears serious indeed. One question. The Navy has ways to determine the location, and thus presumably the existence of Alderson points, without sending ships through them, don't we? Yes, Your Highness, Commander Belassingham said. He nervously stroked his thick mustache. So why the tokens? Disturbances? Renner said. Sir Kevin? Back when I was a navigator, finding an Alderson point was one of the trickiest things we could do. It's never easy, and it's impossible during heavy sunspot activity or during a battle, because Alderson events are very responsive to thermonuclear fluxes. You think there may be thermonuclear bombs going off in the moat system? It wouldn't surprise me, sir. Nor me, Bishop Hardy said. Joyce Mei-Ling Trujillo had sat quietly during all this. Now she came to her feet. May I ask? Please, Mercer said. You're suggesting that the Motis are about to get out? Renner said, Right. But that's... She looked at Barry, who was staring ahead with unseeing eyes, his breathing carefully controlled. Shouldn't we do something? Everyone spoke at once, and Barry's eyes flicked up at her. rage and despair, and a sudden twitch of a mad smile. Mercer tapped on the table with his gavel. "Of course, Ms. Trujillo is correct," he said. "We should do something. The question is, what? And I'm not certain that subject needs debate in a public meeting." "Why not? Who doesn't belong here?" Trujillo demanded. "Well, you for one," Commissioner MacDonald said. "I dinna believe we need the press here. Your Highness, I move that we adjourn this public meeting and go into executive session." "I expected something like this," Joyce Mei Ling Trujillo said. Commissioner MacDonald seemed astonished. "That's more than I did." "Cover up all the way. Corruption in the fleet. So hide it with something else. Mr. Berry, your reputation precedes you." Berry glared. Mercer said, "Madam, I was well aware that the Moties had lied to us. That was a secondary purpose for this meeting. I would have thought we'd have more time. These tokens—" "Your Highness, I've found enough evidence of corruption that they can smell the stench on Sparta. In a sense, I've caused this commission, and in the first meeting you want to go into executive session. So far as I am concerned, the Council has evaded the question of corruption in the Crazy Eddie fleet. Do you really expect me to go along with this massive sense of urgency?" In the moment before anyone could explode, Kevin Blaine caught Mercer's eye. "Excuse me, my lord, but she does have a point." Looks of fury turned on Blaine, but MacDonald said, "In what fashion, Lieutenant?" "Urgency. Let us look at this as a gambling situation. What's the expected return here, the pot odds? The Moties persuaded Dr. Buckman that Moat System could be bottled up for between 500 and 2,000 years. If they thought that lie was worth telling, the expected date must be conspicuously sooner. It can't be much more than 100 years, could it? That gap wouldn't be worth hiding. Call it 30 to 70 years. We've eaten 30. 20 years left, with a fat margin of error. Why the rush?" Blaine turned to Trujillo. "Right? And we know it hasn't gone off yet." "Well, not last month. There'd be some delay before we heard from the Crazy Eddie fleet. The jump point from the eye to here would move. But the urgency is because of these token ships. They indicate that the Moties are ready now. The margin of error could still be large, of course." Blaine was talking directly to Trujillo now. "But we're in a maniacal rush so we can get something into place, anything. Ultimately, we'll move some ships from the Crazy Eddie squadron so they can sit on their asses for 20 years, or 40, 50. "Or 20 days, Berry muttered. "And why shouldn't the press be watching that?" Mei Ling demanded. "Nothing said here can get back to the Moties. You're only keeping secrets from the public." "What's said here can get back to Outies," MacDonald said, "and to traitors, who might well like to see harm come to the Empire while our strength is massed against the Moties. It's no been so long since the New Irish threw bombs at the Governor-General, you know. Madam, I've no doubt of your loyalty, but I do believe you've heard aye more than is safe already. I would no care to see any of this on the Tri-V. Were it left to me—" "Commissioner MacDonald has a point," Mercer said. "Miss Trujillo, I must ask you to hold what you have heard here in strict confidence." "Suppress a good story?" She smiled thinly. "I wonder if you can make me do that." Commissioner MacDonald said, "Your Highness, the law is very clear regarding threats to the Empire." "Is this no a state of emergency? You have but to declare one." "Even that can't stop me from writing about corruption and this Council's evasions," Trujillo said. She paused to let that sink in. "But I'm willing to cooperate. Of course, there's a condition." "What is your condition?" Mercer asked. Let me find out the rest of the story. What? MacDonald was outraged. Let me finish, she said. I'll take whatever oath you like. Oath of the Privy Council, isn't it? And promise not to publish anything, including what I've already heard, until you agree it's safe. But I want to know. I want to be in on the whole story. Moties, corruption in the fleet, all of it. Mercer looked around the room, then down at the screen set discreetly into the table in front of him. It would appear that you are the only problem guest, Ms. Trujillo. Everyone else here is already under one or another obligation to keep the secrets of the Empire. Him? Trujillo pointed at Horace Berry. As a condition of my accompanying him on his journey to this system, His Excellency and all his crew consented to the conditions of the Privy Council, Mercer said. It would have made for an uncomfortable trip without that. I see. All right. Anyway, I've said I'll take your oath. Commander Cohen, Mercer said, I make no doubt the Navy has already done a thorough investigation of Miss Trujillo. Has your service any objections? I don't think so. Joyce, you do understand what you're doing. You are voluntarily placing yourself under the restrictions of the Official Secrets Act. The penalties can include exile for life on any world of His Majesty's choosing. Yes, I know. Thank you for the warning, but this is the only way I'll ever find out, isn't it? And if the Moties really are coming out, that will be the biggest story ever. If the Moties really are coming out, it will mean war, MacDonald said. And you'll be under wartime restrictions. Are you objecting to including Ms. Trujillo in our official family of advisors? Mercer asked. No, my lord, not really. All right, Mercer said. Let's get on with it. Mr. Armstrong, if you'll do the honors. The commission secretary fingered his own computer controls. Miss Trujillo, if you will face His Highness, raise your right hand and read from the screen in front of you. First things first, Mercer said. Admiral Cargill, I presume you sent a standby signal to every ship in the system? Thank you. So just what ships have we? It's bad timing, Cargill said. We've got 3 frigates in transit from the Crazy Eddie Squadron to New Cal. God is good, Berry muttered. The other 3 turned to him, and he grinned like a death's head. They came through. The jump point hasn't moved since 2 weeks ago. Yes, but the ships themselves are all in need of repair. Not a lot of use. Then a Sovereign-class battleship with 3 General-class battlecruisers and assorted light escort ships jumped out to the eye 300 hours ago. There's no way to recall them except to send a messenger ship after them. Nothing else closer than the Crazy Eddie Squadron. Doctor, do we have any damn idea where we'd want to put a second fleet? This is only a first cut, Buckman said. After a moment, Cargill said, Cut away. Jacob Buckman tapped at keys. A string of numbers appeared on all the consoles. There, and maybe there. Renner looked at the screen. Right. We'll almost certainly get a jump point at MGC R31. That's a smallish star 11 light-years toward the hem of the hooded man figure. 8 light-years from the moat. Then we might get one at MGC R60, a brighter star a little nearer the moat. But that one would lead into Murchison's Eye. Beyond that, Jacob? Something in the coal sack itself? Probably not, but even so, Murchison's Eye dominates. So, it's just this red dwarf, Mercer said. Well, we've got to put something there, and I prefer it be now. So what do we have? There's Balassingham's Agamemnon, Cargill said. A Menelaus-class cruiser, good ship. I presume you're ready, Balassingham? Admiral, we can boost out as soon as I'm aboard, Commander Belassingham said. "I sent up orders to round up the crew and refuel as soon as I understood what Dr. Buckman was saying." "Then there's the Atropos frigate," Cargill said. "Sir, I took the liberty of asking her skipper to put that ship on full alert too," Belassingham said. "Good," Cargill said. "Unfortunately, Your Highness, except for some messenger boats and merchantmen, there isn't anything else. The battle-cruiser Marlborough is in the yards, but it will take a minor miracle to get her out in under a month." "Nothing coming in?" "Not for a month," Cargill said. "We'll send messengers out to scrape up what we can find, but the upshot is that we've little enough to send to watch the new Alderson point," Mercer said. "2 ships." "3, Your Highness," Barry said. Mercer looked at him sharply. "Horace, are you all right?" Barry tried to laugh. The sound that came out was more ghastly than humorous. "Why should I not be? Highness, the worst has happened. The Moties are loose." "We don't know that," someone said. "No?" Barry demanded. "Of course we don't know. But it is easier to think that way. Highness, there is no time to waste. Let us take whatever we have to the new Alderson point. Kevin, I presume you and Jacob know where it will appear?" "Close enough for government work." "It isn't a point, it's an arc 4 light minutes long," Renner said. "We go, then. Agamemnon, Atropos, and Sinbad." "Why Sinbad?" Commander Belassingham asked. "She's not even armed." "You might be surprised," Mercer said. "Jacob, will you go with them?" Buckman nodded. "I expected to. And I'd much prefer to work aboard Sinbad than a Navy ship. I remember trying to work aboard MacArthur. Everyone felt entitled to get in my way, block my sightings, move my equipment." "Renner, you can't keep up with us," Belassingham said. Renner shrugged. "We won't be all that far behind. At worst, we're witnesses. We can report back. Your destruction will make prime-time news." Barry scowled. "I suppose the Trujillo woman—" "Yes, of course. She would have gone with us to the Eye, after all. We should be on our way now. Now, Allah is merciful. We may yet be there before the Moties. We must be there before the Moties." 3. Communications. In the name of Allah, most benevolent, ever merciful, say, I seek refuge with the Lord of men, the King of men, from the evil of him who breathes temptations into the minds of men, who suggests evil thoughts to the hearts of men, from among the jinns and men. Al-Quran. On their last night together, Kevin told Ruth, "I'd take you with me if I could find any kind of excuse, good or bad." "Would you?" "Yeah. We're crowded as hell, you know. We've dropped part of the kitchen. We're carrying a drop tank." She wasn't buying it. "Love, when we get back into the Empire, it'll make the news. Contact me then. You've got my work number." "I gave you mine." She looked down at her sleeves. The 3 rings of a full commander had just been sewn on. "Of course, we're likely to be in different solar systems." And it really felt like goodbye. From New Scotland to the jump would take nearly 2 weeks. Agamemnon and Atropos started later, but were moving at 2 gravities of thrust. They would jump just ahead of Sinbad. Sinbad could beat them there with the drop tank's extra fuel, but Kevin refused to subject Barry to more than 1G. He would have preferred less. This trip wasn't like the voyage from Sparta. Sinbad felt like a different ship. Attitudes had changed. With Mercer gone, the kitchen storage region could carry cargo more appropriate to their mission. It didn't matter much. Sinbad's kitchen was styled to feed Horace Barry. to create small, healthful meals, rich in flavor for a man whose taste buds were almost dead of old age. Now that program served Renner, too. Renner could diet between suns when fresh food was unavailable anyway. Blaine, a lord's son, but also Navy, expected no better. Buckman never noticed what he ate. And as for Joyce Mei-Ling Trujillo, "Miss Trujillo, are you getting fed all right?" "Lieutenant Blaine asked me that, too. I eat whatever's where the story is, Mr. Renner. I'd say you set a fine table, but have you ever eaten streaker rat? By the way, you'll be calling me Joyce eventually, won't you? Start now." Perhaps Barry derived some satisfaction from what Joyce didn't know she was missing. He made no great effort to avoid her. He wasn't agile enough. In her presence he could be affable, but he called her Trujillo. And so the ship was settling down, and Kevin Renner was enjoying his freedom. Freedom? Ridiculous. He was surrounded by people, by walls, by obligations, and yet this was his place of power. Horace Berry's ship. But then he was Berry's superior officer in the Secret Service. Sinbad went where he willed, except that, with the empire of man at stake, his will had best take Sinbad straight through to MGC R31. Over the past quarter of a century, Kevin Renner and Horace Hussein Berry had evolved routines and rituals. One was coffee after dinner. "She is attractive enough," Berry said. He sipped at the thick, sweet brew. "I know planets where she could be sold at a high price." He chuckled softly. "Not as many as there once were, thanks to our efforts. Perhaps we could arrange to use her as bait." "She'd be good at that. For a good enough story, she'd volunteer," Renner said. Berry fingered his beard and waited. "Only guessing," Renner said. "I really haven't spent much time with her at all." "So I noticed." "Yeah. Well, put it down to complications. We've got all the time in the world just now, but that could change. Or not. Most likely thing is we spend a boring 6 months in an empty solar system until an Imperial fleet comes in and chases us out." "If so, Miss Trujillo will be desperate for distractions," Berry said. "I would presume from anyone willing to provide them." "Humph. Truth is, Horace, it feels good to be unencumbered." The devil, he blew an outward breath, for his heart was free from care. Renner grinned. "Something like that. And maybe she wants something I can't deliver." "I cannot say Allah has not been merciful. It would not do to presume too much on his mercy," Berry said. "And that's the truth. We'll be to the eye point soon enough. What's happening there could tear everybody's leisure all to hell." "I still don't understand," the Honorable Frederick Townsend said, "and I don't think I ever will." "I'm sorry," Glenda Ruth said. She looked around the ship's lounge. "I think I know every rivet and seam." Hecate was not much larger than a messenger ship. She was fast, but not overly comfortable. Freddie Townsend had bought her for racing, not for long-distance cruising. Compartments had been added for ship's stores and one servant, but everything was cramped. "I should have gone with Kevin." "You needn't start that again, either," Freddie said. "I suppose you could have gone with them, but why?" "I'm glad to do you the favor. I like doing things for you, as you must know, but—" Freddie looked up in irritation as Jennifer Banda came into the lounge. "Dinner in half an hour," he said. "Guess I'll get washed up." Frederick Townsend insisted on dressing for dinner. It had seemed a bit silly at first, but at least it broke up the monotony. The ship was mostly automated, with only the ship's engineer, Terry Kakumi, as crew. The only servant was George, a retired Navy coxswain who served as cook, butler, valet, and sometimes piloted the ship as well. Having one nearly formal meal each day gave everyone something to do. Jennifer waited until Freddie had left the lounge before she spoke. I walk into something heavy? Glenda Ruth shrugged. No heavier than usual. Glad you came in, though. You're driving that boy crazy, Jennifer said. Sure you want to do that? No, I'm not sure I want to do that. Want to tell me about it? Not really. Yes. What Freddie is too polite to say is, you went to bed with me when we took the trip after graduation. So why won't you sleep with me now? Oh, I didn't know. I mean, I know what's happened since we left Sparta, or what hasn't happened. Glenda Ruth, no wonder he's going nuts. I mean... Jennifer stopped. I know what he had every right to expect. All right. So why? Bad experience the first time? No. Glenda Ruth's voice was very low and small. Not a bad experience. Silence, then. You've studied motis. Jennifer smiled. But I was raised by an all-human orchestra. Right. I picked up attitudes from the motis. Consider that I can refuse to mate. From 12 to 17 years of age, I just plain enjoyed that. Then consider that I can refuse to get pregnant. Freddie? Yes, sure. I've known him since we shared a crib, and we had just under a month, which was just about right for both of us to get to know our bodies, something I wasn't likely to learn from motis. Jennifer, I wish to hell I could tell him all this. Jennifer was folded up like a stick figure into her web chair. Ruth, I haven't heard a problem yet. Sometimes it takes a while before I feel the vibes, particularly with vague, murky attitudes. You know? Glenda Ruth was turned away, looking at the universe in a picture window display. My parents don't think it's right to take a bed partner before I'm married, or at least engaged. But they're not sure, so I can live with that. Freddie's parents are sure, but I can live with that too. Glenda Ruth turned around. But Freddie's maybe half sure his parents are right, and it was 2 months after the trip before I realized it. Well, I was dancing with him, and what it amounts to is this. By the way, I really appreciate you listening. Okay. And understanding. Only a damn moti expert could listen to this and not try to send me to a confessor. Okay. If I sleep with Freddie, it's because we're going to get married, or it's because I'm a slut. I'm not sure I want to marry him, and I'm not sure I don't. Either way would be okay, but I'm hung up so... No man would understand that line of argument, Counselor. Freddie's not stupid. He'd know, he'd understand, if I could say it right. So I'm still thinking, damn. He'd marry you. Glenda Ruth grinned, like a shot. But, look, all my life, all 18 years, well, it's a lifetime to me. Poor Charlie didn't last much longer, Glenda Ruth thought. All my life I've had someone who could tell me what to do, had the right to tell me. Now I don't. Now I've got my own money, and I'm legally an adult. Freedom! It's wonderful. The last thing I need is a husband. Maybe it's better this way. You sure keep the Honorable Freddie attentive. Oh, damn, it does look that way, doesn't it? He hasn't seen it, but... It'll be all right. Last jump tonight. We'll be on New Scotland in 3 weeks. Freddie can find another girl. Jennifer grinned. Don't like that either. Honey, you are in what the Navy calls an untenable position. Her cabin was small, like all the cabins on Hecate. The only spacious cabin belonged to Freddie. Of course, he'd expected her to share it. Why don't I? She wondered. I lie awake thinking about it. It's not like I don't have my pills, or Freddie has some kind of disease. It's not like I didn't. All I'd have to do is go tap on his door. Maybe I'd lose him, Can't he be replaced? I can pick any stranger out of a crowd and know if he's sane, trustworthy, intelligent, horny, cross-wired, docile. I hear women say they don't understand men, and I want to snicker. There was a sharp wrenching sensation, and she felt sick and confused. Somewhere in the back of her mind she knew the ship had made an Alderson jump, and she was in the grip of the disorientation that always followed. Her father had told her there were a dozen explanations of jump shock, all inconsistent with each other, but no one had ever been able to disprove any of them. Gradually control returned. She moved her fingers, then her hands and arms, until they did what she wanted them to. Freddie always recovered faster than she did. She resented that. Not fair. And now they were in New Caledonia system. Maybe Freddie would drop her off and go on to New Ireland. She had just settled in to try to sleep when her intercom chirped. "Glenda Ruth." It was Freddie, of course. What in the world did he want? Ha! Well, why not? If he could stand her in this condition, it wouldn't take long to get cleaned up. She tapped the intercom button. "Hi. Look, I hate to disturb you, but we've got a message for you." "What?" "There's a trader ship here, the New Baghdad Lion." "Here?" "Here, waiting at the jump point. They say they have a message for the Honorable Glenda Ruth Fowler-Blaine. They need your identification code." "Oh, all right. I'll be right there. You're on the bridge?" "Yep. Be right up, and—" "Freddie, thanks." "No problem. Bring your computer." This sounded urgent, but she took the time to get dressed. The baggy trousers gathered at the ankles that were standard for low gravity. She also took time to put on an Angora sweater, comb her hair, and dab on lipstick. The ship was under slight acceleration, just enough to hold her slippers to the carpet. She made her way forward. Freddie was alone on the bridge. He indicated the co-pilot chair. "Standing by for your code." She plugged her personal computer into the ship's system. "Clementine." "Yes, dear." The words scrawled across her computer screen. "We're supposed to identify ourselves," Glenda Ruth said. "This is me. Now prove it to them." "Password." "Damn it all, you know it's me." "All right." She sketched rapidly with the stylus. Not words, but a cartoon. "Right you are." There was no sound, but she knew the computer was sending an encrypted message that could be decoded using her public key. It hardly mattered what the message was, since only messages encrypted with her secret key could be decoded with her public key. The public secret key system made for positive identifications as well as secure communication. "Acknowledged," a voice said on the ship's speakers. It was a voice thick with Levantine accent. "Greetings to Miss Glenda Ruth Fowler-Blaine. Please prepare to record an encoded message from Lieutenant Kevin Christian Blaine." "Ah," Freddie said, standing by. "Ready, got it. Thank you, New Baghdad Lion." "You are welcome. We have been instructed to offer you fuel." "Fuel? Why would we want more fuel?" Freddie asked. The Levantine voice was unperturbed. "Effendi, His Excellency told us to offer you fuel. We offer it. I will not take long to transfer. Shall we do so?" Freddie looked to Glenda Ruth. "Now what?" She shrugged. "They're bigger than we are, and if they wanted to do us any harm, they'd have done it. Why not let them top off your tanks?" "Lot more than topping off," Freddie said. "All right. New Baghdad Lion, we accept your offer with gratitude." He punched an intercom button. "Terry, that merchantman's going to pump us some hydrogen. Give them a hand, will you? You have the con." "Aye, aye. I relieve you," the engineer said. Freddie shook his head. "But just what is all this in aid of?" "Maybe this will tell us," Glenda Ruth said. The message had been encrypted using her public key. She set Clementine to decoding it. Kevin Christian Blaine to Glenda Ruth Fowler Blaine. The rest does not break in clear, the computer informed her. Ha! Use Kevin's special code. Wilco. She adjusted her earphones and waited. Everyone was assured that the public key private key system was secure against everything. Maybe we're just paranoid. She heard, "Sis, we have a problem. The moties could be loose by the time you get this." Freddie was watching her. "Ruth, what's wrong?" "Nobody's dead. Shh." In the boredom and the interpersonal dominance games, she'd had weeks to forget that she was frightened for the moties. Now, her brother's voice said, "We're taking 3 ships to the incipient Alderson point, the I point, at MGC R31. 2 Navy ships and Barry Sinbad. I've been put aboard Sinbad as liaison. I'm the senior Navy officer aboard, but I catch vibes from Renner. He can show he ranks me if he wants to. Maybe by a lot. The other Navy officer who came out here with Sinbad, an intelligence lieutenant commander, decided she was needed back on New Scotland. I don't think of a lot we can do there by ourselves. The moties have had a quarter-century to prepare for this, and we're just now realizing we have a problem. I can't think 3 ships will have any surprises for them. The pot odds say we'll get there with 10 to 20 years leeway, but there are complications. Odd things happening. It might be a lot sooner. There's even a chance it happened already. Sis, I sure wish we had the latest the Institute has developed. So does Mr. Barry. If you can get that to us, it might change things. I've attached our best guess coordinates for the I point. We thought about waiting for you, but we don't know just how long we have before everything happens. Barry arranged for the ship that gave you this message to refuel yours. Let them, if you haven't done that already. Try to get to the I point before the moties do. Sinbad's crowded. Barry's got Nabil and 3 women, including Cynthia. No change in the relationships. There's me, Dr. Jacob Buckman, and Joyce Mayling Trujillo, the newscaster. She's interesting, intelligent, and wants to prove it. Female, and doesn't have to. Commander Cohen decided she was needed on New Scotland just after Trujillo was invited aboard, and that leaves Renner loose. Interesting patterns here. You may get here and find nothing's happening at all. Some of the blockade fleet may be en route already, but of course it'll take them months. If things last that long, maybe there won't be a problem, or maybe Mom's Crazy Eddie project will work just fine, and we can think on how to use it. Or it may be all over before you get here. If they send through a big fleet with warriors, if they do that, you'll talk to the master in charge. If we have the symbiote, maybe she'll listen. If you live long enough to talk. Glenda Ruth thought. If. And her brother's voice ran on. Anyway, we're going for a look. It will probably help if you can get here pretty quick. But you do what you think best. Love, Chris. She reset and heard the message through again. Freddie? Yes, my love. She let it pass. Freddie, we're being given fuel so that we can go direct to... She punched in the coordinates from Kevin Blaine's message, and the navigation screen lit up. Here, instead of going to New Scotland first. Freddie studied the display. That's a wretched red dwarf system. There's nothing there. There will be. Glenda Ruth, do you know what you're doing? I think so. It's no trivial thing, Freddie. All right. He turned to the computer. No trivial thing at all. I don't exaggerate, do I? So, the fate of the Empire and the fate of the Moti species... He hadn't paused. It's all on our shoulders. I didn't even bother to ask Jennifer. She's worked up to this her whole life, but you... He'd finished typing in the course change. A warning note sounded. Then they felt gentle acceleration. Hecate was now en route to MGC R31. Freddie relaxed in his chair, tired, not looking at her. Didn't wait. Didn't need to think it over, just trusted me and moved. And she saw that it would break him. He would heal, over the years almost. But his view of women of his class would be colored by a period of terrible frustration, while his life was bent to one powerful woman's missionary urge. She made a bet with herself, no trivial thing at all, and said, "I'll be moving into your cabin if your offer is still open." He looked up and searched among possible answers while hiding his surprise. She held her expression solemn, a bit uneasy. Freddie nodded and smiled and took her hand, and still feared to speak. Chris Blaine reminded Kevin of someone. Of Captain Roderick Blaine, of course, but of someone else, too. And he finally got it as Chris paused at a window. Kevin had seen Midshipman Horst Staley looking out at Murchison's eye, blazing against the coal sack, like a single coal-red eye within a monk's hood, just before MacArthur jumped to Murchison's eye itself. And Chris took his fill of the hooded man, then moved on aft to get breakfast, while Kevin mused at his station. Why Horst? Horst Staley, who had learned too much on Moat Prime and died for it 28 years ago. They could never have met. They certainly weren't related. Chris Blaine looked like his father, square face, fine blonde hair, tiny Irish nose. His father's was broken, of course, whereas Horst Staley had been enlistment poster handsome, triangular face, long heavy muscles, and sloping shoulders. Ah! Horace Berry looked up. What? Chris Blaine was just coming into earshot. Renner could hear his voice. He said, "Just a vagrant thought." As they approached their stations, Renner heard Trujillo's voice, cheerful and musical, and not quite audible. Then Blaine's voice raised above the hum of the ship's systems. "If you hadn't been digging for scandal, the high brass wouldn't have heard about the token ships for years. They look so harmless." "I can't take credit for that. It was the scandal I was after." They were both finishing breakfast bars. Joyce Trujillo's assigned chair was out of the way, with a view of several screens but no controls. Blaine took his place as co-pilot. Renner waited a few minutes, then asked, "Chris, how are we doing?" 70 hours en route and up to speed. I'll wind down the thrust. Tap. Now. Then we can drop the external tank and coast till we're approaching the jump to the Red Dwarf. 270 hours unless the jump point's moved, in which case all hell lets out for lunch. I'm inclined to keep the tank and refill it. Better safe. Blaine nodded. During the next 5 minutes, the thrust dropped from a standard gravity to 0.05 G, just enough to pull spilled liquid out of the air. Renner waited it out, then said, "Lieutenant, you have the con," and he went aft for coffee. He was unsurprised to find that Berry had floated after him. He asked, "Turkish?" "Please." "You have left Blaine in charge of my ship. Is that wise?" "We're barely beyond Dagda's orbit in UCAL system in free fall, near as damn it. What could happen? Audis? Helium flash in the motor? He's Navy trained, you know." "Yes." "Like me?" "Yes." "Kevin, what was it you didn't want him to overhear? Or was it the Trujillo woman?" "Oh, something was nagging at me, irritating me, and I finally got it. You wouldn't remember Midshipman Horst Staley. He was an idealized Navy officer, handsome, imposing, the kind you put on posters. So's Blaine, but he's doing it consciously, like a signal." "Yes, after all, he was raised by Motis. What think you now of Trujillo?" "All sex and all business, generally not at the same time. She can turn it on and off." "What are the rules this trip, Horace? Sex or no sex?" "Blind eyes, I think. Poor old Trader Berry notices nothing." "But she is staying to business?" "Yeah, projects availability, but I like it, actually. I like flirting. Barry did not smile. Renner said, "Give her a break, Horace. Her dad told her about traders, merchant princes, but she doesn't know any. She'll learn about traders from you." "Your reputation precedes you," Barry quoted. I doubt she meant that as viciously as it sounded. Renner sighed. "It's going to be a fun trip. Trujillo offended you first chance she got. You hate Blaine, and if everything goes right, we'll get there in time to find a Modi armada coming out at us." In the pause that followed, Renner finished brewing 2 bulbs of Turkish. Barry took his and asked, "How can you say that I hate Kevin Christian Blaine? He is your godson. He is my guest." "Horace, you haven't been overtly rude, but I know you. And look, if I had to—" "Igor, tonight we will make something quite different. Quite. Yes, Dr. Frankenstein. Yes, yes. Tonight we will create the infidel least likely to be welcome aboard a teeny-tiny spacecraft with Trader Horace Barry. We will give him the following characteristics. Anglo-Saxon, Christian, an Empire Navy man, related to the same Roderick Blaine who once held Barry prisoner aboard a Navy warship, and lastly, he will be raised by Moti mediators." Horace dropped the accent. "Lastly, he is a manipulative son of a dog." "I'd say that goes with the Moti training." "Yes, Kevin, but he tried to manipulate me. Does he think me a fool?" It was not Joyce Trujillo who discovered the significance of the token ships." "I'll be dipped. Horace, he's chasing her." "Eh? I didn't see it. She's a career woman 6 years older than he is. Even so, that's it. He let her see him manipulating you for her benefit. I wonder if she'll buy it." Renner hadn't even decided if he liked her. That was not always the most interesting question. Perhaps, somewhere in the back of his brain, he had considered Joyce mailing Trujillo to be his by default. Blaine was too young, Buckman and Barry were too old, and Kevin Renner was captain of Sinbad. The problem lay in what she might want. Not money nor entree into certain levels of society. He could do that. But secrets. She loved secrets. And Kevin Renner's were not his to give away. Blaine was too young, and he was a classic model of a Navy man. But Kevin Christian Blaine had been raised by Moti mediators. Why was that so easy to forget? Renner began to watch him. Sinbad and Freefall could not be spun up. Chris Blaine was used to a bigger Navy ship. He was clumsy for the first couple of days. So was Joyce. She had not spent much time in space. Then they got oriented more or less together. Simultaneously, in fact. You had to concentrate to see it. How often they occupied the same space. In any of the narrow passages they might pass without brushing. Joyce was still a bit clumsy, but Chris could eel gracefully past her, close enough to link magnetic fields, but without touching her at all. Like dancing. The morning before Sinbad began deceleration, Joyce Trujillo looked different, and so did Chris Blaine. They both seemed a bit embarrassed about it, and they couldn't seem to avoid body contact. 2 centuries ago, Jasper Murchison had catalogued most of the stars this side of the coal sack. He had numbered them in some haste for his Murchison General Catalogue, then filled in details at leisure. Half those stars were red dwarfs, such as this orange-white dot called MGC R31. Murchison had collected more detail on the hotter yellow dwarfs, those that might have habitable planets, and particularly those that did. MGC R31 had a brown dwarf star companion at half a light-year's distance. Murchison hadn't even known that much. Kevin Renner knew it the moment he popped into the system. He knew because some unseen nearby mass had skewed his jump point by several million miles. It should be located fast. It would move the eye point, too. Buckman and Renner set to work at once. It was good to be an MGC R31 system. Good to have something to do, to have an excuse to lock that door. A week of Berry's strained good manners and Blaine's and Trujillo's body contact formality had been getting on everyone's nerves, or maybe only on Kevin Renner's. Buckman's needs gave him an excuse to do something about it. Renner had a section of Sinbad's lounge partitioned off to become Jacob Buckman's laboratory. It was cramped for Buckman, very cramped for Buckman and Renner. Visitors were impossible. They preferred using it that way to everyone's popping in and out of the small bridge compartment. The others tried not to interfere. Search for a brown dwarf. First observe the red dwarf, find its place of rotation. By then Buckman had calculated a series of distances and masses that might account for the shift in the Alderson point. Look at one locus of points, observe again, calculate again. Dinner appeared from somewhere. Renner would have ignored it, but Buckman hadn't even looked up. Better to eat, and make Buckman eat, too. And breakfast. But by then they were done. Renner sighed in relief. He opened the door to the lounge and announced, "Nothing. We're here first." "Allah is merciful," Berry said. "How sure are you?" Joyce Trujillo asked. Chris Blaine said, "Good question. You can't know where the Alderson point is going to be." "I do know that there is no new Alderson point in this region," Buckman said. "As to where the incipient point will be, I've had to change the locus because of the companion. Not much. Brown dwarf stars don't radiate much. It's still an arc along here, still about 1 million clicks long. I moved it by a couple of light minutes, and it isn't there." The arc Buckman's cursor made across the screen stretched away from the orange-white glare of MGC R31 toward the coal sack and an off-centered red peephole into hell. Murchison's eye. Renner touched a button on the console. "Agamemnon, this is Sinbad. We get a clean sweep. Do you? Over." Agamemnon had popped out a few minutes ahead of Sinbad, separated by no more than the gap between Earth and Earth's moon. Now they were a few tens of thousands of miles apart, while Atropos moved ahead toward the hypothetical eye point. Agamemnon's response came immediately. "Sinbad, this is Agamemnon." "Affirmative." "I say again, affirmative. There are no signs of any ships in this system. We are definitely here first. Is Lieutenant Blaine available?" "Right here." "Please stand by for the skipper." "Right." "So, that's that," Joyce Trujillo said. She was all business now, as Blaine was all officer. "For the moment," Berry said, "they will come. But now I believe Allah has given us this chance. We may yet lose it, but we have the opportunity." "God is merciful," Joyce said. "He will not do everything and thus take away our free will and that share of glory that belongs to us." "Biblical?" Renner asked. She laughed. "Niccolò Machiavelli." "Ah, Joyce, you have done it to me again." Buckman said, "Horace, I've listed it as Berry's Infrastar. Your ship, your crew, your discovery." Seconds late, Berry reacted. He smiled with effort and said, "Thank you, Jacob." "Here's the skipper," the comset announced. "Blaine?" "Yes, sir. We're all here." "Some of my officers are suggesting this is a wild goose chase." "I would like nothing better, Commander," Horace Berry said, "but I do not believe that." "Don't guess I do, either. We're wondering what to do next. I don't mind admitting this isn't a situation I was trained to deal with," Belassingham said. "Nothing complicated about it," Buckman said. "Renner has us on a course to coast along the arc over the next 15 days. 15 days. Your other ships have our data. Chris Blaine took over. Sir, we've sent the data to Atropos, so he'll take up station ahead of us. The eye point will be in this region. I suggested Agamemnon stay behind, that is, between us and the path back to New Caledonia. Maybe they can intercept. As for us, we make repeated passes until the eye point appears. All right, Belassingham said. For now, anyway. The Viceroy's sending more ships. Short pause. What if a Modi fleet comes through shooting? Then we do what we can, Berry said. And maybe the horse will sing, Renner muttered. Berry shrugged. He seemed amazingly calm. The Motis have no control over the protostar. This will be as Allah wills, and Allah is merciful. If Buckman turned off his intercom, as he frequently did, the only way to find out what he was doing was to bang on his door and risk his acerbic comments about disturbing his work. He had left the compartment door open this morning. Buckman had been constantly in his laboratory or the adjacent lounge for over 30 hours. Kevin Renner and Chris Blaine had alternated, waiting just outside the lab door. And it was Chris's turn. He'd been there an hour with nothing to do. Then he heard a shout. "By God!" Chris went to the compartment door. Buckman was hunched over a console. His grin was wide. "What is it?" Chris asked. "It's happening." Chris didn't ask what. "How far away?" "I'm only getting a flux reading. It's not stable yet, but it will be. It's tremendous! By God! Blaine, this is the best record of a new Alderson event anyone has ever got. Now we can set up for the visuals." "How far away, Dr. Buckman?" Buckman shook his head vigorously. "It's wobbling back and forth. The new star must be pulsing. It's traversing the arc. 500,000 kilometers of sweep. More. We could conceivably jump while it passes us, if it was anything like stable yet. I'll tell the other ships. It's strong enough that even Navy instruments should pick it up, but go ahead." Buckman went back to his console. Blaine used the lounge intercom. "Kevin, Buckman says this is it. I'll alert Agamemnon." "Agamemnon, this is Sinbad. Alderson event detected in our vicinity. Buckman data attached to this message. Suggest you converge on probable Alderson point location. I am also sending this message to Atropos. Blaine." They waited. 2 minutes later, the answer came. "Sinbad, this is Agamemnon. We are underway at 3G. I say again, 3 standard gravities. We'll move toward you, but I will remain between the eye point and the exit to New Cal." "Doesn't take him long to make decisions," Renner said. "He's about 20 light seconds behind us. But he's not going where we are. He can get to the New Cal jump point in," he typed rapidly, "about 5 hours, starting now. And Atropos is ahead of us. I don't know the best tactics." "Depends too much on what comes through," Chris Blaine said crisply. "What is it? What's happening?" Joyce eeled out of her cabin, hurriedly adjusting her clothing. "Motis? They've come through?" "Not yet," Blaine said. "They will." "Yeah," Renner said. "Dr. Buckman have things stabilized at all?" "Beginning to, yes, Kevin. Do you see how the eye point comes fast toward us along the arc and slow going back? I expect we're seeing irregular pulses on the protostar." "Yeah. Boom and it settles down. Boom and it settles down. Boom. When the protostar stops flaring, well, for the next 100,000 years it won't quite. Eases off then. The eye point will be ahead of us, won't it? Closer to Atropos than us, and still wobbling a bit. At a guess, Kevin. This is a first in every way. The collapse of Buckman's protostar into Buckman's star." It's all guesses, but give Atropos about 4.5 hours. At 1G, we'll take about 8. But you and Buckman don't think we have 4 hours, Blaine said. Renner said, I know, can't push much more than a G without killing Berry. Do not worry about me, Berry said from behind him. I will be in my waterbed. Nabil is bringing it to the lounge now. 1.5 then, no more, Renner said. Okay, as soon as you get in it— Stabilized, Buckman shouted. How do you know? A ship came through. There's another. A light second or two apart. Renner brought the images up on his screen. About 3 light seconds ahead of us. Closer to us than Atropos. 3 ships. Renner's fingers were dancing. An alarm wheeked. Renner slapped the volume down. Secure for acceleration. 4 ships. 5. Sinbad's motor lit. Objects drifted aft. They're well separated. The star must still be flaring, the eye points still drifting. Mercy of Allah, Berry muttered. Quickly, Nabil, get me into my waterbed. I must secure it to the deck, Nabil said calmly. The little old assassin moved easily under what had become half a G of pull. 6, 7, Renner said. 7 so far. Blaine, you'd better get Atropos online. Roger, doing it. What's happening? Joyce Mei Ling demanded from the lounge door. Secure for acceleration, damn it! Renner shouted. All hands secure. Nabil, let me know when it's safe. The bed is secured. If you do not turn too much, I can put him in it when we are underway. I'll hold it at 1G until you've got him set. Everyone secure? Buckman, you holding on to something? Here we go. Sinbad eased up to 1G. They're scattering, Renner said. Must have come through with different velocities, Blaine said. It's just drift so far. Sure. They will scatter, Berry said. Of course they will. 7 ships. They have been preparing for this for years. Kevin, can we intercept them all? Not likely. Modis can't take as much G-stress as we can, but there's no way 3 ships can chase down 7, not given that much head start. Sinbad, this is Agamemnon. What's happening, Blaine? 7 Moti ships so far, Blaine said. Beyond us, and drifting in 7 directions. I'll squirt up the data we have. He pressed keys, and the computer sent out what it had. Data 20+ seconds out of date would be better than nothing. Nearly a minute went by. Blaine, they'll have plenty of time to recover from jump shock before we get there, Balassingham's voice said. Assuming each one accelerates along its present course, and giving them anything like the performance Modi ships had at the blockade point, we aren't going to catch more than 4. 5 tops, and that assumes we can cripple them without too much of a fight. Which is assuming a lot. Damnation! Pause. Then Balassingham said, I think it's time to change tactics. I'm ordering Atropos to move toward the eye point and prepare to chase Modi ships. That gets him close to you. I'm taking Agamemnon back to block the way out of the system. Our entry point won't have changed enough to matter. We'll never catch them all, but maybe we can bottle them up in here. Not bloody likely, Blaine muttered, but I suppose it's the best thing to try. Captain Renner, Balassingham continued, you were given sealed orders when you left New Scotland, to be opened on my instructions. My orders said to have you do that when the situation got beyond my control. I hereby instruct you to open those orders. You'll find that your reserve commission as captain is activated, and you're in command of this expedition with the titular rank of Commodore. I don't know what you can do, but I sure can't think of anything. I'm ordering Commander Rawlins in Atropos to put himself under your direction. Sir, I'm now changing course to guard the Alderson point to New Caledonia. If you want me to do something else, tell me what it is. Agamemnon out. God's navel, Renner said. Kevin, have I heard correctly? Berry demanded. Apparently, Renner said. I heard it too. Motis! Joyce said from somewhere aft. "Chris!" "Later." "Yes, but Chris, they're moties!" "Joyce, it's a great story, but there's no time!" Chris shouted. "Captain, the first 2 Moti ships are under acceleration. They must be automated. Motis wouldn't have recovered yet." "Wonder what kind of computer they trust to work that soon after a jump," Buckman muttered. Chris Blaine examined the computer screen. "Continuing in their original directions. My guess is they'll all do that." Renner said, "Scatter and lose us. Only 7 ships, and I don't see any more. In fact, I've lost 1. I'd have thought they would send more." "Me too," Blaine said. "Maybe they couldn't." "Spacecraft are expensive," Berry said. He sounded comfortable enough under 1.5 gravities. "Many resources of different kinds, a complex society." "Which may mean they've got problems," Renner said. "Jacob, where in the Mote system will their end of the tramline be?" "Fairly far out, well beyond the orbit of their gas giant, Mote Beta." "We never looked at the Trojan civilizations," Renner said. "Maybe we should have." Half an hour later, it was clear enough. Chris Blaine went back to explain to Joyce and Berry. "There are 7 Moti ships. 5 are under full acceleration in 5 different directions. One of them is lost. To us and Agamemnon and everyone else. Maybe we'll find it, maybe not." "Mercy of Allah," Berry muttered. "And the 7th?" "The 7th is headed directly toward us, Excellency." Berry fingered his beard. "They will want to talk, then." Joyce Mei-Ling was staring at the view-screen. Suddenly she pointed at the Moti ship. As they watched, a laser beam blinked on and off. "As you said, Excellency, if you'll excuse me." Blaine went back to his duty station and turned to Renner. "Apparently they want to talk." "So do we," Renner said. "We'll never catch any of the others. Atropos may, but we won't." "One of the others looks to be heading for the jump point to New Cal," Blaine said. "Agamemnon will be there first, though." "Meanwhile, that ship is coming to us," Renner said. "Ha! They're modulating that beam. Let's see if any of it makes sense." "Imperial ship. This is Moti vessel Pheidippides," the speaker said. "I've heard that name," Joyce Mei-Ling Trujillo said. "We come in peace. We seek His Excellency Horace Berry. Is he aboard?" Joyce said, "Pheidippides was the first marathon runner. Delivered his message and died." Renner and Blaine looked at each other, then at Berry flat in his waterbed with the screen above his face. Renner looked at the sensors before he spoke. Berry's heartbeat was steady, brainwaves indicating he was fully awake. "Okay." "Horace? It's for you." 4. The Eye Point. Foreign relations are like human relations. They are endless. The solution of one problem usually leads to another. James Reston. The Honorable Freddie Townsend woke slowly, savoring each moment of relaxation. He felt eyes on him and turned over. "Hi." "Hi yourself." Nobody puts a big bed aboard a racing ship. It only leaves room for accidents. Freddie had moved the double into Hecate for that earlier voyage with Glenda Ruth. He left it aboard for this trip. Of course, why not? It had seemed so empty until now. "Chocolate," she said. "Is there any chocolate aboard?" "You shall have your desire if I have to grow the beans myself," Freddie proclaimed. "If you find any aboard, lock it up. We're likely to need it." He stared. Then he reached for her, a tentative gesture. Glenda Ruth laughed. "I won't vanish, you know." I can barely follow you, and you always know what I'm thinking. That worries me. If you know so much about people, from what the Motis taught you, what do they know about us? Everything including what we don't know ourselves? Maybe not that much, she said. But you're not sure. I only knew 3 Motis, and they had to be the smartest ones available. I mean, who would you send as ambassadors to another race? To an empire that threatened your whole race? Yeah, you're probably right. This time he took her firmly by the shoulder and pulled her toward him. It would take them 6 days to cross to the jump point to MGC R31. On a later splendid morning, Glenda Ruth said, "You should let Kakumi teach you some fighting techniques." Freddie wasn't quite awake yet. He woke slowly and carefully. "Terry, I don't know that he knows any. Inuit are nice, peaceful folk who really know machines. Taniths aren't. There was 300 years of tooth and nail. Terry Kakumi's half Tanith. And maybe 5% Sauron Superman. Freddie, he's bound to know something." Freddie sat bolt upright. "Rape my lizard! Kakumi's been my engineer. Glenda Ruth, how would you know that? You barely know him." "I started watching him because I don't want Jennifer hurt. It looked like she and Terry were, courting. 4 years, 5, he's kept this ship healthy. He's a good man, Freddie, but I noticed things. I've watched him move. He tried to cook for us once." "Ugh! I should have warned you. In a race, there's just the 2 of us. I take pre-cooked. It's better." They were perfect soldiers, the Saurons. March for a week without sleeping. Tolerate any sunlight level, any gravity. Breathe any atmosphere, never mind the stench. Sleep anywhere, wake instantly. She paused. Eat anything organic. Anything. "Oh, I guess that figures. Okay, so he's part Sauron. There are Sauron loyalists, you know. Kakumi was 6 years in the Navy. Honorable discharge as an engineering petty officer." "It doesn't matter." "Some places it does," Freddie said. "I'm glad they didn't know when we were racing in the Ekaterina system. I'm glad I didn't know. I'd have been too nervous." "You won, though." "Sure. Didn't know you don't follow racing." "Damn. Sometimes you scare me." "Pooh." "Yeah, pooh. Let's both take lessons." They'd been in UCAL's system for 4 days. Another 6 would take them through the jump point to MGC R31. 6 lessons in how to be a Sauron soldier? "Oh, Freddie, that's—" She stopped. "You weren't going to say—" "No, not because I'm a girl and you're a boy. Mediators don't fight." "Sure. Let's both take lessons." Terry Kakumi looked hard and round. A little taller than Glenda Ruth, but more than half again her weight. When Hecate was racing and all needless mass had been stripped out, he slept in the engine compartment. Now there were bulkheads installed to make a cabin for him just forward of the engine compartment, but he hadn't done much with it. "There is the engine room," Freddie told Glenda Ruth. "I suppose it makes sense. Are you sure about his ancestry?" "Want to ask him?" "No, I don't think so. Of course he may not know." Freddie tapped on the engine room compartment door. It opened. "Aye, aye." Kakumi saw Glenda Ruth, came out into the companionway, closing the door behind him. "Need me to relieve George on watch?" "No, we're on course. Wanted to ask you something, Terry. You were Navy. You must have learned how to fight." Kakumi nodded. "Or knew already. Anyway, you knew when we left Sparta we'd be trying to get to the moat. Well, it might be dangerous. We're wondering if you'll give us some lessons." Kakumi looked at Freddie, then Glenda Ruth, and shook his head slowly. Wouldn't be a good idea. 4 days or so, you'd learn just enough to get in trouble. If there's trouble, you talk. I'll fight. He grinned, making small wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Better than if I talk and you fight. Jennifer's good at talking, too. Do we know for sure if we're going to the moat? Not yet. Too bad. Well, I suppose you're right, Freddie said. About learning just enough to get killed. All right. Let's go look at the charts, Glenda Ruth said. She took Freddie's hand and led him away. When they reached the bridge, she was laughing. What? Think about it. Why he closed the door. Huh? Oh. Jennifer. Interesting that he's that sensitive. Excellency. Greetings. The lopsided Moti face bubbled with enthusiasm. Somehow. Salam. I see that you know me. Of course. Face had been a new concept to the Motis. Renner remembered that rigid, twisted smile. Moti faces weren't evolved to send messages. The creature must be signaling with body language and intonation. Glad to see you. How long has it been? How much like coming home? Barry's indicators were twitchy, but not ominously so. My Fjunchklick must be long dead. Oh, yes, but she taught another, and that one taught me. I've been Fjunchklick to you since my birth. Yet we meet for the first time. Please tell me, was the coffee-tasting event a success? For an instant, Barry gaped. Then, yes, indeed. Your teacher's teacher was quite right. The Navy had never considered that a man who doesn't drink wine might still teach them something of discrimination. Splendid. But it must seem that I'm talking of some past dark age. Let me say in some haste that my task is to persuade you and yours not to fire on us. We come in peace. We carry none of the warrior class. Barry nodded in satisfaction. Astute of you to say so. Renner and Blaine exchanged glances. Chris Blaine grinned slightly. What? Joyce demanded in a fierce whisper. Warriors, Blaine said. When she raised a questioning eyebrow, Chris raised a palm to cut her off. Later. The Moti continued to project confidence. Excellency, our first ship, which we have named Gandhi, wishes to carry an ambassador to your nearest peopled world. She is accompanied by a mediator, of course, one who can speak to your political authorities. Meanwhile, we aboard Pheidippides wish to accompany you and yours into Moat System. Barry's passengers stared at their alien communicant. Buckman grinned in anticipation. Joyce scrawled something on her pocket computer. Renner checked again. Only Barry was in camera view. Buckman, cut thrust to 1/2 G, he said. You sure? We're not chasing anything anymore, and Horace has to talk, and that was an order. Barry ignored the byplay. To the Moti, he said, Me and mine? I was told to invite any ship I found here to follow me home, but particularly the craft with Horace Hussein Berry aboard. Barry's dancing dials had settled. He must feel himself in control of this situation. And why should we go with you? Ah, for you, Excellency. To be here at all is to be aware that matters have altered. Until today, every ship we sent through the Crazy Eddy Point was under sentence of death. We know that none have returned from that alien country. Today, new paths between the stars have opened. Your battleships can no longer stand between your systems and ours. Will you not try negotiation instead? Negotiation and trade?" The creature didn't rub its hands together when it mentioned trade, but the suggestion was there. "Perhaps you should speak to our Commodore," Barry said. The tap of the button set the camera and monitor screen turning. Toward Kevin Renner. Kevin said, "Hi." "Kevin, hi. I don't remember. Commodore, are you actually in command of that ship?" Just a bit awestruck she was, with no intention of showing it. "You've come a long way." "Uh-huh. Did another human's Fjunchklick train you too, maybe?" "I inherit no training from your Fjunchklick, Kevin. But Barry's mediator observed other humans. You can't ever know too much about the people you deal with." "And who did I learn that from?" "Exactly. And how are spacers Jackson and Weiss, if you know, sir?" These personality changes were disconcerting. Renner said, "He's Governor Jackson of Maxroy's Purchase, if you please, and just loving every bit of it." "All right." And Weiss was dead, and they both knew it, and neither would ever mention it again. Off-camera, Chris Blaine made a suggestive throat-cutting gesture. Joyce looked up from her recorder in alarm. "Keep it talking," she mouthed soundlessly. Renner studied the lopsided visage a bit longer, knowing how little it was gaining him, while the mediator used these seconds to study his face. He said, "Make up a name for yourself, for my convenience." "Eudoxus." Barry smiled thinly. Joyce's eyes narrowed, then popped wide. When Renner raised an eyebrow, Barry said, "A classical trader and explorer. Discovered the golden wind of the Arabs." "Okay. Eudoxus, for the moment I command every Empire ship in this system. I listen to Horace Barry. So you're talking for his benefit, too. Now, you've sent 7 ships through from the moat. Some we've captured, some are running. One has an ambassador aboard, and you want her transported to where she can contact the Empire. Is that about it?" "2 ambassadors, Kevin. She and he. An older keeper to teach the younger. Younger to last longer." Keepers. Sterile masters. "Prudent. You sent no other classes?" "Mediators, of course. And there were working classes aboard some ships for maintenance, until the Curdle collapsed. Then we spaced them. We feared you would feel threatened. However, I have an engineer pilot aboard, and so does Gandhi." The creature's left hand came up in haste. Something must have showed in Renner's face. "She can be spaced if your big ship takes ours in tow." "Watchmakers?" "Of course. They are very valuable." Barry's needles jumped, then settled back. "We'll call you back in an hour. Until then—" Kevin considered. "Don't do anything drastic. I'm going to freefall. You match course with me, and then cut your thrust. Keep station 10,000 clicks away. Can you cause your other ships to gather here?" "I can call them, but they will not obey. 3 have instructions to hide within this system." The Moti shrugged. The shoulders didn't move. "I tell you nothing you would not expect. Let me repeat my offer. Come with us." "I'll call you back." Renner switched off. He closed his eyes tight and heaved a massive sigh. Then, Talk to me. Horace? Barry laughed. How did Eudoxus know that we know of their warriors? Answer, she did not. But we might know. And if she did not say, we have no warriors, no more would be said at all. We would bend every effort to destroying every ship, every warrior Moti. No laughter now. An astute analysis and the correct conclusion. To admit it immediately. Renner said. I was working on that. Can they know us that well? Already? Joyce May Ling asked in wonder. Captain Renner, how did it recognize you? What else? Renner asked. She still doesn't know how MacArthur died. Yeah, and you could hardly tell her how the coffee clutch ended, could you? Kevin grinned at Joyce's puzzlement. All right, Joyce. Eudoxus recognized me because the Motis took pictures of everyone they met. Made extensive records of what we did, too. Memorizing everything they know about every human who ever went to the moat would be part of Eudoxus's training. Their memories are that good? At least that good. As to the coffee clutch, the watchmakers had reworked MacArthur's coffee pot months after we thought we'd cleaned them out. They were loose in the 'tween-decks areas, all over the ship. And when we discovered they were there, they fought us. Before that was over, MacArthur was abandoned, and Horace was ready to exterminate the Motis. But his Fionchclick never knew any of that. Eudoxus expects to manipulate me. Poor Horace Barry, Barry said thickly. He'll risk anything to master the wealth of Moti technology. She knows now, Horace. She saw Kevin twitch when she mentioned watchmakers. It may have been a mistake to leave the visuals on. Horace, I wonder just how much the Motis know about your Arab nationalist sentiments. Anyway, what shall we do? An ambassador. Gandhi. Ludicrous. We don't have to blow the Moti ship up, though, do we? Perhaps if we could destroy all 7. But we can't do that, Kevin. Consider, what if one of the 7 was a decoy, say a token ship mounted on a small comet head? Poof, gone, evaporated. We would only find 6, never the 7th. And 3 have instructions to hide, with a whole system to hide in. A system we have not explored any better than they have. Who knows what resources are here? And you may be sure that those ships have fertile masters, probably pregnant. Yeah. Joyce Trujillo said, but in that case, if we could find 6... Oh. Kevin noticed the look of annoyance Chris Blaine cast on Joyce Trujillo, but why? No time to worry about that. Kevin said, yeah. 6 ships. And what if there's no ice ball? Talk or fight, and we can't start shooting until or unless we find them all, and we've lost at least 1 already. So talk, and they want us to go with them to the moat. That may be a good idea. The question is, can we leave them here, all of the moat ships, with Agamemnon on guard, until more ships from the blockade squadron come through from the eye? Can we not? Consider further, Barry said. These ships are unarmed. There has been no hint of a threat, but if one of these does not report back— The threat is certainly implied, sir, Chris Blaine said. Look at the record. The first couple of ships the Crazy Eddie squadron dealt with were probably unarmed. The rest had any weapon you can think of. Excellency, she knew you'd see the threat. With strangers, she would have been more explicit. Renner said, we have to let Eudoxus report back, and we learn more if we go with her. He got a confirming nod from Barry. All right. Whether or not Agamemnon is enough, she's all we have, because I don't fancy taking Sinbad into the moat system without a reliable way to send a message out. That means we take Atropos along. Chris, you agree? Yes, sir. If anyone can get a message out, they can. either Atropos herself or the longboat. Barry asked, Dr. Buckman, how big are the Moti ships? Tiny, are they not? Too small to fight Agamemnon even altogether. Yes, and thus unarmed. So, Kevin, what are you thinking? I'm thinking Eudoxus could tell us more about what waits for us on the other side. Then we can maybe rendezvous with Agamemnon, leave you and Joyce. Hold up, Commodore Renner. My ship, curse your hull metal thick hide. Okay. Do we want to put the servants off? Barry said, each lady so lovely, though all in their 40s. Did you ever wonder why, Kevin? I test them in lesser positions. I send the weak and timid to other duties. With such companions near me, I need never fear my own people. New Levantines would never suspect my harem. Good. They can fight? I was always a little afraid of Cynthia. With good reason. We still can't leave. I still can't leave, Renner said. Not till we know who's where. Not till things settle down. But Barry was shaking his head. What, Horace? Eudoxus didn't seem to be in any hurry. Kevin, in negotiations, only a loser reveals that he is under a deadline. Even so, I think Eudoxus flinched when you cut her off. It's hard to tell, of course, but do consider what may next emerge from the eye point. If we do not allow Eudoxus to report back. Yeah. Well, we'll wait for her to tell us. Now I need a link to Atropos. Dr. Buckman, I hereby appoint you communications officer. Buckman chuckled. Navy personality always comes through, doesn't it? All right, Commodore, I'll try. Incidentally, they're 9 light seconds away. Commodore Rawlins here. Belassingham tells me I'm under your orders, Captain Renner. Such is life. What's your status? We're chasing down the largest of the Moti ships. How many can you see? 5. One we're chasing. One is quite openly headed for the new Cal exit point at top speed, but Agamemnon will be there first. One's parked near you. 2 more are headed off in opposite directions, and we'll lose at least one of those before we catch up to the one we're chasing. So we've lost 2 now. How long until you catch that Moti ship? I'll be in gunnery range in 10 minutes or less. Do I fire? Renner looked to the others on Sinbad's bridge. Blaine? Warning shot, sir? Renner activated the mic. Put a low-power laser dot on them and see what they do. If they won't stop, blow them up. And if they stop? Stand by, Renner said. Damnation. Horace, of course they'll stop. And talk and delay. We have already lost track of 2. By Commander Rawlins's own estimation, no matter what he does with the one he chases, he will not be able to intercept all that will remain. 3 will have escaped. Kevin, 3. Only into this system. That big cruiser can stop their getting out, Joyce said. Can't it? I remind you, what may come through next could be enough to destroy Sinbad, then Atropos, perhaps Agamemnon. They'll have plenty of time to recover from jump shock before engaging, Blaine said. We've seen ships come through the crazy eddy point that could have slagged Agamemnon in single-ship engagement. Sinbad, this is Atropos. We are closing in range to Moti's ship. We have a beam on her. They'll stop, Blaine said. I am certain you are correct. Eudoxus is signaling, Buckman said genially. Everything happens at once, Joyce said. Sinbad, this is Atropos. As soon as we demonstrated that we could hit the Moti ship, it turned off its drive and is now hailing us in Anglic. We come in peace. This is the Moti ship King Peter's gift. We come in peace. Do you have instructions? Sir, do we have instructions? God's navel. Suggestion, Blaine said. Talk to me. Have Atropos put a prize crew on that ship and send it to rendezvous with Agamemnon. Then he can see if he can chase down anything else. Yeah. Rollins, put a crew with a bomb onto that Modi ship and send it to Agamemnon. Then see what you can do about the other Modi ships. Eudoxus is signaling, Buckman said cheerfully. Of course Eudoxus is signaling. Let her wait. Rollins, I'm wondering about landings. I'll send you design specs for Sinbad. Horace, I'm sorry, but he's got to have those. Rollins, Sinbad can land on a habitable planet, but we'd have to find fuel to get off. Does Atropos have landers? 3. 2 cutters and a longboat, all functional, but 1 cutter needs work. I'll send you specs. The longboat could carry enough fuel for a cutter to regain orbit from Moat Prime, but can't get back up without refueling. Atropos can scoop dive a gas giant planet for fuel. What have I forgotten? Oh, I'll get it later. Buckman, put Eudoxus on. Hello, Eudoxus. Sorry I had to cut you off, but your ships have been keeping us fairly busy. I was glad of the nap time, Kevin. Have you given further thought to our invitation? Glad of the nap time. Further thought. Sure. Nap time sounds wonderful. We've got to wait anyway. So, are you short of anything? Air, food, water? We can lob you a package. Kevin, no. We have enough to last us. Okay. Tell me anything about what we can expect to meet us on the other side of the jump point. Yes. My keeper is part of the chain of command of... The name would not translate, of course, so I will call us the Medina Traders. We are the largest trading company in our region. We're involved in dominance games with several other groups, all under truce of one depth or another. We expect to meet you in space and lead you to our territory, all in perfect safety. Nevertheless, surprise by arrival becomes more likely the longer we delay. Barry broke in. Dominance games. War? Renner looked for hesitation, and he saw it. Nothing so large, Excellency. But warriors do become involved from time to time. Battles, then. For what prize? Ourselves? For resources, thus far. Your existence we have kept to ourselves. So, we might have to fight. What would be your status if you returned alone? Shrug. I would have failed. My keeper and her superior would make decisions on that basis, and so would other clans. Renner said, I'm putting you on hold. The picture remained. Buckman said, We've cut the signal, so? Keepers? Joyce asked. Where have I heard that term? Keepers are sterile male masters, Blaine said. Possessive, but not aggressively expansive. Joyce, the group we dealt with on Moat Prime was headed by a master calling itself King Peter. You'll recall one of these ships they've sent us is called King Peter's Gift. And the moties he sent us included a keeper ambassador called Ivan. Captain, it feels funny. What? Renner prompted. King Peter's Gift. It's too bald and not too accurate. That damn ship isn't a gift, it's a threat. Eudoxus speaks of different factions, different clans. She spoke of warriors, but was that really a clever ploy? Sir, we have to suspect that they really don't know what all the expedition learned, and may not be part of King Peter's clan at all. Interesting, Barry said. Of course, they know everything I was told, or think they do. Decision time, Renner said. One of the Moat ships has to go back, but does it have to be Pheidippides? Or has Eudoxus learned too much by watching us? Blaine? No, sir, trust me on this. She's starting from too far back. She hasn't been able to interpret anything pointed. She's still correcting egregious assumptions. At worst, she might finally know what destroyed MacArthur. Is there a strong reason why they shouldn't know that? I don't know. Let's just say we'll keep all our secrets until we have a reason to give them up. Sounds right, sir. And of course we confirmed that we know about the warrior class. Pity, but at least there won't be any more of the harmless Moties game they played on my father. Yeah. Warriors. Horace, if there's anything I don't know about Sinbad's defenses, tell me privately before we jump. Yes, Eudoxus is becoming nervous, Kevin. Yeah, so she's worried that things are coming unraveled at the other end. That's probably not good for us. It means we can ask for concessions, though, because she won't have time to dicker. What do we want from Eudoxus? Barry's eyes half closed. Yes, if we knew. Atropos calling, Buckman said. They've got a second ship. Mitty going aboard with a bomb. The first prize crew reports that an engineer reworked the air system to give them air to breathe. All very cooperative. Rawlins has a third ship at the edge of detection range, but it's deep in the asteroids and decelerating. He's sure it's already too late. Tell him to leave it alone. Ladies and gentlemen, do we go? Yeah, Joyce, I know. Blaine? Go. Horace? Go, of course, but something must be done first. Name it. We need trade goods. Specifically, the magic worm that we presume Glenda Ruth Blaine is bringing. Barry, we can't wait for that, Renner said. I do not propose to. I do say that you must order the Navy not to hinder Miss Blaine when she arrives in this system. If she thinks it best to come to the moat system, and she will she not, after your message to her, Lieutenant? Yes, of course. Then the Navy must not prevent her. They're going to think it odd, Renner said. A lord's daughter going into a combat zone? Okay, I can leave those orders. Anything else? All right. Buckman, do we go? Certainly. I can get a second view of a protostar in process of collapse. Maybe they'll let me leave instruments. Kevin Renner nibbled his forefingers for a moment. It'd be nice to refuel first. Ah, well, put Atropos through. Sir? Rawlins, we're going through to moat system. You're going first. How much fuel have you burned up? I've got half a tank. Enough to get anywhere if we don't have to fight, sir. We're expecting to be met by friends, but it's not certain at all. Battle stations, prepare your ship. Full sleep period included, and I am dead serious. And then call me. Sinbad out. With his eyes closed, Renner said, Somebody check on dinner. Will Rawlins turned to his executive officer. General quarters, Hank. Aye, aye. Horns sounded through Atropos. What do you think we'll find? God knows. Get me Belassingham, please. Maybe he'll have an idea. Not likely, Henry Parthenio said, but what the hell, here he is. Belassingham was under 3 gravities and looked it. Go ahead, Will. Sir, Captain Renner wants me to accompany him into the moat system. Yeah, have fun. You think it's a good idea, sir? I haven't the faintest flipping notion of whether it's a good idea, Belassingham said. His voice came from deep in his chest as he fought the strain of high gravity. What I do know is that he's the boss now. Yes, sir. A reservist. Pilot to an Imperial trader. Rawlins's tone said it all. The Navy did not like traders and never had, and... Will, Captain Renner has been to the moat. A long time ago, but he's been there. And that's more than I can say for anyone else we know. Now switch off your recorder and make sure we're secure. Got it? Okay. Barry and Renner have been Navy intelligence for a long time, and Barry comes to this system with the personal recommendation of Lord Roderick Blaine. Will, they're the best people we've got for this job. Well, all right, sir. Okay, I'm sending 2 Modi ships with prize crews to rendezvous with you at the exit point. They're underway now, so there's nothing keeping me. I'll take formation with Sinbad and the Modi ship Pheidippides. And I reckon we'll be going through when I've done that. God knows when I'll be back. Right. Remember, your first duty is to get the word out. Godspeed. Thank you, sir. Sir? Can we stop them? God knows, Commander. You've seen some of the ships they've sent out of the moat, and from all we know, they've had decades to prepare for this. They could have a whole fleet of dreadnoughts just waiting for orders. Ugh. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Rawlins turned to his bridge crew. Let's do it. Hank, get us into place to enter moat system. Pheidippides, then Atropos, then Sinbad.